Good evening, party people, and welcome back to the bar with an X. It appears that everyone's dead. Because I find you here in Chao Heaven. But it's okay, because just like in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, just like what happened to our almost ultimate champion, we've all died and come back to life, because apparently reincarnation is indeed a thing, which is great, because I wasn't done drinking. So we're gonna continue. Just as things should be in here. To everybody who popped in here early, welcome in. I'll get to greeting everybody in just a hot second here, but before I do so, there is some more Chao stuff to do. But I got a strategy this time, and I am very, very certain that if we just lock in this evening and get through the cocktail very quickly and get straight to the game, then we will be able to become the champions tonight. But before we actually get into the drinking, before we get to everything else and the mixing and whatnot, I just want to remind everybody that we've got a charity event coming up. I'll put the details in chat right now, but I come to you bearing a small little vestige of our charitable actions that will be happening in not this coming weekend, but the weekend after the fact. This is a charity infinity bottle. It is kind of like the infinity bottle that you may already be familiar with, except it's not going to start with anything in it. Instead, for every donation made during the charity stream that is happening again on Saturday, July 12th, starting at 11 o'clock a.m., that is whatever time it is for you right now, minus 9 hours, every single donation that's made, you have the option to specify something to go into this bottle. This bottle will be filled by when we reach our goal of £1,000 for the Made by Dyslexia Foundation, which means that whatever amount that you donate, again in pounds, because naturally Made by Dyslexia is an English organization, we'll put something into this bottle. And it's not just the stuff that's Infinity eligible, like the stuff that's on my website on the Infinity eligible page. It's anything. It's literally just everything. So, that being the case, if you want to pop in on that day, again, that is not this coming weekend, but the weekend after the fact, stick around for it, because I think it'll be pretty cool. All right, to everybody who is popping in chat today, including but not limited to, I see Manic the Hedgehog, Wolfie popping in, Cole, Blair Francis making an epic return, the Gaming Tactician, I see Bradley Smith, happy Wednesday, Eli, Some Nerd, Ashish Nova, as well as Broadtail Tavern. Hello, everybody. I'm seeing some feedback from Ashish saying that the stream is lagging a little bit, so if anybody else is experiencing lag, feel free to let me know. If not, we'll just continue moving on as best as we can with the show. I have a small delivery from my dearest, as it turns out. Oh, was this? Oh, did you get fruit punch? This is fruit punch. It's okay. Anna literally just went off to the grocery store because some of the things that I realized that we were low on, because I wanted to make sure we had just enough for pretty much whatever we've got for the charity stream coming up. We were a little bit low on pineapple juice, so we got a little bit more pineapple juice. We were also a little bit low on grape juice. I've got one more container left, but now we've got a little bit more fruit punch. So if you've got... What's that? No, we don't need to get grape juice right now. This is fine. This is fine. Fruit punch and pineapple juice are already on the stock website, so nothing really changes or anything. So anyways, we're here. Let's see. I'm seeing Time and Tide popping in. Renzo popping in as well. Wolfie's saying, I'm always lagging. All right, all right. But for the folks who are not always lagging all the time, if you're experiencing something out of the ordinary, we always accept all the feedback we can, because obviously I can only see what's on this side of the camera, and y'all can see what's on that side of the camera. Anyways, I'm seeing Little A popping in saying hello, bro. She's saying, have you learned about public speaking? I'm good, thank you very much. And I see the IRS in chats. I pay my taxes. And as such, we're gonna make a cocktail. Let's do it. Tropical Raven popping in as well. Oh my God, look at everybody here. It's good. Now that everybody is here, I'm gonna bother you one more time. Charity event. It's coming up. It's coming up. This is the Charity Infinity bottle. I'm just gonna keep this hanging over here. Actually, Pikachu's gonna take care of this one. It also will eventually get a completely redone job. Right now, I just kind of drone it with Sharpie. It will look cooler. And by cooler, I mean, I don't know, whatever the heck else is in there. So tonight's cocktail should be a relatively quick one. It's called the Monsieur, and I took it from Scrappy's Bitters website. Oddly enough, if you've not had a bottle of Scrappy's Bitters before, they typically have a little recipe on the back of them. This is my first little bottle of Scrappy's Bitters, so I haven't actually used them before in a cocktail, but I found this recipe on their website, and then I found almost the exact same recipe on the back of the bottle, but oddly enough, it's not the same recipe. I don't have Benedictine, so we're going with the one on the website. Tropical, thank you so much for contributing to the Bar with an X, for sticking around as a member for another month. We like that. Oh, you sent one! You gave it to somebody! Well, lucky to the tiny green gadgets out there. Check that out. Let's see. Mighty, welcome in. Cuddles, welcome in as well. Tropical saying no Benedictine. Dude, I'm telling you, I've been meaning to get my hands on a bottle of Benedictine, but not a single person who is in the comments section has ever told me to get a bottle of Benedictine. I usually try to prioritize things that people ask for, in case anybody in the comments section who says, put something in the infinity bottle, actually decides to pop on the stream, which is how that works, by the way. So nobody said Benedictine, except you. So that's all fine. I'm seeing Blair out there saying visiting family right now. You're in Iowa. Oh, excellent. Enjoy the time while you can, lest your family perish, and then correspondingly reincarnate like our Chao did. I see Tick popping in as well, and I'll say a hello to you before we get into the drink. So for this one, we're gonna build this in a stirring apparatus. And there's only 4 ingredients. This is essentially a bit of a vodka martini in a way. It's got some dry vermouth in it, it's got some vodka in it, it's got a touch of maraschino, and if you were following the recipe on the back of the Scrappy's Bitter bottle, it also has a touch of Benedictine as well, a sort of honey-spiced spirit. I just don't have it, so naturally I can't use it. So, start with 2 ounces of vodka. Glug, 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 glug. It's the good stuff. I've been meaning to change up one of the alerts on the channel to be a little bit, to be the 2 ounces of vodka meme. I just haven't had the time for it yet. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see, Manic the Hedgehog saying, fun fact, Manic Jr.'s name was gonna be Manic Jr., but instead, apparently not. GamingTactition in with a little subscription, we appreciate it greatly. Let's see. I'm seeing J-Knight out there saying just cracked open your absinthe? Oh dude. I'm getting to the bottom on one of my absinthe bottles over here. Let's see. Hornet out there saying you're allergic. Allergic to what? Alcohol? Because I guarantee you're not going to fare very well here. But you're on that side of the camera, so it shouldn't affect you. Welcome in, by the way, to the both of you, J-Knight and Hornet. 2 ounces of vodka. Glug, 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 glug. Did you get that sound? Did you hear it? Did you hear it? I hope. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. Yeah, Manic saying Mina made me change it, and then it was a Manic Jr. in chat, who you would almost be named Manic Jr. if what Manic Sr. is telling me is correct. Welcome into the Junior. I see that. Ryan, welcome in, just popping in to earn some more points, as you should. That's great. Ryan, let me tell you, it took a little bit of effort to clean all the equipment from the drink that we did on Monday, which included the blender and the whipped cream makers. But no worries, just in case anybody else wants to defile Blenderks, I cleaned them up, just in case we need them. Welcome in. What else do we need here? Jamie, welcome in as well. Wolfie saying popping in for a little bit, heading to Jurassic Rebirth. That looks wild to me. The Jurassic Park movies. I've never actually watched before. We're gonna do next a 1/4 ounce of maraschino liqueur. 1/4 ounce of can't speak or anything today. I only have one of my measuring majiggers that actually measures out a 1/4 ounce, so that's what we're gonna go with. Daniel, welcome to the Bar with an X. If you're here during the live stream, feel free to say hey yo. Make sure I got all my vodka in there without spilling it all over myself. EXE popping in with a big ol' yeah. Ryan out there saying we can put the Gort orange juice and heavy whipping cream in it tonight. Oh, goodness gracious. I'll wait for when I see it. If anybody wants to make a cocktail request, exclamation point order. I give priority to folks who haven't made requests before. A quarter of an ounce of maraschino liqueur. Then we need a quarter of an ounce of... Oh, no, it's a half an ounce. It's a half an ounce of dry vermouth is what's next. Put my maraschino away. I don't know why, but for some reason, the smell of maraschino is really doing it for me today. Oh, man. Blair out there heading on an adventure today. I see Nell popping in saying hello, and Alaskan Bendy saying, I found another Bendy. How many Bendies are there? Russian Bendy. Incredible, incredible. Welcome into the Bar with an X. Anybody who's not familiar with the run of the show, we're doing a pre-game cocktail right now. I'm gonna set something up. We'll proceed into the video game. Somewhere along the lines, the infinity bottle will open, and you can use the points that you've collected on Twitch. It's channel points. On YouTube, it's just points. And you can put something into the infinity bottle. More details when that comes up later into the stream. I also do cocktail requests here, and if you ever want to put in a request, use exclamation point order and as many details as you possibly can, because the more details you give me, the easier it is for me to run the show. So I would appreciate that. Gort with a couple of emojis out there. Levy popping in. And who else is out there? Jay Knight. Welcome to the Bar with an X. Formally speaking. Okie dokie. What else do we need? A half an ounce of dry vermouth. I have this bottle of extra dry. It's been treating me extra well. And it's the only dry vermouth that I have. So that's the one that I'm going to use. Half an ounce of dry vermouth. Now another thing of note here. I don't know if this is necessarily intentional, but Scrappy's Bitters cocktail is called the Monsieur. I believe Monsieur is French for Mr., if I'm correct in saying. And oddly enough, with the exception of black lemon bitters, I don't know where Scrappy's is from. I don't know if it's actually made in France or otherwise. I'm going to read the bottle and see. No, Seattle, Washington. But every other ingredient here, aside from the maraschino, is French. Or I guess it's only half the ingredients. The vodka, the Grey Goose is French, the dry vermouth is French, the Luxardo is Italian, the Scrappy's Bitters is American. Whatever. Let's see. I'm seeing Nova Frost popping in. Welcome in. Blair, reminding me of the monkey. We love that. Okie dokie. I'm just putting a little bit of inert gas inside of my vermouth. That just makes sure that if it decides to oxidize, it oxidizes very slowly. I also keep it refrigerated, which is why in just the brief moment, you're going to see me go down below my bar, into my refrigerator, and put my vermouth away. Did you see that? It was pretty wild. Let's see. Yellow out there, Aziel. Welcome back. Nell, I encourage you to listen to my moderators. Little Abe especially, or he'll put you in his slushy machine. I showed you all the power of the slushy machine on Monday. That is no longer here. Little Abe took it back with them. I'm so thankful that they were both here. And I'm thankful that the slushification happened with the assistance of the machine and not the boy, and that the drinking of the drink happened with the boy and not quite the machine. Otherwise, I imagine the machine would not be working anymore. What else do we need in here? We just need a couple dashes of bitters. That's all we got left. Let's see. Nova Frost is saying, think of Nova Frost as Sundrop and Moondrop from FNAF. I'm not super familiar with FNAF, but if you've got stuff to share about it, I like to make drinks inspired by video games. So, the more context I get on that, I like that. Let's try to keep things on topic, though. We're playing Sonic today. About 2 dashes of black lemon bitters. I'm using Scrappy's Bitters. Oddly enough, the recipe I'm using here, I pulled from their website, but on the back of the bottle, you add an extra quarter of an ounce of Benedictine. I don't have any Benedictine. So I'm going to skip that ingredient. 2 dashes of black lemon bitters. That's it. How does these taste on their own, by the way? Well, lemony. And a bit bitter. Mildly alcoholic, you know? Mildly alcoholic. I'm going to take these bitters and actually put them in a small other location because I've got some workshops that I'm working on, and I'll specifically use that bottle of bitters. Oddly enough, another thing that we tend to do for the charity events around here is typically whenever we get a donation, we will blow up a balloon in honor of the donation. We'll write your name on it. We'll put the amount on it. I imagine the conversions are going to get a little bit weird because, again, we're raising money in pounds this time for an English organization. But especially around this independent event that we run every single year, we'll make a couple of original drinks here from the Bar with an X inspired by something. We'll play a couple of games, whether that be video games or board games. We'll experience some camaraderie. I've got 3 inspirations that will become cocktails. One of them is going to use that bottle of Scrappy Bitters. We've got a video game being inspiring a drink, a manga inspiring a drink, and an anime inspiring a drink. So stick around for that, and we'll get a couple of new recipes. Sonic, welcome back. Good to have you. I've got my vodka, I've got my maraschino, I've got my dry vermouth, and I've got my bitters. I just need to throw some ice in here and mix it around. And if you're like, wow, why the heck did he look at the camera and say it in a very particular way that seemed to be contrasting the way that he said it earlier? It's because I edit these streams. Try my best. Let me clean out this measuring jigger just to make sure that I can save on the dishes that I will inevitably have to do later. Oddly enough, the water that I clean things with is over here, and the bucket that I put the water in is over here, but it all ends up working out. It's fine. Also, this towel is for chalk, and it should be over there. Otherwise, I get chalk in my beverages, and that's just not... time and a place. Time and a place for chalk in your beverages. Let's see. Sonic out there saying, also, if you're wondering, I'm going by my first game age. I'm not sure what I mean, but I'm not sure what you mean by that. If you are saying that you are actually the age of Sonic the Hedgehog, who is not an adult, by the way, children are not allowed at this bar. So kindly leave if you are actually under the age of majority in your area. And if you meant something completely different, feel free to correct yourself. Because we take that very seriously around here. Ice! We need ice. Again, I don't serve alcohol to minors. And technically speaking, if you're banned, you can still watch, you know? Sonic being as the character, fine line, just saying. Throwing some ice in here. Yes. We're gonna stir this around. And the statement I said still remains actionable. Dearest is standing off screen with a spoon. What's on your spoon, baby? What's on my spoon, baby?
Air pudding and wind sauce.
I also tried to smack a fly, but I don't think I got it. Did I get it? I might have gotten it. Another spoon. Stir this. Does this call for a garnish? It does not. Oh, I just saw him flying away. My goodness gracious. I wasted a spoon. Wild. Absolutely wild. Let's see. I'm seeing Sonic in chat is actually Archie's shadow, but you decided to become blue. Freaking wild, dude. It's wild how people can just change their names, but as such, we call people by whatever name they decide to showcase for themselves. You are Sonic right now, and that's great. Bradley Smith is Bradley, and Levy is Levy again. We don't have the YouTube handle situation anymore. I don't know why that happened. I was looking through the comments today, and the comments were in handles. The live chat messages were not in handles, and like everybody's not handles anymore, and I'm totally fine with that. Let's see. Blair out there saying, I know I just got here, but gotta go. Dude, you've got a life to live. Go forth and live it. I love that. So long as you're putting yourself first and doing good by yourself, by your first priority, which should be yourself, I got absolutely no complaints. Sonic out there saying, evidently Infinite the Jackal became Cuddles. Is that what happened? And then everybody else changed their names around. Okay, that's fair. I'm gonna call you by whatever name that you have on your profile, unless we've specifically discussed a nickname. Some folks in chat have nicknames. I do it off memory. And that's just kind of gonna go with it. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass. It doesn't say garnish. Does the bottle say garnish? Does this say garnish? No. Also, this says 3 to 4 dashes of the bitters. I could have added more bitters, but I could have also added Benedictine. And I did not. Did not. Let's see. What was I doing? Chilled coupe glass. That's what I'm doing. I asked you, chat, what color it's going to be, and I think the thumbnail is wrong because the thumbnail says it's going to be yellow, and this does not look very yellow to me. What color do you think it's going to be, chat? Go ahead. Feel free to make guesses. It's already on screen, so you're probably going to be correct. Well, let's see. I see Iris popping in, saying Friday's your birthday. You're going to a Weird Al Yankovic consult. Consult. Wait, a concert or a consult? Those are two completely different things. But either way, congratulations. Jay Novice popping in, as well as Blue as well. Blue's saying that they're my friend. We'll see about that, Blue. We'll see about that. Let's see, folks saying rainbow, ghoulish gray, and otherwise. I dig it, y'all. I think it's gonna be purple. Ah, shit, I was wrong. It's just like a straw yellow. Very, very pale yellow. That's fine by me. Apparently no garnish on this one. Not that I can find. I cannot find any reference that this should have a garnish. So if anybody ever wonders how the pictures on the recipe cards gets determined, I will usually take it from the website that I get the recipe from, and this one didn't have it. Oh my gosh. This is the Monsieur cocktail from Scrappy's Bitters website, but also the back of the bottle. It smells very maraschino forward, and it looks kind of yellow. It kind of reminds me of a maraschino. It kind of reminds me of a maraschino dry vodka martini, because that's effectively what it is. You taste a bit of the dry vermouth in there, you taste the maraschino, and you taste a small adjustment of citrus, but it's kind of melding with the vermouth notes. Can't really taste the vodka because there's not a lot of flavor coming from the vodka, but it's cold. It's boozy in a way, not super boozy, but it's boozy enough. Boozy enough for me. I got things I gotta do. Anyways, let's see. Cody, welcome back. J Knight saying a flat champagne color-wise. I agree with that. Junior out there saying I go by Junior. I can dig that. Let's see. Alaskan Bendy saying just Alaskan. Your friend Pinky gave it to me. All good, all good. You know, oddly enough, the cocktail in Alaska would probably look a little bit like this, except instead of the vodka, you're using a gin, and instead of the dry vermouth, I think we're using yellow chartreuse in that one. Alaskas are pretty good. I think you use gins in that. I can't remember off the top of my head. Bradley, like, that cocktail sounds dangerous and delicious. And delicious. Let's see. I'm seeing Iris out there asking, wondering, Cameron, on Friday of the 4th, if we can video chat or voice chat on Discord for your birthday. That is going to be a respectful no from me. I got a charity event that I'm trying to plan, and if I'm being totally honest, I'm editing way too much all the time, and I don't have time to spare because I have. Let me show you. Let me show you what I mean. Hold on. Let me show you. I know I told you all that I quit my job. You would think that I would have more time to do stuff, but this is my checklist. This is my checklist. It looks like a small note card, but there are a lot of really, really tiny check boxes on it. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 things that I need to do before, not this coming weekend, but the weekend afterwards. Some of them are workshopping cocktails, but you know I'm shitty at doing anyways. Some of it's some bot work, some of it's some decorations, some of it's some super posting, and some of it's some super juice, and evidently putting stuff in this bottle, or preparing the bottle.
And that's just work.
And then all the other stuff that I do for the stream that I love putting on for you guys.
I'm a meal prep.
Oh, and then meal prep. Oh, yeah, we can. Oh, and chores. And not only am I a streamer, a mixologist, an editor, and a bunch of other things, I'm also a house husband, and evidently pretty good looking, according to my wife. Please
No
make
comment.
No comment? Come on, please. Just one comment, please.
Comment,
I'll take it.
like, and subscribe.
Stop. Like, comment, and subscribe. I gotta put my checklist back over on my desk, otherwise I'm gonna forget everything. Anyways. Regardless of that, Iris, I do appreciate you asking. There's no harm in asking pretty much most questions on this show, all with remaining within boundaries. I hope you have a wonderful birthday, and I hope you enjoy Weird Al in whatever way that you are going to. Let's see. Before we get into the game, we'll do a little cheers, by the way. So for the folks who don't know how this works, it's just a command. Feel free to chat along with it. I see Stephanie popping in. J Knight reminding us to keep our picnics up, which I absolutely love. Sonic saying something in Spanish. I don't read Spanish. And I see Russian Bending popping in. Well, welcome in, Russian. Hello. Welcome in. Cool Snow, thank you for subscribing to the channel. If you're here during the live stream, feel free to say heyo. If anybody's got anything to cheers off to, at the very least, I know one thing that I can raise a glass to already, and that's to Iris's birthday. So let's do a little birthday song, shall we? Again, the Bar of the Next is still trying to figure out exactly what the birthday song will be. So this time, because I'm honestly struggling with words right now, we're gonna do something special. This is for Iris, for her upcoming birthday, while everybody else puts their cheers in chat. happy almost birthday! And to anybody else experiencing a birthday out there, let's just say that one was for you too, because I don't want to do that again. Oh my gosh. Let's see. A cool show out there saying, a cool show. Oh, did I say snow? My apologies. Snow is a new one. Yeah, it's okay. I'm not wearing my glasses right now, and I don't have the insurance for contacts. So, at this point, we'll be moving into the game. I'd tell you about our charity event coming up, but I think I've mentioned it twice now, and I'll be bothering you about it for the rest of the next week or so. So feel free to get along for that. Salute from Jay. I love that. Brad saying, dang, I got here in time for the serenade. I love you. I love all my bouncers and moderators out there. We love that. Okay, what kind of cheers do we got over here? I only have 2 so far. We really don't have a lot going on. That's fine. That is totally okay with me. That is totally fine with me. That just means I get to get into the game faster. Let's raise a glass, first of all, to birthdays, because we got birthdays happening out there, and I freaking love that. We're gonna raise a glass to Cole, and cheers to, quote, to the epic things in our lives. He doesn't specify what those epic things are, but quite frankly, it's none of my business, and that frankly is made with an X. Little Abe, but cheers to family and the friends that we made along the way, as well as all the drinks and the slushies. Brad, excuse me, a toast for a week and a half until you're helping with the charity things, and Ryan out there to bagpipes, and Renzo to hope, and to whatever else anybody wants to cheers off to. A cheers for the bar with an X to you. Also, cheers to that heat wave. Apparently, we're all still doing at least mildly okay. My sympathies to the other folks. In any case, let's pop back into the game, because we got a game going, right? The Sonic Adventure 2 battle. Let's see out there. Okay, I'm seeing Levin out there saying, you should play the birthday song on a xylophone or a saxophone or any instrument containing an X. Dude, that would be super smart. Except I have no idea how to play either of those instruments. All right, let's get into this. So I've got a strategy. I have got a strategy here. I brought Clementine to the sky because Clementine effectively died and came back to life. Therefore, I guess Clementine belongs in heaven. And what we're trying to do is make Clementine the best damn fighter this side heaven has ever seen. So, I got a plan. Clementine is just gonna hang up here for a little while. I think we'll wind up giving them some fruit. Oh, I also just realized, wait a minute, why did your... I don't know how Clementine's little bauble turned green, but, you know, that stuff happens sometimes. Let's see out there. I'm seeing Cool Show out there saying cheers to graduating high school, which I hope was at least a few years ago because kids aren't allowed in this stream. Martin out there saying hi. My name's Martin. That would make sense to me. And Renzo saying Texas is unbearable. I really wish that there was a joke about bears in here somewhere, but I assume that you're referring to the temperature. Oh my gosh. Oddly enough, it's been relatively temperate here in Philadelphia, and I say that from the confines of my apartment with an X. I have not been outside today. I was gonna go outside today, but I didn't. So this is what I did. I did a little research. For the places that are easiest to get power-oriented animals, it is here in the death chamber. Therefore, these tigers give power. The gorillas, which you can sometimes find in the stage, give power. You can also find skeleton dogs, which also give power, which is great. In any case. Cool Show out there saying, it was in 2025, you're an adult now, and it kind of sucks ass. I get used to it. I like that one of my favorite things about being an adult is nobody can tell me what to do unless I'm employed by them. And right now, I guess, technically, I'm my own boss. And I love it! Anyways. So what I'm trying to avoid are the bunny rabbits. We're not going for bunny rabbits. Instead, we're trying to go for everything else. We're just gonna go in here. I'm just gonna save scum a bit. We're gonna feed the death counter because I will absolutely be just restarting the stages constantly. We go for this box here. If it contains... There we go. Those are the animals I wanted. And now we will, you guessed it, restart. Restart. Click the button, Cameron. There we go. Yes, I want to restart my progress because I still keep all the animals and I'm just gonna do the run all over again. Cole saying, you're not unemployed. You work for Papa Bezos. And technically, it's a contractor position. Technically, Bezos works for me, from Brad's perspective. Let's see. Cool Show out there saying, can I say, that's no good? No. If I just took commands from everybody, I wouldn't really have much control over my show now, would I? Wait, what was the line you wanted me to say? Oops. My apology will be killing this dude. Ah, skunks. Nice. Let's see. Renzo out there being like, still living with your parents. Yo, who out there is living with their parents? You know what you are? Ideally paying significantly less of a rent bill than I am. And honestly, I'd consider that to be a benefit. Recently, we had to talk about rent prices here at Philadelphia because the rent lease was coming out. And so they were like, we're gonna raise your rent by like, oh my god, it was almost 10%, dude. It was much larger than the other ones. And I was like, can we not? And oddly enough, the landlord was like, you know, you've been here for a little while. Yeah. How about a little bit less than that? And I was like, thank you. Please don't raise the rent so high. Everybody's got to make a living. I understand that. I understand that. But some things are unreasonable. And I did the math, chat. I did the math. And the math stated that this rent was going to be the biggest rent increase that I've had since living here at the apartment with an X. And I was kind and cordial, and I utilized ChatGPT to come up with the best response to ask for a lower rent. And lo and behold, we got it. Who said AI never helped anybody? I don't know, but surely AI has hurt some people. Abe being like, get that bunny out of here! Where's the bunny at? Where's the bunny? Oh, hello there. You can go to this one. There you go. Y'all probably don't recognize these Chao, only because we really haven't seen them very much. They've been living up here. I tried to actually move all the remaining Chao downstairs, but as it turns out, the other gardens are all completely full right now. Oh my gosh. Prat out there being like, having your own place is great, except when you have to, you know, you have your own place, and you got to take care of it, and you have to take care of it, and all this other stuff and whatnot. Austin, welcome in. Pedro popping in as well. Cool Show saying, you're a funny man, whatever your pronouns are. Appreciate you checking in. It's he, him. I am a man. A big, strong man. Not really. I'm actually a rather small and fragile man. You can probably tell by my voice. And anytime I have somebody here on stream who is taller than I am, you see me adjust the angle, and then you see how small I really am. I should really get bar stools here so that everybody looks relatively the same height. That was Lil Abe's idea. I liked it. I like that. Man. I'm seeing the gaming tactician out there saying, not paying rent is amazing, but also having to fix and replace everything is almost the worst. Oh, yeah. My sympathy to the homeowners out there. See, when the sewage backs up, like it did the one time here, I just gotta call somebody for it. And they take care of it. And I learned after the fact that I didn't actually have to stick my hands into it. That's not my responsibility as a tenant. I did it anyways, because I was trying to conserve the sanctity and lack of smelliness of my belongings. But if you had to own a home and things were getting stinky, that's on you. And you know what? There's a benefit to renting, and I'll take it. I'll take it. Renzo out there saying, a while back I had a friend watching the stream with you, and they had a brain aneurysm trying to figure out where the X was in fridge.
After the I.
I think it goes after the I.
It's after the vowel, the last vowel, except if...
What Anna said. Unless it's a proper noun. Except for my name. It usually has a capital X in the beginning. Names, typically it's a, what is it? Names, typically, the X goes after the last vowel in the word. For things like the bar with an X, which is a proper noun, we put the X in front of it. Although, you know what? These rules are more like guidelines. You want to put an X in your name? Put your name on a dartboard, attach an X to a dart, and chuck it. Whatever letter it lands closest to, stick it in there. Stick it right in. Also, there are round fruit up here. This feels like cheating. Oh, but the tree is gone, so I guess it's not. It's not really. Not really. Abe out there saying, I'm the biggest and strongest man. But he's shorter than most of us that visit the bar with the X. That's true, I am. I am very proud of my short stature. I'm a big fan of it. Cool Show being like, Sonic X? Is that a question or a statement? Because if it's a question, the answer is yeah. I've got a Sonic the Hedgehog podcast with my bro Lycos Lore. Please feel free to ignore the link I just put in chat to it on Spotify and YouTube. We release new episodes every single Friday. Feel free to ignore it. But he watched through all of Sonic X and has been giving a little bit of tidbits during some of our episodes for the items that pop up in the show. One of the episodes that we did recently was specifically on Sonic's shoes, and specifically, Sonic has a lot of different shoes. There's like one main pair, but he's got other pairs, and there's like 4 or 5 of them in the Sonic X series. And then a lot of them were made by the character Chris Thorndike. Pretty wild, you know? Making shoes and stuff. I thought that was reserved for brands like Adidas. Renzo saying, I've got 2 more classes next semester with the professor that failed you on the first assignment. That professor does not get brownie points from me. Those are X brownie points, by the way. Brownie points with an X. Where is the X in brownie? Take a guess. It's not where you think it is, based off of the way I just said it. It is definitely not the first letter, because brownie is not a proper noun. And as we are discussing this right now, if I had to put the X in brownie... Oh, please hold. Clementine is turning into an angel. If I had to put an X in brownie, I would probably put it right after the first O. That's what I would do. Brad, like, I mean, the X is always silent. Oh, it absolutely is. Oh, it absolutely is. I like Brad's interpretation of the X going after the W. Cole asking, is there an episode on Sonic Underground? Not yet, but we take suggestions. Cool saying, do you do any Sonic character voice impressions? Nah, just my own. But some people say that my own voice sounds similar to Sonic the Hedgehog. I'll take that. I'll take it. Abe being like, is Clementine resetting again? No, no, no. This is the evolution. The evolution is fine. We don't have to worry about that. Oddly enough, I was doing a little bit of digging, and to get a reincarnation, your Chao has to be happy. How happy? I think they have to have more than 30 or 50 happy points by the time that they reach the end of their life. I don't know how in the world I've been treating Clementine, but based off of the way that Clementine was like clapping their hands and jumping for joy when they were being held, I assume that's what allowed them to reincarnate. Now, to get a Chaos Chao, I figured this out, and I don't think I'm planning on getting a Chaos Chao, but maybe we come back to that at some point in the future. Oh, Clem, come here, come here. Beautiful little angel child. In order to get a Chaos Chao, you need to have them successfully reincarnate at least twice, and then upon their 3rd or more life that they've reincarnated after the fact, they have to have a happiness level of over 80 and have to have at least 1 animal of every single type fed to them, and their base stats being neutral, as in, if they were going to evolve just the same way that Clementine did now, they would have to evolve into a neutral Chao, meaning they have no particular bias between one alignment, hero, or the other, dark. Did that make sense? Because if not, don't worry about it. It's okay. It's okay. Let's see. Ira's out there saying that you go into a Japanese restaurant tomorrow called Wasabi. Wasabi. Somebody was telling me about Wasabi the other day. Actually, it was Annie who was informing me in follow-up to the charity event, because I think somebody was asking about getting wasabi for the stream, and I don't remember who exactly it was, but I have a strange feeling it was Eli. Don't know why. Just an impression that I have. But apparently, the wasabi that you buy here in the United States is not necessarily the real stuff. But you can get the real stuff. Just gotta figure out where. Oddly enough, I was in an Asian market like a month and a half ago, and they were selling wasabi root. If only I had known that. Which I technically did. Cole saying, please do an episode on Sonic Underground. Go tell that to the Lorex podcast channel. I linked it in the live chat. youtube.com/ampersand. LoreX podcast. LOREX, like the letter. PODCAST. The conglomerate of Lorex will thank you later. Anyways, let's go back out to the wherever it is. We'll find it. We'll find it. Big Callan, welcome back. Bradley saying I'm 5'6" and I'm pretty happy. I am more like 5'5.5". I told myself I was 5'6" for years, and then the doctor corrected me. And then made a joke about, haha, you've been telling people that you've been taller all this time, and I was like, no, sir. I legitimately thought I was 5'6" because that's what every publication says I am. And he was like, are you sure? What do you mean no? But okay, I'm not going into more details. Anyways, cool out there saying this is why I scroll through shorts, because I found you. We met via shorts. Now, isn't that romantic? No, it's not romantic. I'm married and monogamous. Put it back in your pants. Okay, take it back out of your pants. I don't know. Every single time I say something, Anna's like, Cameron. So I was like, okay, fine. Put it wherever you want it to. Just not in me. And preferably, if it's going to be the person next to you, ask their permission first. I don't like where we're going with this. Let's talk about something else. Eli saying the wasabi and or horseradish was for a really interesting recipe from a book that you've requested another cocktail from. We'll get it. We'll get it. I'll make no guarantees of getting things here at the Bar with an X. One of these days, we will have all of the money in the world, and I will have absolutely every logistical service available to me to get anything that we could possibly want to put into a cocktail. But until then, we're on a budget. Let's restart this one again. There we go. Bradley like, oh, I definitely don't know with absolutely certainty. I'm just 5'6" on the ID. Yeah, same. Brad out there saying, I'm real into having real wasabi. Dude, I also just love wasabi. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't know whether or not the wasabi that I'm super into happens to be the real stuff. I imagine it is. Because I usually get it at Japanese restaurants. I'm the kind of person who, first of all, puts the wasabi and the ginger in their soy sauce and doesn't completely dunk all of their sushi into it. I like to have class sometimes. But when I get there, the first thing I do is I put the wasabi on my chopstick and I just put some of it in my mouth because I love the burn that it has. It hurts, dude. Like, and I'm not calling myself a masochist, but if there's one thing that I like the pain of, there are two things. One is the wasabi, and that's your business, and the other one is my business. Gorilla! Actually, we're gonna go with these guys. We're gonna go with these. That's fine. Let's see. Cool out there saying casually playing Careless Whisper after you say that. Are you? Hot. GamingTactition out there saying, I met you via TikTok where I binged the entire Infinity Bottle saga. Dude, the idea that the Infinity Bottle... Thank you for doing that, by the way. It is a wild, wild experiment and continues to be so. And today, you can be a part of it. The other part of it is, like, the idea... I don't know if there is a limit to how many videos you can have in a playlist on TikTok. But my goal is to reach it with the Infinity Bottle saga. Also, you're the first person to call it a saga, and I love it. We feed the bunnies to this guy, who's Esmar. Clementine, where are you? Clementine? Clementine. You're probably sleeping somewhere. Oh, hello there, buddy. Hello out there. Brad out there saying, I'm telling Aaron we need to run to the store before the charity stream, specifically so you can bring some of the fun booze that you've got in small containers that are smaller than 3 ounces. Fun stuff right now is going to end up being like, here are some fancy whiskeys. But it could also just be there as a chili simple syrup that has been in your fridge for 5 years and still happens to be good. Hopeful for the latter half of that statement, you know? Eli out there saying, too, that in your opinion, sushi is best in plain soy sauce and the ginger is best eaten plain after you finish the sushi as a post-sushi snack. I've been told, too, that ginger's like a palate cleanser, but, like, to me, I don't know. The ginger doesn't work that way for me. Not in particular. Not in particular. Oh, get it all over here. Bradley out there saying the Infinity Bottle was how I found the Bar with an X, too. I've had a bottle of a few years of different whiskeys and was happy to see a bottle getting famous slowly. I never thought that the Infinity Bottle would get as popular as it has now, but if there is a famous Infinity Bottle out there, I wait for the day that we have, like, a Punch article on our Infinity Bottle. Remember, it's not my Infinity Bottle, it's your Infinity Bottle. And only when you grace me with the opportunity to choose the next spirits, or you choose something that isn't available and you don't decide to pick something that is available, then I get to make decisions. But usually I don't. That's pretty cool. Oh, Brad's saying, too, you could bring some of your Infinity Bottle. Ooh, intriguing. I see what looks to be I edit or let it in the YouTube side saying hi. Hello, let it or edit or just I edit. I'm looking for an editor. If you're out here to just let it be, then I will let that be. But if you edit, as in I edit, hit me up. I don't pay well. I also don't provide dental. Clementine, where the hell did you go? Are there any other animals? Do I need to worry about this? No, I'm just gonna leave. I'm going. I'm leaving. I'm leaving. I'm going back on my adventure. Clementine wants big bad gorillas. I'll give him big bad gorillas. Clementine wants a skeleton dog every once in a while. You'll get one. Fully cooked. Ain't no raw dogs at this bar. Although, come to think of it, I don't know how I'm supposed to cook a dog made entirely of skeleton parts. We'll workshop that a little bit. Workshop it. Let's see. Brad being like, who would make sure the bar with an X has Malort? Yeah, who out there would make sure the bar with an X has 2 bottles of Malort, just in case the first one runs out? Or just in case somebody decides to throw 1,000 pounds at the Made by Dyslexia Foundation and completely fills up the infinity bottle, the charity infinity bottle. Because as opposed to the infinity bottle that y'all are already familiar with, which started as vodka, and every single time we take from it, we add something back into it, there is no starting point for this infinity bottle. It's a different style of infinity bottle, kind of similar to a lot of the whiskey influencers will do, where they take, in their case, they'll do, like, the bottommost ounces of a bottle of whiskey or some other spirit of their choice, and they add that to a new bottle, building on top of it with remnants from the other bottles. Slightly different from the way that I do my infinity bottle, but that's the way that we'll do the charity infinity bottle, because I don't want it to start with vodka, because then I would have to take out stuff from it in order to put stuff into it, and being that we're only doing it for 8 hours, I'm not trying to do 30 drinks. I've got recipes that I'm working on anyways. We'll do those ones. That'll be the plan. Oh, too many bunnies. Anyways. Let me see out there. Little Saw, hey y'all, how's everyone's day? Doing pretty good so far, and a little bit better now that you've joined us. Welcome in, Saw. Good to have you. Alright, let's say, yeah, I'm gonna go, no, yeah, I'm gonna restart. No, but I got the 2, I got the gorillas and the tigers. And that's a good run for me. That's a good run. I like that. Bradley saying your day is great. Brad saying the day is 77 degrees. Honestly, that's a pretty great day. Sounds like a pretty great day. I see Shane popping in saying, knuckle? Is that a question or a statement? Because the statement is correct, and the question has an answer, and the answer is, uh-huh. Welcome in, Shane. Are you perhaps a Knuckles fan? Because if you are, I'm working on a cocktail recipe inspired by Knuckles. And if you don't drink, no problem, I'm working on a mocktail too. When's the last update on that cocktail? Well, it was about a week and a half ago when I fermented some grapes and put them in the freezer. Kind of progress have I made on it since then? None. I've been trying to plan a charity event. And it has taken up all of my time. And will continue to do so. Shane, like, it's a statement. I think. That's okay. Can anybody really be so sure about a particular part of their body, whether it's a knuckle, or a finger, or a phalange? And I'm pretty sure at least 2 of those words are technically the same, but one is a little ambiguous when it comes to body parts. You got phalanges in your hands and your feet. But don't take medical advice from me. I'm not a doctor. I'm a mixologist. Bradley saying, it's not just warm, it's sticky outside. Not my favorite type of warm. Yeah. Not a fan of sticky weather. I will say this. I would much rather be in hot, sticky weather than cold, dry weather. I'm not a fan of the cold. Not a fan of the cold. I like the heat. Do I like the sweltering heat? No, but I prefer it over the blistering cold. But that's just me. That's just me. Cool out there saying Rouge de Bat is hot, and it's a statement. And if it were a question, the answer would be probably like 98 degrees, right? Like, I don't assume, like, actually, Alexa, what is the average body temperature of a bat?
The average body temperature of an adult is 98.6 degrees Fahrenheit.
No, a bat, like an animal. Sorry, I got loud. Oh, there's a combo happening on the Twitch side. Yo, Twitch developers, I would like an overlay for that. But I see a couple of what appears to be pumas, or lions, or some other animal who I assume has a body temperature probably no greater than 100, but I don't know. I don't really know. Appreciate your support. Little Sauce saying 70 degrees sounds pretty light compared to what the Arizonians and the Louisianians are going through right now. Oh, dude, my sympathies. Get some water in your body. Man. GamingTactition out there saying, I have only ever played Sonic Forces, so this game looks amazing. Dude, if this looks amazing for you, from the perspective of the fact that this is a GameCube ported over to the PC, just means that the game has withstood the test of time. This is one of my favorite games of all time. And what I'm currently doing right now is trying to effectively 100% it. If there's one, like, you gotta get all the emblems. That's what I'm trying to do. There's 180 of them, and we're slowly but surely working our way up the ranks. To all the folks who contributed on the Twitch side for those 90 bits, which appear to be pumas, but again, the animal type is ambiguous to me. We appreciate your support here at the Bar of the X. I'm gonna spend it on booze. And potentially not so booze for our charity event. Yeah. Gaming saying those are horses. Oh. Is it because of all the derby cocktails that we've been doing? Like, admittedly, this is technically not the derby, but we're still doing Chao stuff, and I was doing Chao for specifically... I was specifically doing derbies for Chao stuff, but I just couldn't do another derby today, so I didn't. I just didn't want to. Anyways. Little Saw saying, there is a 90% probability that my mind is currently unable to process what a bat is right now. Alexa, what Alexa says to me. The heck is a bat? I don't know, but you got it mixed up with a human, and I think that's how Rouge the Bat came to be anyways. Oh, hold up. Almost got him. Oddly enough, and we've done an episode on Rouge the Bat on Lorax before, evidently, Rouge's design was based off of, and I quote, Latin American women and their, quote, sexiness. Because evidently, Latin American women were kind of in the vogue in Japan around the development time of Sonic Adventure 2, and they were like, how do we base this bat character? And they were like, Jennifer Lopez. And like, I'm not super certain about a lot of things, but I am absolutely certain about that one. We got a lot of gorillas. Those are really good. Man. Let's see. Shane being like, booze and boozant. That's what we try to be, at least. Little Sauce saying, that was my terrible impression of 5 from Skyward Sword. Oh, I see. As in, like, instead of, like, Master Link. Master Cameron. Bastion. That is the only part of that word I'll say. Oh, hello there. Not trying to go to City Escape. Trying to go here. Noodle popping in being like fly travels a little bit. And that's why Shadow loves Latinas. They say that the more you hang out with people, the more you kind of become like them. Or the more you learn to, I guess, vibe with the people like them. Man. I don't know. I love Brad's comment of, I cannot remember the last time all 3 chats were all talking about the same thing. Wait, is everybody talking about Rouge the Bat right now? Or no, or Shadow, or just like Latin culture in general and how it pertains to Sonic the Hedgehog media? This is beautiful. Every once in a while, every single dimension, because everybody who's across all the dimensions have gone quantum, and that's how it worked in, was it Infinity War, so that's how it'll work here. I think that was the Marvel movie. I dig it, y'all. That's beautiful. It's beautiful. Now, if only we could get everybody to talk about my favorite topic. Can you guess what it is? It starts with cock, ends with tails. A synonym, at least effectively, is mixology. Who just fucking clipped that? Oh my gosh. Bradley like tailcock with a Q? Possibly. Possibly. Man. Abe being like, when's the best time to talk about Latinas in Sonic? The answer, yes. Where Clementine? I keep losing track of Clementine. Oh, there you are. Dude, I need to put a different color on you because I can't. I'm so sorry. I don't want to do this to you. I don't want to do this to you, Clementine, but I have to. I'm going to pet you first. I'm going to pet you again, and then I'm going to throw you out of water. Because we need it off of you. We need to put something else on your head. There was just... The pearly white gates are just too distracting. Also, take a look at... Actually, yeah, you can go back under a shell. Damn. Anyways. I see Cashway out there saying, what's your favorite Sonic character? If you tell me right now, I will send you $2,000. The reason I'm sending it is because I'm bored. Also because you're a Sonic fan. Well. Here's the podcast I have on Sonic the Hedgehog, and my favorite character is Chaos. Although if I had to pick a favorite, it's Infinite, but ironically enough, Infinite wasn't around for very often. When I was younger, I used to play pretend with my youngest brother, specifically to the sound test in this game. And I had one character that I played while he played all the others, and that was a character named Waterboy. And he was basically Chaos. And while I would love to accept your $2,000, let me remind you also that we have a charity event coming up in about a week and a half. And if I had to say anything, I think that that money is probably best for the organization, not for me. I'm just going to spend it on alcohol. And technically that is like 20% of like a lab grade centrifuge, or at least like one of those tabletop spinzalls and stuff. Actually, that might completely pay off a spinzall. I'm conflicted right now. I really want a tabletop centrifuge for cocktail mixology. Anyways, I will let that be. Welcome in, by the way, Cash. And I see King Yoshi as well saying, a goated short stream. I love Chao Garden. What's your favorite Sonic game? This one, actually. Come on, where's the hard questions? Ask me for the optimal ratio of the ingredients in a Ramos Gin Fizz or something. Like, come on. Come on, something harder than that. Noodle being like, the boulder is conflicted. The Cameron is too. Oh, there we go. Well, Clementine is there smacking on that fruit. I can tell it's Clementine now because of the red shell. Man. Let's see. I'm seeing Cash out there saying, when I knew it, when the next time will come out, they should bring Chaos and Infinite in there for it. Technically, they were both in Sonic Forces, right? But I want to eat. I will not let that money go. I'm not going to let that money go anywhere to it. Anywhere a charity. Go anywhere a charity. You won't give it to charity. Well, you got 3 choices here, Cash. You got charity. You've got the internet booze man. And I guess you've got your bank account. And although you really shouldn't take financial advice from some random person on the internet, but I've seen that high-yield savings account are a little bit of a cheat code in today's age. Man. Ryan out there saying, a cortisol cocktail. It's got coconut water, lemon, orange juice. Do I even have coconut water? And magnesium powder and salt. Sounds dangerous. I don't know enough about pure magnesium. Excuse me. Cash asking, can Knuckles go super in this game? Nah, only Sonic and Shadow. And they don't do it for very long. I got so confused for a second. I was trying to find Clementine with the white eggshell, and I couldn't find them. Oh, God, I need more animals. Darkfire, welcome back. The Void summon you. The Void summoned me, or did it summon you? Does that imply that I'm the Void? What an honor. Welcome back. Both? Well, there we go. There we go. Cash out there saying, I said, no, I said I would give it to charity. I'm saying I'm saving the money for charity. I'm not letting that money go anywhere except for charity. There we go. There we go. Good man. Good lady. Good person. I don't know what your pronouns are. But regardless, a magnanimous person nonetheless. We love that. Abe out there being like, Clementine is doing a Knuckles cosplay right now. I didn't even think about that, but I love it. I love it. Man. Prat out there saying, I love cocktails that specifically call for added salt, but then again, Southern kid, we love the salt. That they do. That they do. Ryan saying that apparently the magnesium is supposed to lower your cortisol, stress hormone, levels drastically. So if I consume the magnesium, I won't stress out about how thirsty vertical chat can get sometimes? Sounds pretty good. And it's got booze in it! Don't tempt me. I don't have any magnesium on me, and I honestly don't know where I would get it, because isn't magnesium one of the metals that, like, explodes when it comes into contact with water? Man. Let's see. Darkfire's got a question. Go ahead, shoot. Bradley saying, try a cocktail with beef broth. There's one with rye and dry vermouth. That sounds like an excellent, excellent savory martini. I'm not against the idea. I'm not against the idea. I just don't have any beef broth. Not on me, at least. Ryan saying, the whole drink supposedly lowers your cortisol levels, and no, there wasn't any booze in it. Oh, was there not? Oh. Clearly, I'm projecting. Projecting my carnal desires for ethyl alcohol. Oh, we got an ad break. Which means that we're going to head back to the bar for a little bit. And let the people on Twitch, I guess, throw their watch time hours at Daddy Bezos. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. Levy out there saying, if you were a Sonic character, what animal would you be? I don't know what... Technically, Chaos is a mutant Chao. And because he was the character basically that I played when I was younger, a Chao. But with a lot different about it. And also with a floating brain that kind of glows and has like weird little energy like bone things inside when you get the Chaos Emeralds. I think Chaos is pretty cool, especially in Mega Lizard form. Those are my favorites. I'm seeing Noodle out there saying, you haven't been to the right part of the Midwest if you haven't had a milk-based beer. Oh, like a lacto beer? Or like a lactic sour or something like that? Or a milk stout? I love those beers, dude. Stouts are some of my favorite types of beers. And some of those lactic sours or like lambics and stuff like that are kind of, they're intriguing, but I don't know enough about them. Beer cocktails. Beer cocktails. I've got a couple of beers here at the bar of the next for requests and stuff like that. If you're not familiar with how the request system works, it's just a command, ! Order. If you want more details about the charity event, you can put ! Charity. If you want to go to my website, ! Blog. If you want an Easter egg, ! Potato.
Bud.
Hey, Spud. Here's a Spud, bud. I'd give it to you, but I don't have any potatoes, so that's why I make the chatbot do it for me. Cool out there saying, you're the void. We got to throw our money somewhere. Did you throw money? Did someone just throw money at me? No, no. You tease me, Cool. You tease me. All of you do. It's okay. I'd do this shit for free. Besides, you're watching the ad right now, aren't you? Nothing about this is free. You have to pay with your attention. Ryan out there saying that the cortisol cocktail could be a hydrate redeem. Hint, hint, hint. I'm just going to go with water. Water is king. Bradley saying milk stouts are amazing. Wink. Oh, an amazing winter go-to. Do you have a recommendation, Bradley? I want to say that, I don't remember if Dragon's Milk is a milk-based stout.
Nice.
I know it's got milk in the name. Oh, cool. I did throw some money. A $2 super chat from our friend Cool Show 9001. If that's $2, we have 8,999 more to go. Please don't let the internet man extort you for money. Don't do it. Don't do it. Cash saying, I just liked and subscribed. Excellent! Oh, also water. Thank you for the water. Thank you for the biddies. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. Let's see. I'm seeing Noodle out there saying a coworker gave you a milk stout that he got from Wisconsin. I didn't expect to like it. Was it milk stout or was one of the other ones? But if it's a milk stout, it sounds like it'd be nice. Gaming saying, how many orders do you normally do during the streams? This is my first time. It's anywhere between 1, 2, 3, depending on how I'm feeling. According to the terms of services on basically all platforms, nobody can make me drink anything. I do this upon my own accord. So you can't make me drink something. That's why it is I was going to say that's why it's a suggestion, but technically suggest is a different command. Usually 1 to 3. And I'll give priority to anybody who hasn't made a drink request before, and I don't think, Gaming, that you've done one before. If anybody wants to make a drink request, I'll just put in chat the command for it. I've got 5 already so far. That doesn't mean that you won't get a chance. Some of those folks have been around the block and kind of know how this works already. And then, if you want to know what I have here at the bar, because I can only make drinks with what I have, this next link goes to my website, and it has everything. It's got all of the booze, it's got all the ingredients, it's got most of the mixers. If you have questions, you can always ask me, or check the website. It's probably the easiest thing. Let's see. Welcome back from the ads, everybody, by the way. I got a couple of questions I'm going through. Darkfire saying, if you were to mix alcohol and soda to make a creamsicle taste, what would you use? I would use orange cream soda and like a vanilla vodka. I feel like that would be the most that I would modify to it, because a lot of the flavor of the orange is already in the cream crush, if you had that, or the orange crush, and then you add a little bit of vanilla on top of it just to kind of round it out a little bit. I'd make it more complicated with like a milk clarification, but for the simple answer, that's what I would probably do. Levy saying, what cocktail would Chaos be? Something blue for sure, and probably with a lot of something that plays around with the concept of water and power. I'm saying, Cash saying, you're a pretty cool dude. I have not met anybody else calm and relaxed as you. I'm even more to charity just because you're even cool. Thank you for that. I'm only calm and collected when people are behaving themselves. Otherwise, I get angry. Let's get back to the game, shall we? I'm not angry yet. Because so far, nobody's asked me to fart. Don't ask me to fart. Unless you've been around here a little while. Like, you know, if I know who you are, like if Ryan said, yo, bro, let it rip, I'd be like, all right, buddy. But if the first thing you say in my chat is something weird, sexual, or downright intrusive, or doesn't respect the boundaries of any human, get out of here. Yo, Ryan, no problem, my guy. I got you. Hold up a second. Got you. I got you. I see KB Rockstar saying, how would you make a cotton candy cocktail? Oh, easily. I would take cotton candy and I'd dissolve it in any booze. Any booze. Cotton candy just like dissolves. Oh, Oh, I had a bunch of... Oh, this is a good spread. But can I get another gorilla? Oh my goodness gracious. What an excellent spread. What an absolutely excellent spread. Wow, dude. Whew. Brad out there saying, I love a flavor, vodka, and cola. That's fair. Any flavored vodka could work there. Never turning down a cream soda. There we go. Did I miss anything else out there? Dark Far being like orange Fanta and vanilla liqueur? Yeah. Yeah. If you didn't have like a vanilla vodka, you could use a vanilla liqueur. There are some things out there that call themselves vanilla liqueurs, but they're not necessarily... Like, Galliano is a very tall bottle that is considered a vanilla liqueur, but it's got some notes of like licorice and fennel that I don't think would work at a creamsicle. This bottle of Liquor 43 is a really nice, like almost caramelly vanilla liqueur. This plus a little bit of like orange crust would probably taste amazing. But I don't have any orange soda, so I can't test it right now. What else is more? You could probably try it with a Pinnacle vodka, but honestly, I don't think it would work. Coconut vodka? Yeah, but a little bit less orange creamsicle. More like coconut orange creamsicle. To me, like, when I think of a creamsicle, I think of, like, the orange on the outside and the vanilla on the inside. I would say for a creamsicle, you gotta have some vanilla in there. Or at least some flavors that are reminiscent of milk. Vanilla happens to do pretty well with. Levy out there saying, if Chaos was a Smash character, what would its moveset be? I have zero knowledge on movesets. I'm gonna go with Link, because Link and the sword characters are easy mode. And I kind of want to see Chaos's Hiya! Attack be like him just swinging his arm, or like swinging his arm down like on a big hammer. Speaking of hammers, I guess Game & Watch would be kind of cool too as a Chaos, because he's kind of overpowered, you know? Oh, where'd you get Clementine? Where's the red? There you are. There you are. Come over here, away from your brother, relative. I have no idea. No! What the? No! Clementine, no! I didn't mean to do that. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness gracious. I have to console them. Excuse me. Man. Let's see out there. Brad saying, I'm gonna get the cold water out, you two. What did you do to my boy? Be gone for 10 seconds. Oh, is that what happened? Oh, Ryan. Oh, Ryan. That man knows his way around bagpipes. When he comes back, I'm gonna need a reminder of exactly what all the pipes are called, because I forgot again. I remember the name McCloud, though. I remember that one. I remember that one. I'm learning. Dogfire out there saying, I don't think I got any vanilla. Okay, okay. What else you got, though? You see you have 1800 Ciroc. So 1800 Ciroc and Malibu. 1800 is tequila. Ciroc is a vodka. I imagine that you have a flavored Ciroc. Actually, is there an unflavored Ciroc? I don't know off the top of my head. And then Malibu is going to be coconut. Yeah. With what you had? Actually, is that 1800 aged? Is it a Reposado or something? Oh, look at you. That was delightful. Oh my gosh. Is that 1800 like a Reposado? Is it aged? Does it have color in it? If it's blank, then it's a no. If it looks a little brown, that could help. Only because aged tequilas tend to be aged in wooden barrels, especially if it's a Reposado or an Añejo, can sometimes adopt some vanilla-like flavors from the barrel that it's rested in. So it's possible that if you want to accent the notes of vanilla that you might be able to find just a little bit in like the coconut Malibu, you might add a touch of tequila to it. Not too much, otherwise it's going to taste like tequila. Tequila likes to make itself known. Let's see. Ryan out there saying something about nether region flavored chips. And the bagpipes have 3 types of pipes. There's drones, the chanter, and the blowpipe. I need to write this down for myself, my guy. Otherwise, I'm going to forget. I've forgotten 3 times, and I want to learn. Ooh, Noodle's got a good idea for you, Dark. Vanilla extracts. That'll add the vanilla flavor. There are bag pipe, and the Malibu is original. Oh, I get... that was my question. Malibu original is coconut. Well, I recently got another bottle of Malibu here at the bar with the next. I got the pineapple one, and I was like, it's a coconut pineapple, but it isn't actually pineapple. It doesn't actually pineapple coconut. It's just pineapple. I thought all Malibu is coconut, and apparently I was wrong. Drones, chanters, blowpipe. I got it. I got it. I see Renzo in chat saying, I just scared myself because I forgot that you had a picture of me. Yeah, you drew it yourself and it looks beautiful. And if you were terrified of it, I would think that there is something to be said about the beauty which is currently in the eye of you, the beholder. Pretty cool. Darkfire saying you got bacon vanilla. I feel like baking vanilla is just vanilla extract, and oftentimes it's got alcohol in it anyways. Or like imitation vanilla. I think like it might get... you know what? You know what? Baking vanilla goes into edible food. You could probably put baking vanilla into a drink. That doesn't like... That passes my sniff test. Let's see. What else do I see out there? Brad, like, I always sigh when I let you talk, Ryan. Oh my gosh. Ryan's great, yo. I like Ryan. He told me to put peanut butter in my whipped cream maker the other day. That's a special kind of wonderful. Ryan, I was actually very, very curious because at the end of that, I know you were saying that you were going to go back and workshop that. Do you actually have, like, have you been, like, workshopping cocktails and stuff at home? Or are you, like, chatting with your bar buddies and being like, I got this idea. Do you got the equipment? I'm so curious about your workshopping process. Renzo out there saying, I haven't been home in over a month, and it fell as I opened the bedroom door, and so it was just like a Cameron jump scare as it fell on. That's incredible. Imagine coming home and being like, oh my god, it's Cameron.
Stage select.
That's what Anna has to go through almost daily.
Yuck.
Yeah.
Look. I love you. You want you know? Apologize. I'm sorry. I was. It's okay. I still love you.
Death Chamber, one who chames death. Get you a girl that hugs you from the back when you play Sonic Adventure 2 Battle with a Monsieur cocktail.
I love you too, Brad.
Brad says, love you, Anna.
Yes. I was mean. I apologize.
Me too. I love you. Mwah. I missed the timer. Brad, like, I'm always mean. But it's an aspect that we love. It serves well when it comes to moderational activities. Oh, look, another tiger. I didn't know the guy was there. Brad out there saying the chip conversation kind of makes me think about the Office scenes where James Spader says, why did they add coconut to the dude flavor? That's what Malibu always is to me. It's just like coconut. Anytime somebody calls for coconut, it's always Malibu. Always.
How are you? And then go back to
I see Argon Skelraco pop again. Welcome to the bar with an X, Argon. If I can get you a drink, by all means, let me know. If you got things on hand, I can throw a recipe in your direction. We're playing Sonic Adventure right now, and sometime in the next hour or so, the Infinity Bottle will open. Oh, hello there. No bunnies.
go back to How are
Oh my gosh, Eden's Guidance, welcome in as well. Hello, everybody.
Thank you very
Welcome to the bar with an X. I'd say my spiel again, but I get the strange feeling that y'all caught that the first time. Welcome in. I'm sipping on a Monsieur cocktail right now. If you want the recipe, type ! sips in chat. It'll print it right there. It's pretty simple. Kind of like a martini. You into that stuff. Let's see. How much do I got here? I can do another one. I can do another one. Let's do another one. Bradley out there saying, I just heard love you, Brad, and it scared the crap about... You're right, I forgot. There's multiple Brads in chat. Oh my gosh. Bradley saying, you're so kind. Much love, bar family. You're all treasures. Absolutely. Much love back in your direction, Bradley, in a platonic way that is respective of your boundaries as an individual. Also, need I remind you, I am not single. This is not an open relationship, and like you might be cool, and you might be into the same things that I'm into, but like, you know, it just can't work out that way. Not unless somebody decides to die. And then reincarnate, just like Clementine did. Anyways, what are we doing? Doing Chao stuff? Yeah, dog. Oh, it's a bunny. Oh, I didn't want the bunny. Tigers are good. That will replace a skunk. That's a good one. And I think we'll just go back to the garden. Back to the garden. Noodle out there saying, gotta bounce, keep the drinks flowing. Remember, I'm slacking on the Discovery cocktail menu. Keep me posted on the creamsicle drink. Whatever happens with a creamsicle drink, it will likely be edited into a short. Unless it was a pregame drink. I'm actually thinking about cutting back on the editing stuff that I have to do, and sometimes the pregame drinks just won't be edited because I don't think anybody watches that stuff anyways. I've looked at the analytics chat, and I just can't do all of them. I'm still debating whether or not I'm going to edit the Monsieur cocktail. It was pretty simple. It was very simple, and the only fancy thing about it was the fact that we used a new type of bitters. Now I have to think business about it, because I'm limited on resources. At least it tastes good. No worries, all the drink requests will still be edited, and all of the infinity bottle segments will also still be edited, because that stuff, to me, matters a heck of a lot more, and it's a heck of a lot more fun. Let's see. Renzo out there saying, I was trying to clip Anna's yuck, but it wasn't working, so I just went back and screen recorded it. Literally, what was I telling you? What was I telling you earlier today?
They're recording you.
They're recording me, internet! Mom, look, I'm famous! Renzo, can you please send that to my mother? I miss her. She's just fine, by the way. I was talking with her earlier today on her way to acupuncture. My mother was getting stabbed this morning. I miss her. It was just acupuncture. Also, acupuncture. I hardly know her. Only time I'm making that joke this stream. It just felt too good. It felt too right. Wow, dude. Let's see. Brad being like, Brad not so Lee. Brad then awesome. Brad more than awesome. Saying, how happy I am to get to see everyone who comes back because we're a fun little family. That's what we say. Now, mind you this. A good red flag when you're entering a business is if during the interview they say we're like family here, run! Oh my god, I'm sorry, Clementine, we're like family. I tend to throw them. That's what we do. Renzo like, bet, what's your mom's Discord or Snap? I'll never tell. I'll never tell. Clementine, can you just... This is gonna sound really, really weird. Please accept the happiness. Whatever. Brad Lee saying, I keep... And I quote, write this down. I keep coming back to streams because the energy is great. Smack that on Trustpilot. I have no idea how Trustpilot would work for a Twitch stream, but Trustpilot, 5-star review. Camera with an X streams. The bar with an X. Where is it? God knows where. Twitch.tv/camera with an X. And YouTube.com/& camera with an X. 5 stars. 5 stars. Clementine, where'd you... There you are. Where are the animals? Oh, skunk. Oh, and a 2 skunks and a gorilla. Banging on my chest, bang, bang. Donkey Kong. Somebody was asking earlier, do I do impressions? No, not unless I feel like it. This is my impression of the announcer from Smash Bros. Melee saying Donkey Kong. Donkey Kong! That's all I got. What are the other characters? Roy! Roy's our boy! Oh my gosh. Renzo said I sent it in Discord. Excellent. I'm gonna check that after the fact. Bradley say it, quote me. I'd say it to the media. Hold up. He'll say it. I just gotta, hold on, I just gotta detach something real quick. Oh, hold up. Don't go yet. Oh, okay. I just gotta pop this thing out and then, there we go. Pull that a little bit and then a little bit of, oh, it's stuck. That's okay. This is gonna be the closest I can, okay, well. I really thought this was gonna work out a little bit. Hold up, microphone's going dead for a second. Hello there. Get over here. Oh my gosh. Can you say that one more time? Not you, Abe. This is for Bradley. One more time. Loud and proud so that my mother can hear it. I keep coming back because the energy is great. You heard it here first, folks. The Bar with an X is a great place. Hence the energy. We appreciate that. We have that, excuse me, we have that on record now. Now I'm gonna put my microphone back together. HyperX Quadcast, by the way, for anybody who's interested. Quad, as in my quads are burning. Son of a bitch. We're doing a little bit of maintenance here. Oziel, welcome back. Now for radio silence again while you fix the microphone. No. I don't need to do that. I don't need the radio silence. I don't need it. Oziel, like, indeed. The vibes are great. The vibes are great. Say it again. The vibes are great. And the drinks are better. Are we good? Can y'all still hear me? If you can't hear me, just blink twice. And in the meantime, I'm gonna go back to the death chamber. Oh, I'm going back to the death chamber. If you can't hear me, blink twice. Thank you for your understanding. Riley says, I can hear everything. I really wanted to whisper into the microphone with chewing sounds. I didn't. Renzo saying, am I able to request another cocktail or only one? Only one per stream. Eventually, I will have the request system built out in such a way, such that if you request a drink and it didn't get redeemed, you can, it'll ask you like, hey, you requested a drink last time. Would you like to request it again or replace it with a new one? Yeah, solid question there. If y'all ever have any feedback about how the bots should work or how the stream should work or how the request system can potentially get better, I've got an ! suggest command that sends a message to the Discord. I'm also taking suggestions for ingredients that we should have on hand for the charity stream happening in about 2 weeks. Because unless I have it, it's not going in the bottle. And I am not Instacarting ingredients. Damn it, there's so many bunnies! Work that body. Twist. Let's twist again like we did last summer. Come on, let's twist again at the bar with an X. Do you remember when little Abe brought the slushy machine? It was literally on Monday. How could have you forgotten? Oh, Boys Dance 2s? Son of a bitch.
What is the boys dance?
It's this. It's pelvic. Literally, Boys Dance is just pelvic circles.
Why can't you belly circle?
Now I'm doing belly circles and pelvic circles at the same time, and I'm not allowed to show... Like, you can't do both at the same time? Well, I'm certainly gonna try.
No, leave your pelvic by the side.
I'm trying, chat. To respect the terms of services of all platforms I'm on right now, I am wearing pants, but I am gyrating my hips aggressively.
Yes.
Brad's saying I need elbows up. Oh, my suggestion, need elbows up. Oh, for Boys Dance.
What?
Anna's being very critical today.
I love you very, very much.
I love you very, very much too, dear.
If you're not a
Yeah. You're writing notes to me in the mod chat? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's for the charity.
Oh, thank God. Oh my gosh. Goodness forbid I take an example from YouTube Vertical. Whew. I'd like to apologize, everybody. Wow. Brad saying, that is how we boys dance the charity. Oh, with the arms up. Okay. Clarification. I appreciate that. Ryan out there saying, Cam, folks, let me tell you, makes the best cocktails. Absolutely fantastic. Tremendous effort. Very talented. You've never tasted anything like that. Trust me, it's incredible. I put the microphone back over here, Ryan. They can't hear you. Anne can hear you, though. She's literally right next to me.
Oh, I'm giving an apology hug.
Wouldn't you want your girl to hug you from the back like this? when you're sipping on a cocktail and playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. She is going to kick me if I continue. Bradley's saying, I'm gyrating my pelvis aggressively. This is the energy I speak of. Vibe check passed. Vibe check passed. Ryan being like, if you aren't careful, you'll end up on the couch. Oh, you don't know, Ryan. I sleep on the couch willingly. That's what I had to do to get married. My agreement with the priest that married us, because Anna and I have been living together for years now, was that leading up to our wedding, I had to sleep on the couch. And you know what I did, chat? If I answered truthfully, somebody out there would be very angry with me. Theater of the mind. Bradley's saying, respectfully so. I meant how random Cam is. My apologies, fam. You're good. You're good. You were totally good. Totally good. Ryan's saying you slept on the couch. Yeah! That's what I told father. And that's what I will continue telling a zealot of our good Lord. Who happens to be, was it, somebody, it was a pineapple. Somebody told me about a pineapple god in TikTok chat. I forgot their name already. That's okay. We don't talk religion anyways. It bothers the dog. Darkfire is saying, I want to be a part of the bottle, but I'm low on points, and I don't know how to on YouTube. Aha! Feel free to type !redeem space infinity, and it should give you some instructions. Actually, here's a little rundown for anybody on... Oh, you don't know how to on YouTube. Oh, well, on Twitch, Darkfire, you've got the points for it, so you just gotta sit around and wait for it, unfortunately, but it takes a little while. On YouTube, you just pop in chat. You chat along. If you send super chats, or if you send gifs, or if you go on a watch streak, very similar to how it works on Twitch. You just gotta pop in there, and you can use ! Points to check your points, and then ! Redeem, and then space, and then whatever the thing is. And then you'll be able to redeem it if you have enough points. Speaking of new point garnerers, Cake Snatcher 92. Welcome to the bar with an X. How much cake have you snatched today? And watch the way you answer that question. Welcome in. You want a drink? Sometimes I fight. Sometimes I fall victim to my own troll traps, so to speak. I tend to sip on my drinks then. Distracts me. Just for a little bit. Little saw on YouTube being like, Cam, don't dance that way. You're going to inspire me to fire up the Kinect and play something on it. What? Anything, any type of game that would be inspired by the way I dance is either hella inappropriate or is like an exercise game. And we could all use a little more exercise. Me especially. Let's see. Renzo saying, did the infinity bottle go off? Not to my knowledge. El Tigre. Means tiger, I believe. There's so many bunnies around here. Get the bunnies out of here. No Playboy bunnies in my heaven! None of them! No Playboy bunnies in my heavens. No regular bunnies either. Rabbits, also not allowed. Because they're basically bunnies. Actually, Alexa, what is the difference between a bunny and a rabbit? Alexa, what is the difference between a bunny and a rabbit?
A rabbit is an adult animal, while a bunny is a baby rabbit. Rabbits are larger and more mature, while bunnies are smaller and more cute. Rabbits are scientific names, while bunnies are informed and unscientific.
I mean, Alexa saying that bunnies are cute and rabbits are not is just their opinion, right? I think rabbits are pretty cute, but I don't want them. Where'd the other one go? Where'd that damn rabbit go? There you Hi there. You shouldn't be here. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Radley out there saying, always look forward to the infinity bottle. If they make a Cam Funko, it has to come with the bottle. Dude. Speaking of which, Anna, are you comfortable showing our cake topper on stream? Oddly enough, Anna and I got a custom taped cake topper for our wedding. And this was before I decided to really start delving into stuff supremely. And we specifically commissioned them to have me holding a little shaker.
You should get a close.
You get a close-up? You can't really see it. Hold on, here's a little close-up. Does it have any personal details on it? My favorite color. Oh no.
Your favorite color
I'm gonna try not
there.
to. I'm gonna try not to focus the camera on the inappropriate parts of my body. Here we go. Here we go. Closer, closer. Look at my shaker.
Well, they also had to go through like 2 different shakers before we decided that was the one we wanted.
Yeah. So in actuality, so the question was, what kind of shaker do you want? You could go with one of these Boston-style shakers like this, which honestly looks completely unrecognizable in clay form.
That's what you
or
asked for.
you go with something like this cobbler shaker here, and I was like, can we put Prat on it? And the answer was basically no. But that was fine. That was fine. We split the difference.
Because we asked originally because we saw like like they had little drinks or something on a picnic basket or something.
Yeah, you could get
And
like a
we're
martini
Can we
glass.
just put it in his hand? And she's like, yeah, you can do that.
It's getting dusty. Can you grab the red paintbrush, actually? Here's a red paintbrush. It's right next to the whisk. I'll clean this thing off while I got it. Brad out there saying,
Yeah.
Cam's suit inspired my go-to suit. Yeah, it's pink. And yeah, I absolutely wore pink at my wedding, by the way.
Because you
Oh
couldn't.
my god, is that a message from Bento on Twitch? That is fucking beautiful. What is that?
How did you do that?
Why can't I see that on my aggregate chat, Twitch? That's a question for Twitch, not for you, Bento. Yo, 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 what's up, people? How we doing? The message is like glowing purple. Do you folks on Twitch see that?
I don't know.
What the heck? Oh, you spent bits on that, didn't you? Yeah, they did. They did. Thank you. That's beautiful, dude. That's freaking beautiful. Wow, I did spend bits. You see, when you spend bits on the channel, you should get something like that in return. Anyways, Anna's taking care of herself and myself in clay form.
Oh, she put actual lace on this.
Shall we get back to it? Is it really? Is that lace on it?
Lace around.
Oh my god, that is so hot.
Don't make weird comments about clay meat.
Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. It's almost infinity time. Who else out there? Cole saying, I love it. It's cute. Ryan says, let me preface this. Okay. This is not an opening to a conversation about religion. Acknowledged. Have you seen the original Islamic Understanding Institute logo? If not, look it up and get your mind out of the gutter. Does it look like a penis? Because if it looks like a penis, just tell it to me straight. Or tell it to me gay. I don't care. Some folks be like, Pride ended 2 days ago, and to that, I'm like, nah.
It's Disability Pride Month.
Now it's Disability Pride Month. Yeah, who told us that the other stream? That was actually pretty cool.
I don't know, but that's awesome.
Brad, like, which version of the logo? Are there multiple? Anyways. Mord, welcome back. How am I? If I'm being honest, I am doing significantly better today than I was technically yesterday early morning. Ryan says it's not just a phallic object. Are you calling my schwang an object? Because I take that as a compliment, by the way. Chat, please don't make any comments about my cock. Only my cocktails. Thank you very much. You've been asked politely. That is all I will give you. Also, take this skunk and turn it in your direction. And maybe this gorilla. Maybe.
Well, infinity bottles can come out soon.
I did say that, yeah. I'm not supposed to say it very loud, otherwise Anna gets ideas.
Well, I looked at it.
Ela's saying you should check out the Disability Pride flag too. It's really pretty. Ooh. Ooh. When do we have an ad break coming up? Nah, not anytime soon. If somebody reminds me, I'll try to look that up. Or, you know, like I said before, too, like, we have, in our Discord server, we have a live updates channel. It gets populated with infinity bottle reminders, the recipes that we cover, and otherwise. If what we're talking about is appropriate to share in a public space, and it's a picture or otherwise, you can put it in a live updates channel, and I go through that after the streams, too. Actually, who was it? Was it on, I think on Monday, Aziel was like, I've got this cool, like, Shadow the Hedgehog edit, and he put it in the server, and I watched it this morning. I was like, this is cool. I give it a little rock emoji. I didn't know the song, but it was pretty nice. I liked it. All right, do it again. Do it again. Let's see. Bento out there saying, just Knuckles saying, ora, ora, ora. Reminds you of, like, JoJo's Bizarre. Ora, 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 ora. Yeah. One of my favorite things to quote from this game just because I like the ironic and mildly comedic monotonicity of the way Knuckles talks is, and I'll state it exactly like this. To quote the great Knuckles from Sonic Adventure 2 Battles, or Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, all right. Something about it. Ozio, like, glad you liked it. I did, dude. I woke up to this, I woke up to it and I looked at it and I was like, what was this in relation to? And then I was editing through things and I saw your message being like, I'll put it in the Discord. I was like, oh, that's where this came up in conversation. So I had to do a little bit of sleuthing, but it worked. Oh, that's a bunny. No thanks. Electro Jr., welcome in. Welcome, welcome, man. Bradley like, all right, Knuckles is peak chilled mood. That and evidently Knuckles says like, oh no, in one of the shows or maybe in one of the games. I think it's Sonic Adventure 1. And that's a sound effect that Lycos is constantly using to censor me on the WithAnX podcast. Because I curse on that podcast because I'm not for children. Man. Red Pro, welcome back. I see Bento out there saying, Cam, you asked what that was on my first message, how I did that message effects. It's in the bits menu. I see that, I see that. That was one of those things that I haven't raised the prices of yet. The large emote is 100 bits because previously it broke my aggregate chat, and I think I put it back, actually. I put it back down to pre-inflation prices. Because I am not the kind of person to extort. And so far, not a lot of things at this bar are behind paywalls. Bit paywalls or super chat paywalls. You know. Red Pro saying, how are you doing? Doing a lot better than yesterday. All right, not yesterday, Monday. I was dealing with, long story short, I was dealing with a lot, and I got the charity event coming up, so I was a little bit under stress, and things got a little bit overwhelming in the evening on Monday, but we've recovered from that. We got a couple of plans, did a little bit of damage control, and we're back at it. And we'll have a pretty good Infinity Bottle cocktail. By the way, the last addition to the Infinity Bottle was absinthe, so if you've got ideas for what to use it for, I've got an idea, but if you give me a better one, I can be convinced. I can be convinced. Right out there saying, I burned all my biddies doing dinosaurs or whatever because Abe wanted it. During that massive combo that we had last month, that was freaking wild, dude. Also, I don't know if anybody else out there is a Twitch streamer who has access to this beta combos thing, but it is exactly as annoying as, like, the reactions on YouTube chat. Except you can do a reaction for free on YouTube. You can't do a combo for free on Twitch, and there's absolutely no alert that I get for it, except for what appears in my activity feed. Which usually doesn't tell me all the details. Nothing pops up on my screen. Brad being like they needed to show up in moderator mode and in streamer mode. Yeah, you would think so, right? Instead, it just shows up on like the Twitch screen, and for somebody like myself who streams to multiple platforms, and also doesn't look at Twitch directly, not a lot of people do, it's kind of annoying. But it is a beta feature, and as a beta tester, it is up to me to to share about the difference I would want to see in the world. So I gave feedback in the only way that they gave me an option for. And that was through a small pop-up. Oh my god, was that Ryan? 50 gift memberships on YouTube. That's like $50, my guy. Look at all the folks getting things out there. Oh my goodness gracious, and the Infinity Bottle is available now. Can you believe that? And it's already been picked. Cole says cognac. Cavassier. Do I even have any Cavassier left? Hell yeah, I do. Cognac, baby. He got it. He got it. He got it. Let me feed all these animals to Clementine. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. I saw Bento up above saying a last resort cocktail. That last resort cocktail could be pretty good. Man, Ryan, always appreciated. Always love having you in chat over here. I remember, I think you were probably one of the first people to pop into the YouTube chat once I finally got everything going. And it's been a pleasure that you've stuck around this entire time, continuing to share all of these wacky, sometimes complicated mixological experiments. And I really do appreciate the fact that you remind me every single time what the heck all the pieces of the bagpipe are called. And I have notes on it now. Drones, chanters, and the blowpipe. And now I know. Now I know. Ryan being like, I had some extra cash this week, so I figured I'd spread the love. Thank you. We appreciate that. We also got a charity event coming up.
Oh,
what's up, love?
they cannot
Oh, yeah, no. The infinity bottle? Well, actually, dearest, can you check the website and see whether or not the infinity bottle is on the website? Because if it's not on the website, you can't put it in. Oh my gosh, what was that? Bento with the 10 subscriber. 10! It's not a subscriber. No, it is a subscriber on YouTube. No, it's Twitch. God damn it! That one costs money. We're at a hype train level 3, apparently. Because the spreading the love. I think it takes like 3 community events for it. Let's swap ourselves over to the bar. Let me take this recipe off the screen. We got a hype train happening over here. I wanted to put an overlay for that. Chat's Infinity Blend is on the stock? Cool. That will not be available. You cannot put Chat's Infinity Bottle in the Starity Infinity Bottle. You cannot do that. No, I appreciate that. Chat's
I added to his list.
Infinity Blend on website. Very, very good call, love. If that happened during the stream, I would have overridden that because it completely undermines the entire project. For what we do for hype trains, if we take shots. Everybody! Non-alcoholic shots because nobody can make me drink on my channel. We're at level 5 already, which means I gotta get the pickle shots. I'm preparing for the pickle shot. If we reach level 10, I have clam juice. And I really want to get one of those, you know those little like paddles that you can get with the flights and stuff like that? I really want to get those. But I don't have them just yet. Thank you so much for supporting the bar with an X. To all the folks on YouTube and all the folks on Twitch as well. Evidently, my pickle juice has a little bonnet on it. Actually quite cute. It's a little baby thing. This is not supposed to be like a gender reveal or anything like that, y'all. It isn't. I promise you that. Let's see. Who's out there is giving the shots? Little Abe is contributing. Disney Queen is contributing. We greatly appreciate that around here. Like I said, and I could probably flesh out the system a little bit better, is for every level that we reach in the hype train, we take a shot of something alcoholic. Don't fret. It's not that bad. Oh, non-alcoholic, excuse me. Don't fret, because we've got some pretty interesting things here at the bar with an X, including, but not limited to, I got pickle juice, I got clam juice, I got other juice, I have water. Water's pretty hot, especially when it's warm. I think every 5 levels of the hype train, we do something a little bit different. And what I'd like to do is prepare this stuff ahead of time, but you're just gonna have to vibe with me for a little moment here as I fill up my shots and then take them in rapid succession. If we get the hype, I think we determined that hype level 10 is clam juice. That's what we determined. We haven't reached that yet. But we have reached number 5, and that is pickle juice. Thank you again for contributing to the bar with an X. Broadtail being like, shots? Yeah. Yeah, you know what's up. The tavern knows what's up. Let's see, what else do I see out there? Maddox saying got a theory. What if Infinite's mom named Infinite, and that's how we got some Infinite? Nah, Infinite named himself. I think his mother's dead. Maybe. I don't know. Everybody else in the Jackal Squad is dead. Thank you for supporting the bar with an X. Thank you for supporting the bar with an X.
Nice.
This is your infinity bottle. Just kidding. And what I'll say, this is not your infinity bottle. This is pickle juice. Oh my god. When we reached hyper level 5, we did it. We did it. Literally being like, message effects are cool. I'm inclined to agree. Let's see. Brad out there saying, also, I need another drink, but if you're here and chatting and you got missed in the random ones, I'll give you a sub when I'm back while the train is going. Excuse me. Thank you, Brad. You're always appreciated. Always. Cuddles out there saying, when I was infinite, I would say I named myself and my mother doesn't exist. Not in Sega's book. Hey, that's the canon. If that's the canon, that's what I'm going with. These are just shot glasses, so I'm not gonna put them in my bucket. We just might as well, like, reuse them. This one's fine. This one's got pickle juice on it. Let me just wipe these guys off over there. Again, so to anybody who wonders what the heck the contributions to the bar with an X goes to, as of right now, despite the fact that I'm kind of doing this as a full-time job now, it doesn't actually go back to me. It goes back into whatever we're doing with the bar here. Anything that you contribute to the bar with an X, whether it's with your eyes to the ad breaks or whether it's with bits or supers or anything like that, goes back into the bottles that I get to bring back to the bar, the equipment that we get to bring back to the bar. I know I've been teasing this Spinzall, this tabletop centrifuge, which costs a heck of a lot of money, and one of these days we'll be able to get some to do some really, really intriguing cocktail mixology stuff, which to prove the point, you can do from the comfort of your own home, because I'm here in the comfort of my own home. There we go. I see Glans out there saying, what's wrong with me watching you drinking water shots? I don't think there's anything wrong with you. Not unless you got medical stuff wrong, but I'm not here to judge you on what you got wrong or otherwise. Whatever you got, you bring it to the table, and unless you're hurting the people around you, I don't think there's anything wrong. Welcome in, by the way, Glans. Let's see. I see Nova out there saying, it's funny because I'm listening to the stream and playing Sonic Frontiers and FNAF Security Breach at the same time. How do you play both of those games at the same time? I guess you can just stand still in Sonic. I suppose you would play Sonic, and then when you feel like you have to respond to something in FNAF. No, but that's the FNAF games, not Security Breach. That's a different story. That's a different one. Anyways. Apparently we've got 20 seconds left on that hype train. I'm gonna grab the infinity bottle as well. We're adding cognac to it. So I'll do all of my back-end work ahead of time while that hype train is coming to seemingly a close. Let's see. Broadtail out there saying, very nice, but do you need more for Tuaka? No, the only thing I need is to just find Tuaka. And I haven't found it yet. Or at least I haven't been keeping my eyes open for it, so that's kind of on me. Let's see. Oh, where's my mouse, dude? Where's my mouse? Hold up a second. I gotta find my mouse. There we go. Found my mouse. Evidently it's a little bit low on battery. Let's see. Woo! Cake Snatcher with 1,000 bits? Did we just go up another level? Are we going up another level?
No, we missed it.
Oh, we missed it? Did we miss it? Oh, no way, dude. No way, dude. Cake. It can't be alcoholic, but tell me to take a shot of something. I got a whole website for it. Let me know. I really do appreciate it. I do appreciate it. I will make a small exception. Few seconds shy. Dude, Diamond, welcome in as well, by the way. Let's see. I'm trying to find my infinity list here, and for some reason I can't find... Oh, there it is. We've got, This is also another... Oh, no. VS Cognac. This is not brandy. The last time we had VSOP brandy, this time it's cognac. Slightly different. Let's see. Paul, welcome in on the YouTube side. Welcome in. Nova saying the way that I'm playing is because your eyes are going back and forth. That is also very fair. Abe being like, the cake just missed the train. And Broadtail saying, how dare you? They do have shooters and small bottles of it. Of what, Tuaka? Ah, that's fair. How dare I? How dare an official on YouTube who just popped in with an I? His lowercase. But yes, this one is indeed the cognac. Anyways, we really appreciate it, y'all. Thank you so much. Okie dokie. In follow-up to the supports, it's infinity time. You know how this works, and if you don't, sit back and watch. This is your infinity bottle. Every single time we take from the bottle, we gotta put something back into the bottle, so let's give it a try so far. My Glencairns are over here. It's happening faster and faster now. Anna just, like, jutted out of her chair.
I forgot that's why I was waiting. Oh, wait, one second. Oh.
What are you doing?
My blanket, so it looks pretty.
I'm just doing some palate cleansers over here. Calisthenics or otherwise. Brad like, hi, Anna. Hi, everybody. Oh, you were stuck on there a little bit. Look at that. There we go. Still dripping, though. As everything should be. Dripping, sopping wet. The bar with an X. That's gross. Yeah, that's okay. Back it up, Cam. Back it up. I love how you were specifically beeping during the pour. And as soon after I was done with the pour,
I keep forgetting.
You stopped. It's okay. I edited it out. I figured out a way to edit it out. Oh, come here, you fucker. I missed them.
Stop going for the flies. They have lives too, you know. Put Jeremy away.
Okay. Oh. Drippy infinity. Say that. Cole, watch yourself. Oh my gosh. Anyways, what else do I see out there? Let's see. I'm seeing Diamond saying, remember that Blue Sky post I made the other day about taking a video, recorded, posted on Instagram, and it got 1,000 views? Yeah, it's been 8 months and you're still mad? Ah, dude, sometimes you just gotta forgive and forget, but... It's not my life! It's yours! What do you think?
It smells like licorice.
Yeah, it's got absinthe in it, dude.
I'm not excited.
Would you like Vertical to see your reaction? Oh, okay. Oh my god. I have glasses over here. Look, I'll prove it. No, actually, I'm not going to prove it. I'm so sorry, I shouldn't be laughing.
This is worse than when we added Malort.
Excuse me.
You shouldn't add that much absinthe to things. Oh, it's all liquid. I'm gonna double check this.
Cough germs, infinity germs. Diamond saying, Anna, are you willing to make coffee for Cam on stream?
I have.
Yeah, she has sometimes. That was beautiful.
No. Oh.
Remember earlier when I said there are two things that I like the pain of, and one was wasabi, and the other one I didn't share? It's nice to see it from the other side.
It's gross.
Shut up.
I love it.
Don't tell your partner shut up. I love you. I'm sorry. Thank you, dearest. I love you, dearest. Yes, dear.
Don't do that.
It smells like absinthe and banana. Paspile. It's like absinthe and banana and a little bit of spice. What spice? I don't know. I really like this. This smell is so intriguing. It is banana-y and absinthe, licorice-y, and also just the slightest bit bubblegummy. With everything else that's in there. Renzo like banana synth. Oh my gosh. Wow. That started savory and sweet. I gotta do it again. It's definitely started savory. I had a flavor note and then I lost it. It was just blocked out of my mind. I was like, it tasted like, yes. It's very absinthe. Let me make it clear. It's absinthe. It's very prominently absinthe. It is like, it is full absinthe, but then it's a little bit fruity, hint of bubblegum, and all those other cabinet spices are still there. Think of like a cinnamon. Think almost a little, yeah, maybe not as much cinnamon. It was cinnamon for a hot second. Think of like the cinnamon and the clove, but just a hot second before it exits to be very absinthe. And dry. And dry. The dryness hasn't left yet. Like previously, I would describe this as being like a spiced gin. It's like a mildly spiced absinthe. And it's a little bubblegummy. If anything, I don't taste much of the banana anymore. The banana has transformed into this bubblegummy flavor. It's intriguing. It's very surprisingly palatable. Anything else in there? I get something that's like I keep wanting to say it's cinnamon or clove or some spice or maybe cocoa or something else. Nah, I'm just gonna leave it there. It ends like with some spice. I really don't know what spice it is, but I'm pretty sure you put it in a gumball. That's intriguing. Very intriguing. Okie doke. What is chat saying out there? Brad being like, with everything in that bottle, it's probably a roller coaster. Oh, a little bit. A little bit of that trauma response. Did all the absinthe float on top? No, it appears to have mixed rather well. I don't see any noticeable, like, layering differences here, at least from what I can tell. If I did spot it, I would have mixed it up a little bit, just so that the first flavor note is not, you know, completely overpowering, all things considered. Let me see out there. Brett says, I feel like we need an agitate redemption. Well, what, will you agitate the bottle a little bit? Kind of funny. Pour it back in and agitate it a little bit. I've been hunting for that. Penguin Man, welcome into chat. We're at the bar right now, doing this infinity bottle segment. Welcome in, by the way. If you're familiar with it, great. If not, there's like 50, there's almost 50 things in this bottle. It's only gonna get worse. So I've got an idea of what to use this for. I had my first Corpse Reviver #2 a while ago, about a month ago, when I was doing a little small collab with the Tropical Raven. And because I have that because I have the Lillet Blanc now, and I haven't specifically tried specifically a Corpse Reviver #2. So I think we're gonna do that. Let's do a Corpse Reviver #2. Raise the Dead. Twice, I guess. Let's see. I see Carlos saying, what's the bottle? What's this, bourbon or whiskey? It looks like somebody just used the infinity command where you're at. That's what's in this bottle. It is an abomination. And I think is it up to date with the most recent one? Yes, and it includes the cognac, but I haven't added all of that minus the cognac. Haven't gotten there yet. Also, by the way, there is an ad break happening in 2 minutes, so what I'm gonna do is I'm going to run them now to get them out of the way so that it doesn't interrupt us when we're trying to do the drink. So, to everybody who has to watch ads, suckers, thank you. Button, where's the button? There it is, thank you. Levy saying, what is the taste of the abomination? Licoricey, absinthe, little bubblegum, hint of fruit, hint of like cabinet spices. I swear I was getting things like clove and cinnamon a little bit. I honestly don't know where those notes are coming from because it's been a while that we put anything that features those flavors prominently into the bottle. Most recently, we had a bit of Malort in there. We had a bunch of other base spirits in there. We had coffee in there. Why do you have to put Malort in here? Why do you threaten things?
I want the licorice to go away.
You know what I want in the bottle, chat? You know what I really want in the infinity bottle? One of the other 200-something things that hasn't been put in the bottle yet. Like the cognac. Fernette's already got into the bottle, Brad, and you already got both of my Fernette's. The Baltimore one and the Bronco one.
I like repeating. It makes the numbers higher.
Brad being like, don't do content things while ads are running. Oh, yeah, we try not to. You want Fernette in the bottle? Do I want it in the bottle? Yeah. But I got so many other bottles. I have so many other bottles.
Oh, we should do a regular vodka. We have a lot of vodkas.
Well, why do vodka when you have access to Everclear 50 fucking times? It's only been 3, I think.
But we have like 7 different vodkas. Because I like vodka.
If you go to my stock website and look up vodka, there's quite a few of them. Some of them are flavored, some of them are not. Kit Kat saying, is Old Overholt in the bottle? Nope, not yet. The only whiskey, straight whiskey, that is in this bottle is my infinity blend of whiskey, my personal blend, which has, I don't even know what in it. Nobody has redeemed whiskey except for that whiskey with port wine, which is not technically just whiskey, it's whiskey with other stuff in it, but there is no, there's no bourbon in this bottle. There's no specifically rye whiskey in this bottle. There's no, I have other whiskeys. I have quite a few different whiskeys for you to choose from. We've got ryes, we've got scotches, we've got, we had a scotch flavor, we had a pineapple scotch that was in the bottle, but not scotch. I got a couple different types of scotch. I just added the Bar with an X got its first bottle of Indian whiskey, unpeated Indian whiskey, single malt. That was just added. That's infinity redeemable. We've got bourbon. I think we have 2 or 3 of them. We've got some bottled Amans in there. I'm pretty sure I got a rye or 2. I have this bottle of hopped bourbon, which if you thought episode 29 tasted like weed, that thing's gonna make it taste like a fucking hot box. I got options, and they're all accessible at this link here. Make it easy for you. Kit Kat being like, challenge accepted. Welcome back, by the way. Brad saying, Cam, you've got that Durham Distillery Conniption vodka. Have I had it? Oh, have I have it? I have not. Not yet. Not yet. Renzo saying, I'm trying to put mango habanero whiskey or soju. That's fair. Sojus tend to be a little bit low on ABV, but somebody found for me an apple one the other day that is 15% or more. I appreciate that. And we just got the mango habanero the other day. That's very, very new. I have, so the sojus that I've got, I think I have 2 different sojus. One is Charm, one is Jinro. Both of the unflavored sojus are high enough. None of the flavored sojus I have are high enough. There was one exception. In the very beginning, we put strawberry soju into the bottle. That was before I added the rule that things have to be 15% or more. So that one got an exception. My whiskey infinity bottle was also an exception because I put it up on the thing, on the website and was like, oh shit. And Cole took advantage of it. He always does. Infinite Corpse Reviver. So what did I say? So welcome back, everybody. We're gonna do I'm thinking a Corpse Reviver number 2. Not a number 1. Not a number 3, but somewhere way beyond. I just need to pull up a recipe.
Infinite corpse.
Clementine, can you stop singing right next to me? You're bothering the drinkers.
Clementine.
Nah, actually, Clementine's fine. Clementine's basically a champion. Where's my recipe for a Corpse Survivor number 2? I gotta pull it up on my phone. I probably got it. I got a recipe in this for sorry, there's somewhere.
There's 3 with you.
Renzo, like, I remember that. Oh, yeah, dude. Corpse Reviver 9001. It's over 9,000! Corpses. 9,000 corpses on my bar wall. 10,000 corpses up high. You take one down, revive it around. So many fucking more corpses. How do I have more gin in the bottle? There were 2 different gins that were added in the bottle. We have 2 different gins in the bottle. We've got engine gin. And we had, Drum Shenbo, the, gunpowder gin. The Knoxville? Oh, we also had an aged gin in there. Knoxville, I think that was the pink one. I think it was the pink gin. So Corpse Survivor number 2 says it's a splash of absinthe, some gin, some Lillet Blanc, some Cointreau, some lemon juice, and an orange twist. So if we think about this, we're going to add a total of 2 ounces of the Infinity Mix. We don't need to add any absinthe because this has enough absinthe in it. It's got enough gin in it, so I don't think we need to add gin either. We're going to make sure that we still put in Lillet Blanc, Cointreau, lemon juice, and I don't have an orange twist, so we're not going to do an orange twist. What I'm looking into doing is getting some flavored oils so that I can put specifically the essence of an orange twist, lemon twist, lime twist in a bottle so that even though I don't have the rind on me for garnishes, we can still spritz, which would be necessary for certain cocktails. So yeah, we'll do 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. Then we'll do, the total of this is 3/4 is 1.5, a total of 3 with a splash, so 2, and then a half an ounce of Cointreau and a half an ounce of lemon juice. That's what we'll do. That's what we'll do in our Corpse Reviver number infinity. That's what we'll do. Let's see. Cole's saying there are 3 whiskeys in that bottle. Infinity, Buka. What other whiskeys in there?
Candy, the sour apple.
Oh, the sour apple. I'm talking about
That's a whiskey.
unadulterated whiskeys.
That's
Whiskeys with no flavors in it.
That's a whiskey.
With the exception between some of them are flavored whiskeys, some are whiskey liqueurs. It's technically different. Like, for example, Southern Comfort is a whiskey liqueur. I think it's made from whiskey or just other, like, grain spirits. It's kind of on the mark a little bit. Brad being like, put a nice gin in there. Ryan being like, are the corpses on the wall your past mods? Not yet. What do I do? Do I stir this? I think I stir this. I'm getting this recipe from... Oh, the power of positive drinking! Rinse a coupe glass with absinthe. Nope. In a cocktail shaker filled with ice. Oh, we're shaking this shit. All right. Grab a shaker. And drop it on the floor. Why the hell not? Drew being like, again? What do you mean, like a Corpse Reviver again? Have I done a Corpse Reviver before? I don't think so. Hold up. Let me check. I'm doubting myself now. Do I have any corpses in here? No corpse. No corpses yet. Welcome back, Drew, by the way. 80 the beat popping back in with that. Hello! Brad gave you a subscription. Hello! Beautiful and gifted. I've been lifted again. Gifted yet again. Isn't it beautiful? What do we need? Grab a shaker and put in 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. Because that's what we tend to start with around here. I have a lot of shot glasses over here. I'm going to allow them to dry. Just in case we hit another hype train. 80, welcome in, my friend. Where is my measuring jigger? Look at it as I spin it around my fingers and not drop it on the floor. Isn't that cool? Wow, isn't he talented? No. Don't tell me I'm talented. I don't want to be lied to. And if it's the truth, I don't need my ego stroked. Please don't stroke the bartender. Unless you're Anna, in which case...
What?
Never mind. Never mind. I took it back. Let's start with 2 ounces of Infinity Mix. Or Infinity Blend. Or Chat's Infinity Bottle. Or just... Gugh. All are acceptable answers here. All they are. Let's see. 80 out there saying, how do I equip it? What, your subscription? You just have it. You got your hat on. You've got it already. Beautiful. Let's see. Ryan saying, what about stroking the furry wall? There's no fur on my wall. Anyways. That smells really good, actually. It's still savory. It's like a savory bubblegum, dude. It's like a savory bubblegum. Editor Cameron, can you please add in there, like, it's like a savory bubblegum, dude. I licked it off my fingers. I was like, it's like savory bubblegum. Mildly savory. Exactly what kind of savor? I don't know, sweaty socks or something. What else do we need here? Yes! Yes! I'll let you have that. Next I need Lily Blanc. Where's my Lily? Where's Lily? Ryan says, wait, Cam, you've never seen Get Into the Greek? I have not. I have not. 80's like, all this power that you have right now. Oh, yeah, dude. Oh, yeah. Welcome to supporting the Bar with an X, where we give you marginal compensation in return. Let's do. All right. Half an ounce of Lily Blanc. The last time that we put Lily Blanc into an infinity cocktail, it got odd. It got rather odd. Ryan saying you need to watch it. It's seriously hilarious. That's why I have a suggestion command. It's to remind me to watch certain things. Admittedly, I don't have time to watch things. All the time that I would spend watching things like It's All Greek, Get Him to the Greek is instead spent watching Let's Plays for games that I have not told you about because I'm working on cocktails inspired by them. I love it. What else do I need? Cointreau! It says triple sec. I got Cointreau. I'm gonna use Cointreau. Half an ounce of Cointreau or excuse me. Half an ounce of Cointreau or triple sec. I have Cointreau. I'm using Cointreau. My ear is itchy for some reason. What the heck? Oh my goodness gracious. Sorry. Half an ounce of Cointreau triple sec. There we go. I see OG, what is it? OG Happy Dude saying, what the heck is in that spray can? It's a proprietary blend of inert gas. It's definitely not oxygen, but it's definitely some combination of argon and carbon dioxide as well as nitrogen, and specifically makes it so that things that would be perishable like vermouths and wines or wine-based liqueurs, a wine-based aperitif like this, it prevents it from oxidizing or changing flavor in a negative way over time. The same argument can be made about whiskey that is at the bottom of the bottle, but higher proof things tend to oxidize a little bit less. It's one of the advantages of buying things in higher proof, aside from the other benefits you get, like it just admittedly tasting better. Welcome in, by the way, OG. Welcome in. I'm very low on Cointreau. Oh, actually, I have a refill bottle, so I don't need to worry about that. So, Corpse Reviver number 2 typically calls for absinthe and gin, Lillet Blanc, Cointreau, and lemon juice. Oh, did I mismeasure this? Oh, I mismeasured this. I mismeasured this. This is a little bit larger. I was anticipating to do half an ounce of Cointreau and lemon. I forgot about the Lillet. I should have evened it out a little bit. It's going to be a little bit bigger. So, I'm not adding absinthe because there's already absinthe in the bottle. I'm not adding gin because there's a high enough percentage of gin in the bottle. I just need lemon juice. And I only got an orange twist. That's okay. It's too late. We're going to roll with it. It's fine. Half an ounce of lemon juice. Half an ounce of lemon juice. He says twice for the edit. Man. Ryan out there saying, not the 1964 adventure drama by Michael Coco Yanis? What a cool name. Man. 80 out there saying, I'm really happy it's summer because it means I can actually stay awake and watch the stream. There we go. We're happy to have you. Half an ounce of lemon juice. There is enough sweetness that I think the half an ounce is going to be just fine. Of the lemon juice to counteract it. There we go. 80 saying it's 5 a.m. for you right now. Nice. Alright, let me pop this in here. I've got my Infinity and my Lillet and my Cointreau and my lemon juice. Throw ice in here and shake it. Get all of your other ingredients in there. And then we'll clean out this measure and majigger elsewhere. I need ice! Where's my ice? Where is my solid H2O? What the heck just fell over the ground? Oh, my ice scraper. I have an ice scraper in my freezer in case it gets a little bit too cold in there. Y'all want to hear it? Check this out. There's too much ice in my freezer. Actually, not that bad right now. Yeah, there we go. Y'all want any snow in my freezer? No, you don't. Shit's dirty. And then he's gonna use that hand. Now he's actually gonna use the other hand. Throw ice in here and shake it. It's my left hand. I don't use this one very often. Except in certain scenarios. One more? Yeah. One more. One more, we'll see it. Brad out there saying, I am an improv and theater kid. I curate my responses for you, Ryan. Personalization for every individual chat member. Correct! Or at least that's what I try to do. Where's the other top of a... Hello there! Found you! Shake what your mama gave you. If she gave you an ass, use that. If she gave you a shaker, use that. If she gave you a baby... I'm really concerned. First of all, that she gave you a baby and the implications of that statement, but also the fact that you even considered shaking a baby. Don't do that. Shake the baby. Cole, no! Don't shake the baby! Unless the baby's a cocktail, in which case, shake that fucker. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass. Yeah. I don't know where else I was going with that. What is this typically served in? Who knows? I don't know. Boop. What color is it gonna be, chat? Can you guess? I've got my guess. I've got my guess. Guess. Bradley says, shaking baby, no. No, don't shake the baby. If you shake the baby, you are judged by the bar now. Or something. I would try not to be judgmental. But unless it's my baby that you're shaking. Do not shake Clementine. What'd I say? Strain this into a chilled coupe glass. Garnish with an orange twist. If you have one. But I don't. Oh my god, that wash line. And I thought I overmeasured too. Whew. Get some more out of there. There we go. There we go. Kit Kat saying there's no recipe card to guess by today. That's because this is the Infinity Cocktail. It's a little bit different. There's the recipe card, but it's incorrect. Excuse me. Bradley, like, 100% want a clip of the Don't Shake the Baby song. That's on you guys. There's very, very talented editors out there. I know there are. I call upon you, the musical savants, and the people who do better than I do. Bradley, you are so fucking kind. I'm sorry. Brad is so fucking kind because of the gift that he just gave. Bradley is a different person. Different person indeed. Bradley, I'm sure you're very, very kind too. That was a precision report. There we go. Thank you. You're so fucking kind. Bow to the kind folks. All right. Somebody's dead. And I revived them for the infinitieth time. Corpse reviver number infinity? Wow, that is absinthe. It is absinthe. It is bright. It really reminds me a while back, I used to really abuse my absinthe cocktails. I just kind of threw it in things that were otherwise wouldn't be necessary. I never put it with citrus until I started getting a little bit later on my mixological career, and it started getting better. This is giving me nostalgia. This is giving me nostalgia of my early mixology days where I had no idea how to use absinthe. It's very absinthy. It's got a touch of orange brightness to it. It is mighty dry too, but ultimately, it's like a very absinthe licorice forward, orange sour. I kind of like it. It's unique, I'll give it that. You want to try it? It's very absent.
I can have one of the fruit boxes. We bought it with food budget.
Sure.
Well, can you give me that?
What does chat say? Where do you stand on video games based on other media, Levy says? Like Star Wars drinks, for instance? If it's got a video game, it's applicable. If it has a video game. You know what I mean? You okay? Oh my god, what is that face?
It's not that bad, but I don't like licorice. I don't
She's
like
okay.
licorice.
She's okay.
See, like
It's absinthe.
I mean, I just don't like licorice. Thank you. I want the juice box.
Yeah. That's all I really wanted. Also, I'm going to bed.
Good night, my love. The corpse has been revivified. Really isn't that bad. I still can't shake that bubblegum note. And I get the impression that there's a little bit of that dilly flavor that remains. But to be honest, I might just be hallucinating. I like it. Overall, I like it. It's orange and absinthe. Orange, sour, absinthe. Orange, sour, absinthe. That's my conclusion. Not bad. Not bad at all. It's pretty good. Did I miss anything in chat? Brad reminding people don't thirst over the streamer. We appreciate it. I have boundaries. 80 saying, can you tell us what fruit it tastes like now? Oh, right now? So far, in this cup, it tastes like orange. Because I put the Lily Blanc in there, which has some fruity or floral notes to it. It's accenting the orange from the orange liqueur. Overall, I wouldn't say this bottle tastes very fruity at all. If there is a fruit, it's banana, because that was added not last time, but the time before that. Yeah. Brad out there saying, you're welcome. Today is random hats to people engaging with us without hats moment. We love that. Hats meaning the people who have the party hats on Twitch side actually have a subscription. I think the same is the case on YouTube. Oh yeah, the people on YouTube, they know the deal as well. They know the deal. Okie doke. Penguin out there saying, I love the curious second sip. I gotta say, it wouldn't be science if I just did an N=1 experiment. Bradley saying, I get bubblegum notes from a lot of the molasses rums that you've had. That's totally fair. I get bubblegum notes from anything that has a prominent banana or cherry fruit note to them, because when I started mixing cocktails, there was a bubblegum drink that I put together that had like grenadine and I think banana liqueur in or something like that, and I was like, this tastes exactly like bubblegum. Years later, it didn't really taste like bubblegum. My palate had evolved.
I just have to explain the second sip. I don't remember why you... I don't know.
Come,
Cameron
explain
told me at one point, based off of something else, that the first sip is usually like you're shocking your palate, and then the second one is when you actually taste it, which to me is true. I don't know if it's true to everyone.
No, yeah.
Which is why, like, even if I hate the drink, I'm like, let's try it again.
I don't know if it's the same for everybody's palate, but admittedly, when you're drinking something that is like high in alcohol, for example, when you put it on your palate, the first thing it's gonna do is like singe your palate. Whether or not you've been doing this for a while or otherwise, that first sip is not necessarily the most accurate sip, so you sip another time. Some people, like some of the professional like soms and stuff like that, they'll take the first sip, they'll swish it around, they'll spit it out, then they'll taste on their second sip. The evaluatory sip is the first one. The let's describe the flavor tends to be the second one. Cocktails are a different story. The ABV varies wildly. The sugars vary wildly. The flavors vary wildly. It really depends. I like to do multiple sips at the very least because one sip is great, two sips is better, third sip, I might actually be able to figure out what's going on. And for a palate that's not as developed like mine is as compared to like a master sommelier, the more instances that I have of it, the better things wind up being. In any case, who do I see out there? I see EK and EK. EK is Aaroning, saying yo cam, and then just other EK saying, guess who's been playing Frontiers? You just got it last week. Oh, dude, that sounds so great. Let's see. Brad out there saying, that is what I tell everyone, high-proof whiskey is like yikes, but the second you get to the taste, there we go. Ryan saying, you should give us a flavor profile of Everclear. I have other things that I needed to taste. And if I put Everclear on my tongue like base palate, it might singe my taste buds in a way where I can't taste anything else.
Wait. I have a vivid memory of this.
Oh yeah, Anna's got horror stories of
I've
Everclear
had a
sipping.
straight Everclear shot because I thought his frat brothers were being wimps. I have learned they were not being wimps.
Anna's
they were
a
trying
strong
to
lady.
Yes. It tastes, so it is, there's an alcohol burn. That is the first thing you get.
I don't think anything else happens after that except for puking.
It's like, so there are some vodkas that have like this clear flavor to me. So like some vodkas are more floral, some are a little bit more citrusy, some are like just clear.
Totally fair.
As in like it's clean, like there's not much else besides the alcohol. It is like that times 100.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that makes sense too. For like something like 190 proof Everclear, a lot of what comes out of the still is a very, very high proof like Thank you for sharing your thoughts, by the way, dear. Now she's going to bed.
I'm staying up to it.
Yeah, but like for something like Everclear, which is distilled typically to a very high proof, not all the flavor is left behind. Like if you think about your typical vodka, like the vodka's distilled, I think it's distilled to like 90 proof, but there's still 10% of the solution is still left behind. There's more room for flavor than something like Everclear, which is distilled to a higher point where there's not as much left over for all the other flavored stuff. You know what I mean there. Bradley out there saying second sip is legit. In liquor tasting events, it's recommended to let it rest on the tongue at least twice. I love the confirmation there. And I see P. Abayada saying, hey girl, yeah, it's my partner. Welcome back, P. Welcome back. Now, a very dirty bottle. This is a really dirty bottle of cognac. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's wipe this thing off for us before we give it its limelight. I'm not putting a dirty bottle in the edit. That's just disgusting. Oh my gosh. Give this thing a wipe down. Wow. Ryan saying, it's not lab grade ethanol, but it might as well be. Actually, oddly enough, I was just watching a video on the history of alcohol the other day, and I think it was by ChemThug on TikTok. And to get really, really pure alcohol took us a really, really long time. Specifically, really, really high percentage ethyl alcohol, which is ethanol, which is the stuff that you drink, which is the stuff that's safe to drink, not methanol. Not safe to drink, causes blindness and stuff like that. But it took us a really long time to get to that because typical distillation technology, at least at the time, couldn't get things that high. Instead, apparently, there is a point in the curve of, I want to say, a water and alcohol solution that's about 5% water, 95% alcohol, where if you put it through even some of the top stills, you will always get 5% water out the other side. You can't get it any higher. And one of the earliest ways to make sure that you got 100% alcohol was you would add a bunch of salt to the solution. The salt would bind to the water, making salt water, and it would pull all the water out of the alcohol. And I remember seeing a video, I think it was by the Whiskey Tribe, saying, can you use salt to increase the proof of your whiskey? And the answer, although technically dangerous and illegal, is true. You can. I actually am not so sure about the legality of it, but yeah, you can add salt to alcohol and essentially make it higher proof. Although it makes it some part of it salty, because it binds to the water. I don't think it binds to the ethyl alcohol. Paraphrasing a little bit. Paraphrasing. That's the general gist of it. Let's see. Iris out there saying, Cameron, have you ever thought about doing a charity D&D campaign? Have I thought about it? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. The way that if I did a D&D campaign, it requires more equipment than I have right now, and I'm not going to half-ass something like that for charity, but a solid question indeed.
Kind of like the same idea of doing
Same idea for like tabletop stuff. Gaming out there saying, Wild Story had a friend in high school whose organs had some kind of mutation or something where he could drink straight Everclear and not feel anything. Wild, dude. Humans are absolutely amazing. Cole says to put VS Cognac into the infinity bottle next. Now let me do that again. That was not very good. That was not very good. Cole would not be proud of me if you heard me say this. Cole Menez says to put VS Cognac into the infinity bottle next. I like it. I like it. More base spirits. Let's keep the proof where it is. So we'll take 2 ounces of that. That was a really shitty cork pop. We'll take 2 ounces of that, put it into the infinity bottle, and then we'll check back on this again next time. Am I getting to the end of my cognac? Oh no, my really special cognac is going into the infinity bottle. What's gonna happen? Nothing. I'll just get more cheap cognac. Now, for those of you who join us on the live stream, I'm sure that you realize that there is a piece of the infinity bottle from the previous bottle that never actually made it into this new infinity bottle. Also, there is like Ew, there was gunk on the bottom of this label. That doesn't have much of a flavor to it. Cole says, cheese nubgums. You're welcome. You're welcome. Bradley being like, I wonder if I could freeze distill a salty whiskey. Possibly. Science is wild. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. We have a little bit of... Actually, I want to clean this off, too. This is mildly disgusting. I've had this cognac bottle for a little while. This is the cognac bottle that I used to, I think... Did this make it into the Axel cocktail for Kingdom Hearts? I can't remember if it did. Can't remember off the top of my head exactly what Axel's cocktail is. Let's see. I should have chat commands for specific recipes, just in case it comes up in conversation. There we go. That feels better. That feels better. Julissa, welcome back. Good to have you. Gaming saying, I'm waiting for the video to come to TikTok. Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. We'll see it. We'll see it. I see Keep It 50 saying, love the shorts and the energy in them. Thank you, brother. Absolutely. Thank you for the kind words. Fellow brother, fellow sister, whatever you are. We accept all around here. Welcome in. Welcome in. Nibbling. I like that term. Oh, yeah. So we have a little bit of infinity number 36 that still needs to make its way into the other bottle. Previously, the idea was we would use infinity number 36 as another ingredient, but the math that is done by the exclamation point infinity command is even more wildly incorrect than it is. It is all just an estimation because we are sipping things, kind of like quantum physics. When you measure the solution, to measure the environment changes. So we're trying to add as much of it back in as possible. Usually, if we didn't have something else to put into it, we would just put a little bit extra of the ingredients. Because I gotta keep it back up at the bottle. So I'll pour in a little bit of infinity number 36. We're almost there. We're getting there. This is number 47, by the way. We are approaching number 50. Drex, you are with the screaming crow of the yeah! Welcome in, Drex. Welcome in. It's good to see you. Brad saying D&D for charity is a great idea. Suggest. Yo, yes. Exclamation point suggest. If you got a suggestion, hit me up with it. Alrighty then. I already updated it in our back end. So, I was gonna click this and... Is this on screen? Can you guys see this over here? Yes, you can. Vertical can't, because vertical has other stuff going on. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9. 45 plus 2. 47. 47. Draxor saying, doing all right. How about you? 80. 80 says he's doing great. I'm doing pretty good, too. I'm doing pretty good. Let me clean out my measuring jigger, and we'll get back into the video game. Playing some Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We'll go back into that. To everybody who may be joining us right now, that was just our Infinity Bottle segment. The Infinity Bottle segment is essentially an ever-changing, fractionally blended bottle of spirits that are not cream-based. They are at least 15% alcohol or more. And admittedly, I put 2 ounces every time to make the calculations a little bit better. And they must be filtered. Filtered meaning things that have a lot of sediment in them are not allowed in the bottle. Things like if a beer got really, really high, but it's an unfiltered, like high proof, like IPA or something like that, not allowed. Or something like the Mr. Black, for example, a coffee liqueur, has a lot of sediment in it. No longer allowed in the bottle. Oddly enough, for anybody who was asking about coffee liqueurs the other day, I want to say that was Wolfie was asking about coffee liqueurs for the Infinity Bottle. I have not just 1, but 2 Infinity-eligible coffee liqueurs just added to the stock. One of them compliments of Lil Labe's family, who donated a couple of bottles to the Bar with an X. Much appreciation, by the way. I'll also bother you about a charity event that we've got coming up, not this coming weekend, but the weekend after the fact, on July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That's whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 11 and a half hours, or plus about 12 and a half hours. We'll be raising money for the Made by Dyslexia the Made by Dyslexia charity, a charity out of England, which means we're going to be raising money in pounds as opposed to dollars like we're typically used to. Usually what we do for our independent charity event like this, which we are now able to dub Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives, because the creators of Valhalla, the video game, gave me the go-ahead to do so, because it's technically a term that I coined from their game. Usually we'd pop balloons for every single donation, but instead, the experiment that we've got here is for every donation that is made during the 8-hour event, you pop into our live chat or put into the Tiltify page, which has a section for you to specify the ingredient, something to put into this Infinity Bottle. Not that one back there. This one is the infinity bottle that we will be using for the 8-hour event, and anything that is on the stock website is eligible to go inside of this. So usually there are stipulations of what is allowed or what's not allowed to go into chat's infinity bottle, most notably cream liqueurs, because we don't want anything curdling. But sky's the limit for this one. Depending on how much you donate, depends on how much we will put into this bottle. When this bottle is filled up, it will act as our thermometer like you would see during some other charity events. This bottle will be full when we've reached our 1,000 pound goal by hopefully the end of the charity event. If you donate, let's say 100 pounds, then you get to fill up this bottle 10%. Exactly what amount that is, I will just have to figure out. I've got graduated cylinders so I can get very, very exact with this if necessary. And again, we'll be having that on Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m., raising money for the Made by Dyslexia charity. We'll also be mixing up some cocktails, some original drinks. We'll be playing some playing a board game, some board games, I think. We got some video games and stuff too, as well as some other things that are related to dyslexia, which my dearest knows very well about because she, in fact, has dyslexia. And I know a number of y'all out there too as well. So it'll be fun. It'll be a fun event. And so I hope that you can be there. Right? Alrighty then. Brad giving feedback about horizontal can see the counts, which is great, Ryan talking about the most efficient way to get higher alcohol concentration requires some benzene, cyclohexanes, and other harsh chemicals and stuff, which you have to remove. That's all science stuff. Bradley saying, that's fascinating. I'm going to read about more from what Ryan was just talking about. Aziel saying, is Valhalla the game spelled weird? Yep. VA11 Hall A is the one. I see Minecraft popping in saying, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Miss you. Welcome back, Minecraft Savage Shorts. It's good to have you back in the bar with an X. Renzo saying money's a little tight, but I plan on donating a small amount. Another thing to say, you guys, if you are not in a position to be donating to charity or throwing money at your event like this, don't feel like you have to be pressured to do so. If you can't contribute to the event financially, no problem. Instead, if there's anything that you can do, pop in, join our chat, be a part of the fun, and if you have the opportunity to share it with other people, share it with other people. Maybe you don't have the cash, but maybe somebody else will. And even if you share it to 100 different people and nobody's got the cash, even 10% of those people sending it to 10 more people who might winds up helping the cause. And also, it's just a fun little community event. So even if you can't contribute financially, you can always contribute just by being there, popping along and giving us some company, or by sharing the event. And I've sent announcements on all the socials. I think all of them have retweet functions or something like that. So repost, retweets, comment, share, like, and subscribe, I guess. Whatever. Anyways, let's go back to the video game. We're doing Chao Garden stuff. Continually. Brad being like, giving a little is amazing. You being there is enough. I love that, dude. I love that. 80 out there saying, glad that I don't have to do math for like 2 months. Excellent. That's why I got a calculator. Julissa out there saying, I always have to check numbers and spelling so many times before entering things at work. I hope y'all have access to a calculator. I don't like doing math on my own. I can't even do like simple math. All right, sometimes I can, but not always. All right, so what we're trying to do is get Clementine to basically the maximum level of power. So far, Clementine started at like level 4, and they're at level 33 right now, so we are making great progress so far. Great progress. Let's see. I'm seeing Ryan out there asking, Cam, when was the last time you had to do... trigonometry? Trigonometry? What was the last time? I think the last time I had to do trigonometry was something for work one of these days. I think one of the... I used to be a firmware developer for a medical device company, and I was the Bluetooth RF engineer. So I would program drivers that specifically work with medical devices, and sometimes the calculations that needed to be done to send proper measurements needed to be done on our hardware and not on the machine, because there were certain, like, specific metrics that we would report to hospital systems and stuff like that. So I think the last time I did trig was probably for something like that. Exactly what it was, I don't know. It might have been, it was either for a specific piece of medical data, like a blood pressure or something like that, or it was something cryptographic, because I did do a lot of reverse engineering too. Don't tell the government. But yeah, probably recently. Exactly when? If I'm certain, it was definitely college. But if I'm uncertain, probably something for a project I was working on. Maybe. Got you. What are you? What are your animal? Skunk. Skunk is good. Skunk is good. We like that. We like that. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, when you rack wine that you don't like, you put it into a bottle and you use the alcohol as a spray for cleaning. And I imagine it has a pretty nice aroma to it too, because it's the wine that, yeah, it's the wine, you know? Pretty cool. Iris out there saying that you got a game called Date Everything, where you get a magical... Oh yeah, dude, I'm aware of Date Everything. Actually, I think it was one of my moderators. I think it was Little Abe. It was just like, you have to play Date Everything, and I am very tempted. How is it so far, Iris? I've seen the game. I haven't watched anything of it, but it looks really, really fun. And kind of wild. You can date the refrigerator, chat. Man. Cole out there saying, I'm hoping for a Greg cocktail. There we go. Brad out there saying that we talk about Sokotoa, perhaps. Have we talked about Sokotoa? We probably has. That's trig enough. Trigonometry? That's trig enough for me. Ryan like Sokotoa, more like Sugandos. Nice. Nice. Renzo saying, apparently you've got Date Everything, but you haven't started yet, you know? Bradley asks, with 4 question marks, Sugandis? Sugandis. Pretty good. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I think you got it. I think you got him, Ryan. I think you absolutely got him. Knuckles, can you please not? Got him! Oh my goodness gracious. Brad's saying, I'm curious about Date Everything, but I'm kind of stuck in fantasy life right now. That's fair. I'm stuck in Sonic Adventure. Let me be clear, chat. I love this game, but I'm growing tired of it. But my goal was all 180 emblems, and by goodness gracious, I'm gonna do it, and I'm absolutely gonna make the rest of you suffer with me. In any case. Yeah, later on in the stream, anybody who wants to make a cocktail request, how many requests do I got right now? I've got 7 requests right now. What are my requests looking at so far? So far, I've got requests from Broadtail, Cole, Gaming, Renzo, Levy, Bento, and Abe. So far, I believe Broadtail's made a request before, Cole has made a request before, Renzo's made a request before. Levy, I don't recall. I don't think you've made a request before, but I can see, Levy, that one of your ingredients is pumpkin puree, and I don't happen to have that. Bento, you've made a request before. Abe, I don't think you've made a request before. So I think right now, let's see. Abe's has got that mango habanero whiskey, which I just got the other day. A little bit of lime. It's a pretty nice and simple one. And then Levy, oh, Levy's had the pumpkin puree. I don't have any pumpkin puree, unfortunately, but I can try to get some. I just need to be notified about that ahead of time. Gaming's got, oh, the blue Hawaiian. Hey, I know that recipe. Blue Curaçao, light rum, pineapple, a little bit of coconut. Is there coconut in there? Oh, this one specifically got, oh, hold up. Let me look. Ice, pineapple, light rum, blue Curaçao, cream of coconut. Do I even have any cream of coconut? Do I have any cream of coconut? Maybe. I'll have to check for that. That's currently how the requests stand right now. If you haven't made a request before, priority goes to folks who haven't. Like, for example, the 2 people that I just said. Abe was literally here with the slushy machine on Monday, so I'm inclined to give bias away from him. So right now, it's the GamingTactition. I won't do your recipe without you. But I see GamingTactition is right there. If you have a different version, please go crazy. Honestly, I don't typically do blue Hawaiians, because to me, I love to do, what I typically love to do with drinks is I love to do things that I haven't had before, and that combination of, it's blue, so it's got blue Curaçao, and it's coconut, and it's pineapple, or it's whatever else is in it. Like, that blue Curaçao coconut flavor is so, like, it's so common. Like, anytime that you go to, like a tropical, like, tiki bar, not necessarily a tiki bar, but, like, you go to the beach, and they've got, like, a bar there that's selling drinks. They're like, oh, you want a blue Hawaiian? I'm like, nah, I mean, it's coconutty and it's blue. And it's tasty, don't get me wrong. And by the way, blue tastes like orange. I like to do things that I haven't tried before. So let me ask you this, Gaming. You're saying blue Hawaiians are your favorite. Can you describe your favorite blue Hawaiian? If it was anything different than, let's say, the norm. Or I'll say this. Or, if you could add any modification to a blue Hawaiian, what would you add? Because then we can make it real interesting. But I technically haven't done a blue Hawaiian on the show before. So we could also just do the base. And I'll take your recipe for it. And if we got improvements on that, we can play around with it. Sometimes we like to play around with things too. It is a mixology show after all. Let's see. I see Iris saying, can you look and see if there's a one-piece cocktail? I'm sure there is. I'm sure there is. Let me see. Let me see if I got anything in my recipe book that says it's a one-piece cocktail specifically. I got a little app on my computer and my phone that has like over 2,000 recipes, and I bet one of them's got a one-piece cocktail. Specifically one piece. There we go. I have two things that are tagged with one piece. One is called In the Name of the Moon. It's a hot toddy twang. It's tagged as one piece, but I don't know if this is actually a one piece drink. Nice and spicy, amount of ginger to take. Where does it say one piece in here? Somewhere in here it says one piece. Eat a sip. It says that tangy wine, glutinous balls for the black spices can be purchased first, and they boil down to serving size. Spice and ginger broth. 2 cups of water, the bounce of brown sugar cane. Half of one piece. Half of one piece. Okay, it's not a one piece drink. Not a one piece drink. People around me was an original cocktail I made for a band actually. Why does it say from one piece of? Where does it say one piece? Oh, one piece. Half of one piece. I do not have. Unfortunately, I don't have any one piece recipes. But there is absolutely some that exist on the internet. Just Google One Piece Cocktail. There's actually somebody that I follow, the Nerdy Tavern. And even the Sin City Bartender. I think the Nerdy Tavern and Sin City Bartender, one of them's got a One Piece drink. Actually, I'm pretty sure the Sin City Bartender did a whole One Piece drink series recently. Check out his page. That's Jason, by the way. Mr. Sin City, because he lives in, you guessed it, Las Vegas. Anyways. I'm seeing Bradley up above saying, if I think of anything worthwhile, I'll recommend it, especially because I refuse to stop talking about beef broth. Oh, did you request a beef broth thing? Dude. I will say this. If you want me to get an ingredient, please keep reminding me. Please keep reminding me. I will forget. Even if it is in the suggestions channel, I do bookmark all that stuff. However, I will typically prioritize things that people are actively requesting. I have, like, vegetable bouillon, but that's like the closest thing. The closest thing I got. Gaming out there saying that the recipe that I typically do is without crushed ice, Malibu, blue Curaçao, pineapple juice, and Sprite. I've always wanted to elevate the flavors, but haven't been able to think of a way. Used to be a very, very basic bartender. No, that's totally fair. I mean, I would ask this. Like, what part of the blue Hawaiian is your favorite part? Is it the sort of orange-adjacent flavors that you get from the blue Curaçao? Is it the coconut flavor? Like, if you're a big, like, savant of coconut flavor, we can take it and use a better coconut liqueur or a better coconut rum to accent the flavors of coconut. Granted, if you're using cream of coconut, it's probably the most coconut you're going to get things. There's a lot of complexity. Or rather, let me put it this way. You can get as complex as you want with a drink. Like, if you want your blue Hawaiian to be coconut to the max, but also blue, that can happen. That can happen. It would require a little bit more... if I had to gravitate towards something and I don't have the ingredients for this, it would be using, like, a fresh coconut. Maybe something that was freshly infused. Maybe a little coconut on top of it. Gaming saying it's for sure coconut and the pineapple. Oh, yeah, and there's the methods of what pineapple flavor are you getting? I cannot remember exactly who it was, but we've had some discussion in this chat before about which pineapple juice is, like, the best pineapple juice, and the stuff that you get from Dole is pretty good, but evidently elsewhere in the world, you can get some really, really good pineapple juices. Or even better, you take pineapple juice and you concentrate it. Like, for example, you can take pineapple juice and you can put it over heat, and you can boil off the water, or you put it in the freezer, and you effectively freeze out the water to get even more flavor. So many different things, dude. There's so many different ways you can go with that. But I can only work with what I got right now. And I would think, for a blue Hawaiian, I got coconut stuff. I got pineapple stuff. I think I have cream of coconut. But I don't remember. If it's not on the stock website, it might just be in my refrigerator, and I might just need to check for that. Or do we got everything? We got everything. Great. Great. Bradley says, Ryan says, hashtag Beef Brothers? Oh, came in clutch with the suggestion. I see that. Ryan saying you should get a Don Rafa coconut rum cigar to go with all these tiki drinks. A coconut rum cigar? Color me intrigued. Does it taste like coconut rum? Like if I smoke the cigar, will it taste like Malibu? I didn't think a cigar could even taste like that. Wow. You got more experience in that rum than I do. Color me intrigued. Julissa out there saying I'm making pina coladas on 4th of July. Oh, dude, as you should. Enjoy yourself. Blazing saying, would you play date everything on your channel? Possibly. I take suggestions with that suggest command. Iris, I think you've been around here long enough to know what the command to use. And I know you're also in the Discord server, so I'll pop the link in there as well. We also have a suggestions channel. That's where the suggest command goes anyway. So if you want to get it at the source, feel free to put it there. I know I really haven't made it a habit to play other games on the channel, whether that be indie games or even suggestions, but I typically try to come up with a drink for the game first before doing it. And admittedly, the system that I have planned for myself doesn't really work very well right now. And naturally, I've been playing Sonic twice a week for like 3 months. But in that suggestions channel, the more individual people who suggest the game, the more inclined I am to play it, because that naturally expresses from the n equals greater than 1 population size if they want to see it. I didn't even know where I would go with date everything. I would have to pick an object from my home and be like, if I could drink anything, I don't know, a shot glass. Drink a shot glass. Probably would just be very high in alcohol content now that I think about it. But, you know, it would be a pretty esoteric drink series. Could be fun, though. Could be fun. I think if I remember from that game, you can date, like, I think one of the fountains and a fireplace or a power outlet or an extension cord, an electrifying drink, a fiery drink, a drink with, like, charcoal or something in it. See, activated charcoal would be appropriate in a drink inspired by a fireplace. That makes sense to me intuitively. Not just for color, but, like, the actual, like, scenery and inspiration behind the drink, you know? But to answer succinctly, would I play it? Yeah, I'll play anything if you guys want me to. Wouldn't be much of a challenge if I just did only the games that I was comfortable with. And Ryan was saying that Don Rafa coconut rum cigar has a flavored heel. A heel of a cigar. You're going to have to explain what that means to me. Bradley's saying, too, pina colada with scotch to match the cigar, too. You say pina colada with scotch? Okay, you said pina colada with scotch, and I immediately thought of Buchanan's pineapple scotch. Which I got specifically because, and sometimes I try to take requests on here, Renzo told me about Buchanan's. And I was able to find a bottle of Buchanan's. And I found it. And it was a tiny, small bottle. And it made it into the infinity bottle. So although I'm not really good at, you know, actually making good on these suggestions and stuff all the time, I do it sometimes. And that's all it is, you know, if you think about it. All it is a suggestion. There's nothing legally binding about this. P. Abayada saying, Sonic? Yeah. That's what we got. I see Asa Manor out there saying, bro, hi for a Turkish fan. Oh, yo, all the way from Turkey? Hey! Welcome in, Ismanor. Esmanor. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome in. It's good to have you at the bar with an X. Bradley saying, we appreciate your ability to utilize suggestions. Yes. Yes, we do. I try my best. Ultimately, you know, if I'm being honest, y'all, things are really freaking convoluted on my side and very disorganized. So that's probably the reason why things haven't been, suggestions haven't been taken. Or my actual drinks that I'm supposed to be working on haven't been worked on. Just because I'm a mess. I am a mess. Renzo out there saying, my last assignment was pertaining to how I would use social media for your business, and he listed 3 questions that needed to be answered. I labeled my sections with his questions, and he still failed me. We're still talking about the same professor, right? Oh, get the heck out of here, buddy. We're still talking about the same professor, right? Like, if I haven't said, fuck that guy enough, it appears to me like, just to give everybody else the situation, it appears that professor said, follow the rubric. Rubric was followed. And then feedback was, didn't follow rubric. Granted, I'm sure it's a complicated situation. I'm not a teacher. I'm not a professor, so I don't have the perspective here. But I've had similar problems in college. And I didn't like the professors who did that. They did not get very good reviews from me. My worst experience with a professor in college in regards to something that seemed absolutely freaking ridiculous was a coding project that I had the opportunity to work on. Annie's saying, how's Clementine doing? Slowly but surely marching our way up the power chain. I got a strategy this time. Welcome in, by the way, Annie. But yes, I had a coding project that I had to work on, and ultimately I just forgot to upload it to the server for it to be graded because it was a specifically command line class. It was on specifically like Unix style OSs and how to utilize them from the command line. So I had a file on my computer that was my submission that I forgot to upload to the server. But like I was like, oh shoot, like as soon as I got notified that evidently the deadline had passed, I uploaded it immediately. It was just like, just so you can see, like I didn't cheat. I didn't modify the file. It was last modified before the deadline. And granted, for somebody who's teaching a class on Unix style system, I suppose being able to upload things to a server by a particular time has some nuance in terms of if you were pushing something to a production environment like you would in like the workplace. I can see that. But the rationale of I didn't actually, if I did submit it on time, I would have. Here's the last modified tape to prove it. They were like, yeah, you still submitted it late though, so you get half credit. And I was like, what? I shouldn't be complaining though. I got a B- in the class. It was fine. It was fine. I see Esmonar out there saying like your voice is like a voiceover. Thank you, I appreciate that. Haven't had the pleasure to do any voice acting yet, but if anybody's got openings, I'll do it. I love the idea of getting this voice out there. Bro, you don't even have to pay me. Well, maybe you do. It really depends on how long what's the word I'm looking for? The commitment has to be. Or how complex it has to be. Anyways. Renzo was saying that the professor said that there were no timelines, which was one of those requirements that which was not one of the requirements that he posted. It was missing details. It's your plan. It's your plan, not his. So he doesn't know if your plan is missing any details. And yeah, same professor. You found out you have, 2 classes with that? Oh, dude, I had classes with professors that I absolutely dreaded in college. I got through it though. Actually, one of those classes that I had to take was upper level probability, which was a lot of mathematics. I actually, halfway through the semester, said this class is too much for me. I despise the professor, and I dropped the class, and I believe I took it with somebody else later, and it was so much easier. So much easier. I had some flexibility in my schedule, so I was able to do that. Not everybody has the opportunity for that. There we go. Another one! Yeah, any being like half credit is wild. Yeah, it was God, I shouldn't say his name. I shouldn't say his name. That would be mean of me. We don't dox our least favorite professors. Iris out there saying, playing some old school RuneScape right now called Bully. Have you heard of it? An old school game right now called Bully. Oh, I've heard of Bully before. Yeah, I've heard of that. And he's saying Bully's a classic. I don't know much about the game. I just know of its existence. I want to say it's kind of like a role-playing type game. That's about all I know about it. Are you having fun with it? Cole out there saying, I love almost all of my teachers except for one of them. I would say that you're lucky. Milk that while you can, Cole. Milk that while you can. If I can give any sort of advice from somebody who also went to college, and for me, I went to college for 5 years and got 3 degrees with many professors. If you got a good one, hold on to them. Some of them are like some professors that I had in college were genuinely invested in the benefit of the student. They naturally had to like, you know, grade and be tough in certain scenarios, but if they were honest with you, right? If they were honest with you and they were genuinely looking out for you as an individual, and you like them. Bonus points if you like them too. Because sometimes people are looking out for you, but you really freaking hate them. Different story. Different story. I see Bende out there saying, Cameron, you're my favorite lesbian YouTuber. Oh, thanks. Just letting you know, I'm not a lesbian. Maybe you should ask about that first. But welcome in nonetheless. Renzo out there saying, I plan on getting a business degree, coding degree, and either a culinary or an art degree. Dude, go for it. If you get a culinary degree, that is evidently incredibly close to the whole, like, mixology thing that we both find very interesting. You know what I'm saying? Cool stuff, dude. Coding I know relatively well. Business I don't know anything about. I have a single book on LLCs. And I haven't read any of it. So there we go. Cole's saying that of your professors, most of them are lenient and kind of chilled back. That's good. Dude, that's really good. I'm happy for you. Annie out there saying the real problem with college professors is that they are experts in their field, but have no experience teaching or knowing how people learn. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, you know what? If you think about it, to be eligible to be a college professor, you just kind of got to know your field. Other than that, I don't know enough about college professors to say whether you need to have a teaching degree or you need to have experience teaching or otherwise. Some people go from their field in the work field straight to being a professor, and then they're slapped with, I have to give tests? Well, the only experience I have giving tests is taking tests from the shitty teachers I had in elementary, middle, and high school. Or uni, or college, or anything like that. And it doesn't really, I feel like it wouldn't set a good example. Like, if I had to be a teacher, and I do teach some classes, but it's not like college level classes, I don't really have a good reference here. Unless I dig back through, like, the syllabi and stuff and rubrics from the classes that I genuinely thought were pretty well-rounded. And that's just my opinion of what's well-rounded. And that could be totally non-conducive to a different type of student. I'm of the mentality, just like it comes to hospitality and mixology, that each experience with each individual person should be catered to that person because everybody drinks a different way, everybody learns a different way, everybody presents a different way, and everybody orders a different way, just to go between like the college analogy and the drinks analogy. Best way to learn is to do, I think. And in the perfect scenario, we could have a personalized use case for absolutely everyone. But that's really difficult to do. And I agree with that. Now let's see. We got a couple of powers. We're good with that. Let's see. Bradley saying Cam would be a great person to hear in a video game. I appreciate that. Renzo saying I've been taking business classes since you were like in 6th grade, which means you got a heck of a lot more than I know. Ryan out there saying I'm heading out. Minute Man just dropped new content, and it's one flat Earth. I've got to see this one. A content creator you follow is just like, yo, the Earth is flat. The vibe I get is like, oh, you gotta see what this guy's up to. Dude, have fun out there, Ryan. Thanks so much for popping in, dude. Ryan taking one for the team, says Bradley. Oh my gosh. Man. Yeah, dude. I'm trying to think about... Oh, we're at level 40 right now. Not too bad. Not too bad. My plan for Clementine is just to funnel everything into knockback. More power, more run. Fast, hard, and fast. That's what we're trying to do with Clementine. Hard and fast. And if I can keep Clementine in one spot, that's perfect. One more gorilla? Thank you. Yes, please, gorilla. Give me that Donkey Kong bonanza. Oh, dude, I have opinions about the new Donkey Kong Bananas game, and I am not trying to give spoilers. However, based off of what I've seen in the trailer so far, I've got thoughts, and I am very, very confused. Back to the Death Chamber. I was y'all like, that's what she said. Possibly. Hey, you know, all things considered, he might have said it too. And would we shame him for that? That's not my place. Ain't my place to kink shame. Hard and fast. Or not. Or not. Cake out there saying, this is probably my least liked stage in the whole game. It just always seemed like a drag. Oh yeah, finding the keys here, hated it. Finding power animals here though, pretty good. I realized I have been going to Pumpkin Hill to get all the skeleton dogs, but the skeleton dogs are really good for run, and I'm not really trying to do run. And to be fair, the power and run have been increasing at very similar rates with the animals from this stage specifically. So I'm happy with it. Yes. Oh, good run. Good run. Bradley saying the new open world DK game looks different, but I want to be hopeful because I like Donkey Kong 64. Oh, okay, we got a little... Alright, we got a little ad break happening. Go back to the bar for a hot second. Nah, I feel you there. I didn't play Donkey Kong 64. I haven't played a single Donkey Kong game. It looks like Donkey Kong Bonanza looks pretty cool, though. The implication that I have here is about the characters, I think, that are... The characters that are showcased in the game. Like, I've been doing some research on... I've talked in some of the classes that I teach about how to make your own, like, inspired drinks and stuff, about characters that you could pull inspiration from. And one of the classic examples I give is Donkey Kong, because he's a monkey, he's a gorilla, he's an ape, or whatever he is, which means, you know, he probably likes bananas, and it is evident that he likes bananas. So if you were to make a Donkey Kong inspired drink, maybe you would use something that has bananas. Maybe it should taste like bananas because he likes bananas. Maybe it should use bananas in some way, shape, or form relative to the type of Kong that you were trying to make a drink from. Also, going way, way back, he threw barrels. He'd be shot out of barrels. Seems to me that if you were making a drink inspired by Donkey Kong, you gotta have a spirit that is aged in a barrel to have the air barrel aspect of it. You could serve it in a barrel. It's gotta taste like banana, or even use banana as a complementary flavor to something that goes up a little bit. And when I thought about that further in regards to how he's represented in the most current game so far, there are some other characters that are introduced in there, like Teenage Pauline and that small little rock creature. I think you got Cranky Kong in there, and I think you have the antagonists of Vodka and stuff like that. And it got me thinking about a different aspect of Donkey Kong's character, which, if I'm being honest, kind of threw a wrench in my plan. Like, evidently he's got a whole game in regards to rocks. How do you incorporate the rocks in your drink? I could just go the Death Mountain route and make some Kohakatu or the Japanese rock candy, or I do something different. Anyways, these are the thoughts I have. Or to Aziel's point, 99 bananas, X barrel smoked whiskey, or you know what? Put the 99 bananas in the barrel. Just some ideas, you know? Anyways, what did I miss out there? Glorious popping in with a big old wave. Good to have you back, Glorious. Aziel saying the 99 bananas thing. I see Cameron on the YouTube side saying, hey, we got the same name. I got no X, though. If you looked at my birth certificate, you wouldn't find an X there either. We have the same name. Welcome in, Cam. Can I call you Cam? Can I call you Cameron? Can we bond over the fact that our names mean crooked nose in the old Gaelic? I shit you not. When I was in college, I was on an elevator for, couldn't have been longer than a minute. Introduced myself as Cameron. The other guy introduced himself as Cameron, and we had a brief interaction. We were both like, haha, crooked nose. And we both laughed. I remember that interaction. Never saw this guy again. Never saw this guy again. I love that dude. Very memorable. Bradley saying, I think you'd love Donkey Kong 64. It's a collectathon. Donkey Kong is all about barrels too, so definitely a barrel-aged banana beverage would be amazing. Howler Head Bourbon or a toasted barrel would be nice. Does Howler Head come in? Oh no, Howler Head Bourbon. It's a bourbon. It must be aged in barrels, right? That's a solid idea. Bradley saying, suggestion, Howler Head Bourbon. Oh, I hope you use the command for that. It is a solid idea. That is a solid idea. All right, let me look at my cocktail requests right now, see if we got any new ones since the last time. Looking like the same stuff over here. I'm still making my way through my Infinity thing over here. My Infinity Corpse Reviver over here, which has some absinthe, some Lillet Blanc, some lemon juice, technically some gin because it's in the Infinity bottle. I think, of the people who haven't made requests before, we've got the GamingTactition with that blue Hawaiian, and we had Lil Abe with that mango habanero whiskey sour. If you guys are still around, let me know. I'm still working my way through this drink, so I'm not going to make anything just yet, but I just want to make sure that I ping y'all just to make sure, because I won't do it without you. This was a pretty good run. Pretty good run so far. Glorious being like crooked nose with the next. You got that right. Oh, I'm on the wrong screen. Excuse me. You got the right idea. Let's see. Cole saying, Cam, I've always been curious about barrel-aged whiskey underwater. Oh, I think, what is it? I think Jefferson does that or something. There is a distiller that does that. I want to say it's like Jefferson, maybe, off the top of my head. There is whiskey that has been aged underwater. Oh, no, I think Jefferson maybe is on ships. It's not underwater. I think it's on ships. Could be wrong about that. Bradley saying, Howler Head Bourbon has bananas. And it's barrel-aged. There we go. Bradley saying, Jefferson is at sea. At sea. Not quite underwater. At sea. Close. Aveyada saying, how the controller? How's my controller? Xbox. So far. Yeah, Jefferson is ad ship, and Jefferson is on a ship. It is aged on a ship, and they say that the briny air of the ocean imparts a certain flavor to the barrels. Never tried it before, so I couldn't say. Although, actually, you know what was really cool? Over the weekend, there was somebody at the Abe residence who is apparently also a bit of a bourbon whiskey fanatic. So I had my first taste of Eagle Rare 10 over the weekend, Blanton's over the weekend, and admittedly, I also had a little bit of Wild Turkey 101, which I just hadn't tried before. It's pretty nice. It was pretty nice. I don't think that my palate is yet at a point where I can appreciate the flavor of a Blanton's. I have seen on my social media people completely overhyping it, saying it's not as good as people say it is, it's overpriced and otherwise. I will say this. Not a single one of those whiskeys, the Wild Turkey 101, the Eagle Rare 10, nor the Blanton's, were bad, or even remotely unpleasant. I liked all of them. They were very, very nice. One of these days, I cannot wait for the day that the Bar of the Next gets a bottle of Blanton's, just so, and I'm not even gonna say when we get it. I'm gonna put it on the bar stock, and I'm just gonna wait for somebody to notice, and then somebody's gonna be like, holy shit, you got Blanton's? And I'll be like, yeah, now what do you want me to do with it? Because it's your choice. I want a whole series of videos of bastardizing Blanton's. Because I think it'd be hilarious. As opposed to everybody being like, Blanton's overrated, or it's not worth the hype or anything. It's just like, well, we put Malort in Blanton's, and it just got worse from there. We carbonated Blanton's. We put it into a whipped cream maker, made a foam out of it. We infused it with Cheetos. I'm just saying, no, sky's the limit. One of these days. One of these days. And it's actually, apparently it's not that difficult to get. It's just an allocated, like, drop. So you just gotta be specific about where you find it and be quick about it. One of these days, dude. One of these days. Man. Call out there saying, I'm thinking completely submerged underwater in cherry, oak, or wood barrel. I feel like that, I don't know if I guess barrels are water kept. They must be watertight, because otherwise the liquid would get out, you know? That makes sense. There we go. I'm seeing Bradley saying, the sloshing in a barrel helps. I have a Jefferson at sea, and I absolutely love when it's available in Canada. Blanton's and Eagleware are very amazing. All around bourbon fans here. And I take it from the perspective of people who know it better than I do. Even the folks who brought it over, I was like, tell me more about this. Like, tell me, like, kind of how you got into bourbon and why you even get access to stuff like this. And this guy was just like, yeah, I'm in Facebook groups for the drops. I go out and specifically find them. And if I got them, I'll sometimes take a couple. This guy said that he had, if I'm quoting correctly, I might be wrong. He had, like, I think a good 6 or 7 bottles of a particular spirit, and he traded them for other spirits of a higher value. So trading totally exists in the allocated spirits world. Just saying, I got some chartreuse out there for anybody who wants to trade. Not a lot. No, just kidding. There were gifts from Brad. I wouldn't do that to him. Welcome in, Tier Nebula. Good to have you back. Gloria's saying, so would you make a fishbowl if I request? I don't have a proper container for it. But if I got the ingredients, absolutely. You know I would. Bradley saying too, wait, can I mail Blanton's? I work in the industry and it's available right now. All professional inquiries, please reach out to me via DMs. Otherwise, to the regular person, don't send me things. I fear for my safety. But yeah, generally, yeah. If you're an industry person and you've got, like, I don't know, like a business address at the very least, like, we'll talk in DMs about it. Bradley's saying, I got into bourbon too because corn-forward whiskeys are less common in Canada and toasted barrels offer a nutty complexion. Specifically the toasted barrels. That's intriguing. I don't think I've had enough exposure to toasted barrel whiskeys to be able to articulate the nuttiness of them. If anything, the most nutty spirits that I have, aside from quite literally the nut liqueurs, and yeah, you can have the, that's what she said on that one. You can have the slide whistle on that one. Are sherries. Sherries to me, and I've only ever had an Amontillado sherry, dry sherry, cream sherry, which I know are a little bit more like vague categories, but I've always wanted to just go out to the liquor store and just get a swath of, I think it's Luxardo sherries. I want an Amontillado, I want an Oloroso, I want a Pedro Jimenez, I want all the different types of sherries, just so I can play around with them. Because that Amontillado sherry was in like anything I had ever had before. It was nutty, it was fruity, it was aromatic, it was a bolstering flavor. And it worked really well in one of my Kingdom Hearts cocktails. Which one was that? Which one had the sherry? I know a Disney-inspired drink I had, the Dreamfinder had the Amontillado sherry. Something else did too, and I just can't remember what it was off the top of my head. Oh, it was the Crab Claw. It was the Crab Claw. The Crab Claw had nori-infused Amontillado sherry, and that stuff was... Oh, man, that was good, dude. That was good. Glorious saying, doesn't have to be an official. Absolutely, absolutely. Well, if you got a Glorious, you've not made a request before. Exclamation point order. I'll take it. If I got the ingredients, I'll take it. Tier out there saying, I'm 6 shots of rum and a half bottle of wine down. I'm so tired. Well, now the question remains, Tier. What kind of rum are you shooting? What kind of wine you got? Renzo saying Crab Claw. That's the one. That's the one. Bradley said, oh, Gorilla. Bradley saying, love sherry. Bought a small barrel for blending a whiskey, and every fresh batch, I let sherry soak in it first. Dude, you're making my mouth water. Stop. No, don't stop, actually. The idea of... Oh my gosh, actually, only because we're talking about it right now. I have one other spirit. I've got one other bottle that has even, not with the exception of the cream sherry that I've got and the port wine that I got and the other like fortified wines, I got a bottle of Irish whiskey that was rested in sherry casks or sherry barrels. I didn't think much of it. It was an option that was on sale at Total Wine when I bought it. So I bought it and I took it home with me. At the time, it was one of the higher seasons of the classes that I teach. So I taught a whiskey class and I was like, we're gonna do a Manhattan, and I'm gonna do it with this Irish whiskey because I'd never tried it before. So I cracked open the bottle fresh. Damn it, I got a bunny. I cracked open the bottle fresh, gave it a try, and I swear to you, chat, I got the most intriguing, nutty flavor off of that Manhattan. And I was like, it must be the sherry casks, dude. Like, I had been so taken aback by the flavor of that Amontillado originally that when I took a sip of that Manhattan and I got those, like, subtle notes of, like, it was like walnut or, like, pecans, I was like, whoa. I didn't believe it at first. I didn't believe it. It's a sherry cask finish. And I was like, it's just gonna taste like an Irish whiskey. The sherry cask couldn't possibly have that much effect on the whiskey. It did. I'm telling you. It did. Anybody got ideas on what to do with the sherry cask whiskey? Because, like, I'll do it. I'll take it. Man. Gloria's saying, are you going to reach 1337 deaths? Possibly. 1337? Maybe. Maybe. What's the significance of that number to you? Excuse me. Tier out there saying the rum was Appleton Estate signature, same as last time. Ah, yes! I remember we were talking about that. One of my favorite parts about Appleton Estate's signature is that this, like, prominent apricot note I get. I haven't had anything like it in other rums that I've had. Very, very unique. And when I say apricot, I mean, like, the dryness of biting into a dried apricot. I love it, dude. Here, take a bunny, Jakal. Take one of them. Gloria says 1337 is leet. Oh, I see, I see. Leets, you can spell it out. I get that. Now I understand. Let's see. Bradley saying too, Harvey's Blue Label Sherry goes with every whiskey in my opinion. Blue Label Sherry, Harvey's. Try a Cremovo Sherry too. 100 Sherry Cask Whiskey is amazing as a paper plane or even as a margarita with orange and lime. Ooh, it sounds tasty. Man. I see Ismanor out there saying, why don't you sit down? Don't your legs hurt? I'm used to it. I'm used to it. I don't sit down only because I like to stand up anyways. I sit down during most of the day, and then I stand up for this part of my job. So I like standing up. Back when I still worked at an engineer, I sat down for like 10 hours in a day. It was terrible for me. So in the evenings, I would stand up to make up for it. And yeah, actually, I'm just standing up my bar. I don't really want a chair. My chair's not that comfy anyways. Solid question, though. Admittedly, I am shifting weight every once in a while. But I appreciate the concern. I could probably get a chair. That might be better for my legs. But my dearest is the doctor of physical therapy, so when there's a problem, I'll let her tell me when I got one. But I see that there. Esmanor being like, just because of my good intentions. Oh, absolutely, dude. I appreciate it. I really do. Let's see. Gabi, welcome in. I'm really late, but I'm also not able to stay. Just came to say hi and have a good stream. Dude, absolutely. I appreciate the fact that you popped in regardless. I don't care if you're late. I don't care if you're on time. The fact that you graced us with your presence is something I am eternally grateful for. Welcome in, Gabi. I hope whatever you're up to tonight is conducive to who you want to be one day, or at the very least relaxing. Because I think everybody could use a little bit of that. Good to have you, Gabi. Oh, there's one more skunk over there. One more skunk. Come back, Clementine. Oh, don't go, don't go, don't go. There we go. Okie dokie. Back out there. Tier Nebula saying, I really get the dried apricot note from the Appleton Estates. So very unique. Mostly used to vanilla and caramel notes. Really have been a huge fan of rum after trying like 30 different whiskeys and getting tired of all of them. That's the thing that you find with rum. I don't know who told it to me first, but rum is like the most varied spirit category that there is. There is just a ton of ways to make rum. And relatively speaking, there are not as many restrictions on rum as there are on certain types of whiskey. Scotch whiskeys have a lot of restrictions. Bourbon whiskeys have a lot of restrictions. Bottled and bond whiskeys have a lot of restrictions. Rum, there's a bunch you can do with rum. I think generally speaking, to be called a rum, I think at least in the US, you have to be at least 40% alcohol and you have to be made from some sugar? Doesn't necessarily have to be sugar byproduct like molasses. It could be sugar cane, could be otherwise. I don't know exactly, so don't take my word for it. But rum across the globe is an incredibly varied category. You will get completely different flavor profiles from rums from different locations, rums from even similar like close by locations in a similar locale, just based off of what they use with it. I love rum. If I had to pick a favorite spirit, aside from cachaça, which you could argue is a type of rum, like a subsection, I'd pick rum. I really like cachaça. I've never had a cachaça I didn't like. I've only had 2, but I digress. So that was a good run. Very good one. Let's see. Bradley's saying, are you standing? I actually, gaming standing up sometimes too. Oh yeah, I stand during all of these streams. Maybe not the best for me, but I do. Aziel saying, bending that knees and Disney slightly will help with the blood flow. Oh yeah. Every once in a while, if you ever see me bopping up and down, or if you do a work that body requests, or otherwise, I will generally, like, bend my knees. I need to bend my knees to get to all these bottles over here. I have to bend my knees to get to my refrigerator and whatnot. Everything is poised below me to ensure that I bend my knees every once in a while. If I were on a chair, that would just be inconvenient. But while I'm standing, it's actually, I would say, a little intelligent, you know? And smart. Official out there saying, question, is it me or is this game relatively short for the main game? Yeah, the main game was like 3 streams. And this is number, what, 25 or 26? Agreed. Bradley saying there's a Scotch maker who got in trouble in Vancouver when he moved from Islay and called his whiskey Scotch. That'll do it. That's the thing, dude. Like, at least from what I'm familiar about Scotch laws, Scotch is a protected term. If you were doing everything the same, but now you're in Canada, can't call it Scotch. If anything, I guess, and I'm not as familiar with the laws in Canada, but at least in the United States, if you followed all of the same rules, you could probably call it an American single malt. Even if it is exactly the same thing. And you could say that, you know, technically it's not going to be exactly the same because the air in America is different than the air in Scotland. The water that you use in Scotland is typically not going to be the same in America. But, you know, you can add minerals to waters to Burtonize things. Burtonize being a reference to Burton-on-Trent, like a specific water source that people would take water from because it made their wine taste good. You can just copy the mineral profile. And admittedly, there are a lot of variables, but if you copied every single one of them, can't call it Scotch. At least not to my knowledge. Bradley's saying it's called Macaloni's, and he does amazing single malt. Dude, it sounds tasty. Actually, so I bought this bottle of Indian whiskey the other day. I saw it on sale. I had been talking about it in my classes, but I never actually had a bottle of it. It's called Nirvana, I believe. And I took it home with me. It is labeled as an unpeated single malt Indian whiskey. It was pretty good. Nothing in particular stood out to me about it in at least the first taste that I had, but it was pleasant, it was sippable, it had a like mild dryness to it. It's on the stock website. Glorious asking, what's everybody's favorite Sonic TV show? If I had to pick a favorite, despite the fact that I'm not as far into it as I could be, Sonic Boom is my current favorite Sonic show. It's a little odd, but I like it. Bradley saying, we are not allowed to call any whiskey bourbon here. We have Burr, B-U-R, Bon, and Bear Bon, B-E-R, Bon, Tabercorn Bear Bon. Ooh. No, that's a good point. You can't have... Yeah, because bourbon isn't a strictly American term. You can't call it bourbon. Can't call it Scotch if it's not made in Scotland. That is intriguing. You're absolutely right. That makes a lot of sense. Bradley saying, was it made by Amroot? We only get Old Monk rum and single malt from Amroot. No, actually. The bottle is labeled... It's got some guy's name on it. It's like John. Or something like that. If you want to check, it's up on the website right now. If you type !whiskey in chat, it should send you to a version of the website that only has the whiskeys. And it should be labeled as new, because I literally just got it in the other day. Pretty sure. I'm pretty sure. It might be Amroot. Something about Amroot sounds familiar? But it's got like some guy's name on it, just like John or something. But it is distilled and I believe bottled in India. Actually, you know what? Let me just go get the bottle. We're talking about it. I literally just put it on my shelf the other day. Okie dokie. So, the bottle I'm talking about is this one. I picked it up on sale at Total Wine the other day. Didn't even realize that I could... not Total Wine, excuse me. Fine Wine. Didn't even realize that I could buy an whiskey from India in Pennsylvania, but sometimes things surprise you. It was about 30 bucks, and it says, Paul John, Indian single malt whiskey, Nirvana, unpeated single malt whiskey, product of Goa, India, imported by New Orleans, manufactured by John Distilleries. So I don't see anything Amroot on this bottle, but this is the one I'm thinking of. St. John, Paul John. I said it had some guys, not John. It did have a John in it somewhere, but Paul, you know. Gloria's saying some of the jokes are really on point for Sonic Boom. Oh, totally agreed. Totally agreed. Clementine, where'd you go? I'm gonna have you eat a food. Abayata saying, who's gonna watch the new Superman movie? Probably not me. I'm not big into superheroes. Bradley saying, huge whiskey fanatic, so I love hearing about you guys in America. Paul John is amazing. I haven't seen that in years. It's so cool. Oh, yeah? That's really cool, actually. I found it. It was the only box, the only bottle, and it was the only bottle that they had of this in the store, and it was on sale, so evidently it wasn't selling super well. And I picked it up. Because as a part of the curriculum that I teach for the whiskey scotch course, the whiskey course with Uncommon, is we talk a little bit about scotch, talk a little bit about Irish whiskey, talk a little bit about the origins of whiskey, we talk about American bourbon and prohibition a little bit, and then we move into whiskey around the world. And from what I know about whiskey in India, just because of the way that the laws are set up in such a way that you can call this whiskey or otherwise, is you can add a couple of different things to whiskey in India. It doesn't just have to be from grains. You can also add sweeteners like molasses to it, which to me puts it more in the category of a rum, so I was really dying to get my hands on one of these. Naturally, India is a huge country, so what I might be spouting about what is typical in what you would be able to find commercially Indian whiskey might not be accurate, but the one that I got here, at least from my original taste, it's not. It just reminds me of a scotch. Like a very, very light scotch. None of those peated like smoky notes or anything like that. Nice, pleasant, got some like mild caramel or vanilla notes off of it. Nothing's particularly stuck out. All right, let's see. Aziel saying, is Sonic Boom the one where Dat Knuckles it? Approve? Yeah, that's the one. Yep, that is the one. Cash out there saying, what is your favorite drink? And when Sonic 4 comes out, would you watch it? I would absolutely watch Sonic 4. I watched all the movies already. And what's my favorite drink? If you would have asked me like a year ago, I would have said a Negroni. It is equal parts gin, Campari, and sweet vermouth, but I've been trying to play around a little bit, and what I've been trying to do for myself is mix Old Fashions or Manhattans for myself. Old Fashions are essentially 2 ounces of base spirit, typically whiskey, with like a quarter to a half an ounce of simple syrup, with a couple of bitters on top of it, typically Angostura or an aromatic, but you can play around with that. I am using Old Fashions and Manhattans, which have sweet vermouth in them, as a way to get to know my base spirits a little bit better. So it's a template. It's not a specific recipe. It is just kind of a way to build things together. So I'd say as of right now, an old fashioned is pretty much up my alley as my favorite drink right now. It is simple to make, easy to make, and like there's just a lot of variability you can have with it. Short answer, a Negroni, gin, Campari, and sweet vermouth. Long answer, old fashioned because details. That's what I'd say. Cash asking, do you know a YouTuber named Corey X Kenshin? Can't say I do. I'm not familiar. What kind of stuff do they do? If it's also drink content, I want to know. I want to know. Bradley saying, I bought a Paul John whiskey once at duty free coming back into Canada. Never seen it since. Prohibition era whiskey is crazy. I heard about John Sleeman here in Canada and George Remus in the USA. Really? I don't have any knowledge of those ones. You said it was John Sleeman in Canada and George Remus in USA. Bradley, could I ask you to do me a favor and suggest with basically exactly what you just told me? Because I would love to do a deeper dive on that. I actually just got a, oh God, where's the book? It's right over here on the table. Right over here on the table. I have no idea if it gives the details that I'm looking for, but while I was over with the Abe family, they decided to give me a book on whiskey all through America. It's called The Curious Bartender's Whiskey Road Trip, a coast-to-coast tour of the most exciting whiskey distilleries in the U.S., from small-scale craft operations to the behemoths of bourbon by Tristan Stevenson. I just got this. Haven't really done a lot with it yet, but I've been meaning to make my way through it. I literally just got it this weekend, and I'm playing a charity bet, so I'm a little bit over-encumbered. But in terms of being able to do deep dives on spirits that I think I know really well and can obviously learn more about, I am incredibly interested. Overwhelmingly interested. Yeah. P. Abayada saying, get whiskey book at store. At all store. Get whiskey book all store. What kind of book? Which book, P? There's a lot of whiskey books out there. Not all of them are made equally. Let's see. Cash saying that Corey plays scary games like FNAF, Friday Night Funkin'. He plays scary content. Watch him play scary contact games. He's a YouTuber who does Samurai Shoutout and bars or something. He does very scary movies, scary content, and whatnot. Yeah, can't say I'm familiar with him. Can't say I'm familiar. Let's restart this stage again. We're gonna go back for more animals. Oftentimes, the type of YouTubers that I'll watch nowadays are people who are going to teach me about alcoholic content or how to make my mixology better. Or Let's Players who I like the vibe of and are playing games that I'm interested in playing myself. Admittedly, I will watch a Let's Play of a game that I want to make drinks from or drinks for so that I can give you guys the most authentic experience that I can of playing the game while I spoil literally everything else for myself off camera so that I can make a faithful and balanced drink. Speaking of a drink, I realized that I have not been moving like at all on my Infinity Corpse Reviver here. It's really tasty. And I really like it, but it's kind of warmed up a little bit. So I'll say that I'm inclined to take a cocktail request soon. If you made a request and you're here for it, let me know. I'll go back through the list in a hot second just to see what we got so far. Looks like I still got the same 7 people as before. So, Gaming, if you are out there. Lil Abe, if you are out there. I think those are the 2 main people. And there was also Levy, but I don't have the pumpkin puree. So if you 2 are out there, let me know. Because you haven't made a request before, priority goes to you guys. And if it's between the 2 of you, it's going to go to Gaming. Only because Lil Abe was literally just here on Monday. I'm seeing Cubing Bingo Cat saying, have you played The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild? I have. I haven't played it on stream. I have played that game, I think, gosh, how many times? I am currently going through my 3rd playthrough of Breath of the Wild right now, but I've yet to play it on stream. Let's see. All right, let's go out of here and go back to the garden.
Stage select.
Let's see. Cash out there saying, like song for Son of Frontiers for the Nintendo Switch or PlayStation 5 sign Frontiers with a giant robots and stuff. I'm not sure I understand what you just said. Feel free to try again. Something about giant robots. Abayada saying Bar Rescue TV show. I've been meaning to watch that one too. Honestly, if there's one show that I've been meaning to watch, it's The Bear. I don't know much about The Bear, but I wanted to watch The Bear, and I think it's about the culinary industry. I've been wanting to watch The Bear. And you know what I haven't watched? The Bear. Official out there saying, how long does it take for preference to reset? Can you provide more details on that too? I'm not sure what you mean by preference. All right, currently, Clementine is at 50% power. Now, no, why would you do that, Esmar? Oh, Esmar! Bro. Oh my gosh! It's okay. It's okay. I'm quick to forgive. Cole says, Mleep. Welcome back. Welcome back, Cole. Official saying, what did I miss? Why is Clementine up here? Oh, so, okay, so to give you a rundown of what happened on Monday, Clementine died, reincarnated, all of their levels reset, but the score, you see the power score, like the number, those numbers can get a lot higher now after Clementine because Clementine reincarnated. So, oh, you were here when they died. Yeah, so essentially I brought Clementine up to the hero garden because Clementine died. So I figured I would bring them up to the garden up here. In order to do the fighting and whatnot, we got to take them back down. And I don't remember exactly what level, what number the power was at before, nor the run. But I want to go back downstairs, give Clementine a chance at the battle again. And then we'll do a cocktail request, and then we'll keep grinding. Official, like, so you brought him up closer to Allah? Damn right I did. Damn right. Hyena just dropping back in to say hi, but got a cocktail making contest. Yo, dude, wait, are you participating in a cocktail making contest, Jordan? Really? Oh, do tell, dude. Do tell. I have not had the chance to participate in a little bit. One of these, I promise you, one of these days, y'all, we are going to have our own cocktail competitions here at the Bar with an X. I just need more resources. Because if you make a cocktail, I have to judge it. And I don't have every ingredient yet. Nor the means to do it. One of these days. Dude, that's incredible, Hyena! Ozzy saying that the bear goes really, really hard. Very intense. Some girls said they couldn't keep going because it was kind of negative, but it kind of showcases the hard life of running like an already ran down restaurant. Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah. If anything, from what it's been described to me as, the bear is the realities of a subsection of the hospitality industry. And I want that perspective. Piano Bingo Kid asking, have you played the most recent Legend of Zelda game, Echoes of Wisdom? I have not. Not yet. All right, where are you, buddy? There's Clementine! I believe this is the... There we go. We'll see how Clementine fares in the Super. We could be vastly outmatched. The goal, hopefully, is to get the emblem by the end of the stream. I do not want to do another Chao race. I would like to close out Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. We've been in here for way too long. So we'll see how this goes. Hyena saying, I've told you about the elderberry lemonade. Yeah, the lemonade is what you're making for the first round. Oh, that's excellent. Oh my god. Oh, jeez. Swim is defense. Clementine has 0 defense. That was embarrassing. Who's got a cocktail request? I need a drink. That was downright disheartening. I think I could use a drink right now. Anybody got a cocktail request for me? I'm gonna call out your name. I've got 7 cocktail requests right now. If you are here, let me know, and I could do your cocktail request. The only person whose name I'm not gonna call is Levy, because it looks like the drink that you've got uses pumpkin puree, and I don't have that. Broadtail, Cole, the Gaming Tactician, Renzo, Bento, and Lil Abe. Those are the recipes I've got. I see Cole that's out there so far. Gaming Tactician is here. Great. Was gonna go to you. Hyena saying, get the Thundershock cocktail. You're gonna have to put it back in, my guy. And I knew you said you were going. I'll tell you, we might do another request tonight. I have a strange feeling that this is gonna be a late one. Got a strange feeling. All right, I see Cole and Gaming accounted for right now. From what I got. Official being like, it's only 9:30 p.m. I haven't even drank enough. Responsibly. Naturally. Responsibly. So let's see. The 2 drink requests that I got from the only folks who have said that they're here is the GamingTactition, which was this blue Hawaiian that we were talking about before. And then Cole's recipe is the Grexg. With an X, by the way. Gin, Amaro, coffee liqueur, a little dash of absinthe. Excuse me. Can we get a third? No. All right, then. Cole, I have the strangest feeling that you just... I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a little bit too self-righteous here. But the fact that the Grexg with an X cocktail has Amaro Montenegro in it, is that an inspiration from the bar with an X? Because you know how much I love Amaro Montenegro. Oh my gosh. Official saying sounds a little bitter, no? With that one? With what? Cole's drink? Amaro Montenegro is not super duper bitter to me. Coffee liqueur is not going to be too bitter. I'm not going to use the Mr. Black. I've got a different coffee liqueur that's probably a little bit on the sweeter side, so not that bad. The absinthe will be a very interesting angle to that. Cash asking, have you ever played Grape Juice and Wine? I've never heard of that game before. I take suggestions, by the way, Cash. If you type !suggest with anything after the fact, it will send that to the Discord, and I read every single one of those messages, just because in the live chat, it's a little bit more ephemeral, and I might forget, and if you haven't noticed by this point, I've been drinking, so I want to be able to look at everybody's suggestions when I've got a sober mind. Let's see. So, gaming, because you're still around here, we're going to wind up going with your recipe. So I'll ask, I'm going to go with your recipe here, and I think what I recall from our discussion about the best blue Hawaiian that you've had, you're open to the idea of trying to accent or perhaps further down the flavors of the blue Hawaiian. So I'm thinking, to try to get the best blue Hawaiian experience, I'm going to try to use the better ingredient. I'm going to try to use better ingredients in this one. Not necessarily the stuff that you would get otherwise. It's a bit of an experiment. Excuse me. It's a bit of an experiment. But if you're down to experiment with ingredients, I'm down for it. I'm down for it. So let's put this up on the screen. Let me make sure that I got us over here for the food and drink. We're going to do a cocktail request from GamingTactition. This is recipe number 3. Pop that up on my screen. Let me do a little bit of linting. What I'll do here, I got it right up on my screen here. I appreciate you providing the details. So let's see. This is a blue Hawaiian, specifically the way that, at least my impression, that specifically GamingTactition would do. You know, cup of fresh ice. So this is a blended drink, I imagine. Cup of crushed ice. We got 2 fluid ounces of pineapple juice. I'm glad that we got some more pineapple juice today, because otherwise I would have been totally out of pineapple juice. I was very, very low. We've got 2 ounces though. We got some light rum in this one. Let's go with that one. The light rum, we've got some option on. The pineapple juice is going to be whatever I literally have right behind me. So let me figure out the brand of that one real quick. Anna just brought for me Libby's, which is the pineapple juice that exploded on me way back. I don't know if y'all remember that. But I had a bottle of pineapple juice explode on me, and I'm still cleaning up after it in my living room. Okay. So we'll definitely do Libby brand pineapple juice for this. I don't have an actual pineapple, unfortunately. But that's okay. Ounce of light rum. Let's do that. Blue Curaçao. I've got only one type of blue Curaçao, and I've got specifically Bols. So we'll do that one. By the way, gaming, if anything of what it's on the screen, if anything on the screen is incorrect right now, please feel free to correct me. Oh, that was the unknown element. It's the cream of coconut. Let me make sure that I have cream of coconut. Pineapple slice. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to do the pineapple slice for garnish. But if you had a pineapple slice, you would garnish with a pineapple slice. That would make sense. Garnish, pineapple slice, and a maraschino cherry. And maraschino cherry. Am I to assume that this is a blended drink, by the way, gaming? By the fact that you have specified ice, I would imagine that this is a blended drink. There we go. There's one thing I gotta check on. I'm gonna go grab a light rum of my choice, unless you've got a preference. And then I'll also grab the cream of coconut. Gaming saying blended or crushed. Yeah, alright, great. Let me put the music back on for a hot second. I'm gonna go see if I got cream of coconut. If I don't have cream of coconuts, I'm gonna figure something out. And then I'm gonna grab a light rum of my choice. I got quite a number of different white rums. Hey, you know what? I know exactly what light rum I'm gonna use. Light rum specifies that the rum has to be colorless. And I've got a really nice light rum that I've been meaning to try and drink, so I'm gonna use that one. Official saying, I'm always mesmerized by the way that you type like a true computer-related engineer. I never type like that. You know what? I'm cheating, Official. I'm cheating. I can't bring it above my bar, but the Stream Deck has key shortcuts on it. Specifically for those measurements. But yeah, most of it's my own work. Appreciate that. I'll be back in a hot second. Let me see if I got cream of coconut. And I'm gonna grab the Puerto Rican rum. I've been meaning to try this in a drink. Good news! I found the coconuts! Now I'm grabbing my light rum. I got on my choice. Oh my gosh. I almost broke a glass. Oh my gosh. Man. I'm seeing Cash out there asking, are you married? Could you get a ring on your finger? I mean, I could always have more rings. I have 3 of them right now, and one of them is, in fact, my wedding ring. Been married to a beautiful lady for about 1.5 years. We've been dating for 11 years. And I know you're new here, so you probably don't know her, but she pops on every once in a while. Alright, so I found cream of coconut. This brand is real cocoa. The question is it good? Because I haven't checked that yet. Oh god, this thing doesn't want to open. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my gosh. Official saying, oh come on, you still use obscure keys like up, page, or down in super? Oh yeah, I do. Who even uses 5 fingers to type? Sometimes me. Oh yeah. This is fine. This is gonna work out perfectly. Okie doke. Let me make sure that I got all of our ingredients here. This calls for crushed ice. I got that. Pineapple juice. Light rum. The light rum is going to be Pitorro, which is a technically a Puerto Rican moonshine, but I bought this legally at the airport, so it's not technically moonshine, but it's what they market it as. And then the coconut is Real Coco. Real Coco. Alrighty then, I think we got everything here. Gaming, if you can confirm for me that everything here looks correct. It's the cup of crushed ice, 2 ounces of pineapple juice, 1 ounce of light rum, 1 ounce of blue Curaçao, 1 ounce of cream of coconut, and then method blended. That's the one thing that I'm missing, and I just need to update. It's a little bit too large for the screen. Let me make it a little bit smaller, There we go. Oh, that was the wrong button. Hello there. Command text has to be a little bit. Nope. There we go. Little bit smaller. There we go. Looks solid. Excellent. That's what we're going to go with. How many more blender cocktails are we going to get in a week, chat? My goodness gracious. I love it. Piabayata being like, he found the coconut. And Official being like, it's moonshine-ish. I picked it up when I went to Puerto Rico. I got some really, really awesome notes at that. Think about it this way. For something like a blue Hawaiian, you are going to get a lot of variability in your blue Hawaiian by the specific brand of pineapple juice that you use, whether the pineapple was harvested fresh, whether it was concentrated or otherwise. Blue Curaçao flavors can apparently vary wildly. Oddly enough, the blue Curaçao that I plan on using, which, oh, there we go, is somewhere in the back. The blue Curaçao that I plan on using evidently just released a, anniversary version of their recipe. It's like the best version of the Curaçao they could possibly make. And that's not this one. So there's some variability in terms of the mileage, the flavor profiles that you get out of your blue Curaçao. They are always going to taste like oranges, like the fruit, but it depends on what orange. And it depends on what other stuff that they're adding to it to give it that style of a Curaçao, which tends to be a little bit more, to me, orange juicy, as opposed to orange oily. But it really, really, really does depend. It really depends. As opposed to like an orange cello, which would be strictly the peels, for example. Let's see. I'm seeing Bradley saying, moonshine is allowed to be a modern thing. There's a famous moonshine-style whiskey here called White Owl, a rye moonshine of... Oh, a rye... Oh, my God, dude. Bradley, if I've never told you about this, it's not a moonshine, but it's a white corn whiskey. I am intrigued by the flavor profile of unaged whiskeys. Rye, corn, barley, like millet or oat, or I don't even know, dude. I had one sip of a unaged corn whiskey, a White Dog corn whiskey. I loved it. Never had anything like it before. Reminded me of a cachaça, reminded me of a rum, reminded me of like almost an untamed, sweetened, less vegetal tequila. And I was like, holy shit, dude. So I took it home with me and I put it into the Amy Rose cocktail actually for one of the Sonic drinks that I had. Anyways, I digress. So this trip to Hawaii is sponsored by my blender with an X. Are we actually getting any sort of monetization or compensation for this? No, but we got a drink. That's good enough for me. Into our blender, well, let's start with 2 ounces of pineapple juice. Mine's fresh, so I gotta poke it. And it is in a real sealable container, which in my experience is dangerous. Especially these Libby containers. Give it a little shake, by the way. A little shake. Official saying, and oh my God, I think I broke something. Hell yeah! Nothing's broken, just a little wet. Incredible. Official saying, in my city, there's only one brand of Curaçao, and it's the cheap stuff. They don't sell more expensive. Blue Curaçao is always going to be cheap. Like if you want an expensive blue Curaçao, don't get a blue Curaçao, get a Curaçao. Orange Curaçao, dry Curaçao, or otherwise. Official like dangerous? No, these are dangerous because if you don't keep these in proper conditions, the inside will start to ferment, and then it will specifically... I have a bias against Libby because it was their brand container that caused it to split at the bottom, right here. So when I was doing laundry, which was down here, and I tried to shake it to incorporate it, it sprayed pineapple juice on my clothes, on my floor, on my couch, on my TV, on my wall, on some board games, in my liquor closet, on the door. Everywhere. Oh man, sorry if I scared anybody. I didn't mean to do that. I dropped that by accident. Start with 2 ounces of pineapple juice. Libby's is the brand I'm using. Your mileage is going to vary depending on what you've got. Another thing, too, about blue Hawaiians, the level of blue of your Hawaiian is going to vary. Not all. Think of it this way. This is yellow. Yellow and blue make green. So I'm going to ask you now, chat, what color do you think this is going to be? I'm hoping blue. I don't know. There we go. Next we'll do an ounce of white rum. I'm using this Pitorro that I picked up in Puerto Rico. Such a magnificent pop. A single ounce of that, any light rum. Naturally, depending on the white rum that you use, the drink is going to change. In my opinion, this one has like a roasted, charred, caramelized sugar kind of note to it. It's not super sweet, but you can really taste the caramelization. I love this bottle of rum, dude. This is the brand I'm using. It says right on the back, Receta Original 100% Puerto Riqueña, which is my best attempt at saying 100% Puerto Rican. My best attempt. Next, we need an ounce of blue Curaçao. Depending on the blue of your Curaçao, depends on exactly what color this is going to be. Let's see. Official out there saying if you control that ferment, you can make tepache. It's not supposed to be alcoholic, just fermented and fizzy. It will be, usually it will be mildly alcoholic. But technically, non-alcoholic includes things that are less than 0.5% alcohol by volume. So yes, non-alcoholic. I've made tepache twice. First time was weird, but I drank it. It just smelled like formaldehyde. It was a little odd. I probably shouldn't have drank it, but I did, and I can live to tell the tale. And then the second time was a little bit different. Also, I realized the music wasn't on, so my apologies. I'm gonna put that back to the scene. This game, for some reason, if you're not focused on it, it doesn't play the music. I apologize for that. An ounce of blue Curaçao. I gotta get more of this. Woo, okay, looking blue. I like the guess of turquoise so far. What else do I need? Cream of coconuts. I'll put this back. And my Curaçaos. Rearrange things. Renzo's like magenta. Yeah, we'll see about that. We'll see about that. Now we'll do... Whoop, we'll get in there. An ounce of cream of coconuts. If I had the real stuff, I'd use it, but I don't. It does say, it literally says real right on the container. This ain't the real stuff, though. It's got sugar, glycerol, salt, mono and diglyceride, sodium alginate, potassium sorbate to preserve freshness, citric acid, whatever, dude. Whatever, dude. Dude, can you come out, please? Anytime's a good time to come out. Remember, friends here at the bar, then I don't know how I'm supposed to measure an ounce with this thing. That's about it. I need my thing. That's about an ounce. About an ounce of cream of coconut. This stuff's so good, by the way. Reminds me of the macarons that Anna made the other day. Actually, let's go into the bartender. That's so tasty. Wow. Wow, I love it. Wow, I love it. Man, official saying, my ex-girlfriend made you tepache once, made the unfortunate decision to slow speed it, and it continued to fermenting for 4 hours of school, ended up very alcoholic. It was tasty, but kind of made you a little tipsy. Usually you have to drink it cool. If you let it warm up, it will ferment quickly and go bad in a matter of hours. Yeah, that'll do it. That tends to happen with fermented things. Let me make sure I put the cream of coconut away. I want to make sure this stays good. I don't even know how the fact that that cream of coconut is still good after all this time is indicative of how much gunk is in it, but works out. Bradley out there saying, I already came out. I don't know if I'm allowed to do that twice. Celebrate the gays! If you don't like the gays... Why is this wet? I was gonna say, if you don't like the gays, like, get out, but I don't know why my Pride fan is wet. Why are you wet? It doesn't matter if it's wet! Oh my god, it's getting on my face. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's also still broken. Wow. Hi, welcome back. Won the first round out of 4. I'm gonna start prepping for round 2. Wanna know what you're making for round 2? Yes! Of course I wanna know what you're making for round 2. Congrats, dude! Wow. What else do we need? We need crushed ice in here. It calls for crushed ice. Next, we'll add a cup of crushed ice. You know what that means. Y'all remember how we crush ice at this stream? Let me see. Let me get a smaller thing. I don't need this much of it, so let me grab an extra Lewis bag, which I thought I had around here. Where's my extra? No. Where is my extra Lewis bag? Oh, found it. Found it. Gaming like, I'm so happy. I love this specifically. Oh, yeah? Do you know what's up? Chat knows what's up. I'm just taking like 4 or 5 ice cubes and putting into a separate bag. I'm gonna do that one. Yeah, you know what happens with crushed ice. You know what happens. Grab your safety goggles. Where's my comically large wrench? There we go. Oh, comically large wrench. And a bag. And try to remember that your wife is sleeping. I'm sorry. But I'm about to blend things too, so. Liquefy? Oh, glassware on the bar. Hello there. Glassware on the bar. These are for all the fuckers on Monday who made me uncomfortable. You know who you are because we can't see your chats anymore. There we go. Hyena saying that this particular recipe is themed to soju. Oh, I love it. Sid making a riff on a soju bomb shark attack, so I'm making the plated shots. Oh, dude, let me know how that goes. All right. Pour about a cup of crushed ice into your... Excuse me. I need it for the edit. Excuse me. Pour about a cup of crushed ice into your blender. Official saying, man, that clip got yoinked out of our hands. Sometimes that's just how life be. All right, so we need about a cup of this. That's what the recipe says. Gaming was kind enough to provide a specific volume for the crushed ice. Nobody does that. Clearly this person knows what's up. I just need a cup. All right, I got crushed ice exactly for this. That's probably about 4 or 5 cubes. It makes the blending easier. Oh yeah, that was like, dude, that was like a perfect amount. Could be a little bit more, but I think we'll be all right. A little bit more? Yeah, a little of the rest of the stuff. Great. If I didn't say it already, a cup of crushed ice. Yeah. Yeah, let that dry over here. Okie dokie. Pineapple juice, light rum, blue curacao, cream of coconuts, and crushed ice. I don't have a pineapple slice, so I can't garnish with that, but I do got a cherry. All right. Seal your blender. Liquefy. This is your warning that there is going to be a loud sound happening in a hot second as I click the liquefy button, which is over here. It's not plugged in. I got so excited. Liquefy! Oh, this is gonna be good. Let me pulse it a little bit more. I love blender drinks! Alright. Pour this into a glass of your choice. Garnish with a pineapple slice if you've got it, and a cherry if you've got it. Can you guess which one I have? It's a cherry. It's a cherry. I told you already. But the folks who are following along in the edit, they don't have that yet. They don't know yet. They don't know. What else would you put up? If this was a higher ratio, I'd grab one of my bigger glasses. Actually, you know what? Can I have any glasses I got here? I got fun like tea glasses of sorts. I'm feeling, for the amount of liquid that we've got, is this gonna fit in there? No, it's not gonna fit in there. That's not gonna fit in there. I'm gonna grab this one over here. If it works out, great. If not, whatever. Whatever. Admittedly, it's a little bit dusty, so I'm gonna clean it off a little bit before I put a drink in it. Man. Bradley out there saying, I positively adore the scientific need to get ice measurements. I literally need ice measurements or my beverage just tastes wrong from guessing. Yeah. If anything, I would say as a mixologist, if you don't specify how much ice goes into a drink that is at least 1 or more drinks, at least 2 or more drinks, you're gonna get it wrong like every single time, dude. Because ice really, really matters. Especially, it matters for texture, it matters for chilling, and it matters for the amount of dilution that you get in your drink. It does. I agree with that. Official being like, looking pretty good. Slurp juice, so I'm gonna make myself a blue drink now. I'll go for it. Hyena saying, almost had a heart attack when I misplaced my strainer. Dude, you got it. It's a very good tool. And I see Tails popping in saying, Cameron, what's up, dude? All right. Pour this into a glass and garnish with, I don't know, something tropical. What color is it gonna be, chat? You can already tell. You can literally see what color it is. We didn't even use any blue spirulina on this guy. Tails saying, are you doing a Fortnite one? No. No, this isn't Fortnite inspired. This is a blue Hawaiian. This is a classic recipe. Classic recipe. But if you want to call it, what, a chug jug? I'll let you have it. I'll let you have it. There we go. I don't have a pineapple slice, but I got a cherry. Oh, what? There's an ad happening? Ugh. Ugh. I cannot believe that is happening now. I didn't see that coming. My bad, chat. My bad. That's okay. It's fine. Let's see. Renzo's like, it's magenta. Now, you right. You right. Just let him have it, official. Just let him have it. Oh, gosh. Tails like, chug jug. Bradley saying, I'm actually okay with a cam Fortnite bevy. So, I watched the game theory video on what's in a chug jug, and, like, long story short, they said mushrooms. My chug jug is going to be a nootropic fiasco. But I need more mushrooms, and I don't have a lot of mushrooms. I want mushrooms. Let me go get my cherries, I guess. All the ad break happen. Tell you what, maraschino cherries? Well, listening over here usually says maraschino cherries, so I'm just gonna go with that. Ugh, I can't believe there's an ad happening right now. Twitch, I'm so sorry. YouTube, can't believe you're so lucky. Ugh, Blenderx is going away. Actually, we'll clean him up a little bit. Looking a little bit sticky. Where'd my towel? There you are. And Tails saying, when I heard that too, I almost not wanted to do a chug jug ever again. Oh, Tails, do you not like mushrooms? I love mushrooms. I have yet to do a drink that features mushroom in the recipe. But if you don't think that I have ideas on how I do it, oh yeah, dude. If you ever want to see a Super Mario drink come out of the bar with an X that wasn't specifically a particular IP like Paper Mario, you know it's gonna have mushrooms in it. It's called the Mushroom Kingdom for a reason. The question is, which mushroom? And how would we do it? Princess Peach and Mario and Luigi and whatever do not get drinks unless I've got context on mushrooms, and right now, I really don't. Oh, was that new? Was that a new thing of... Oh, it was a new thing of maraschino cherries. There we go. Abayata like, ketchup! Maybe. Bradley saying, I think enoki mushrooms would make a great Caesar-style savory drink. I like it. I like it. If you've got a suggestion for a mushroom to use in a mushroom-inspired recipe, use !suggest so I don't forget. And so that if I take your idea, I can credit you appropriately. 7 more seconds. 7 more seconds. We're almost there. We're almost there. God. Cole saying, what type? The normal type or the shroom type? I like gaming saying shiitake mushrooms. Also hydration? When? Redeem hydration. You know how this works, Bradley. It's gonna happen anyways, so I'm just gonna do it ahead of time. It's very cheap. What was I saying? Pour it into your glass. Garnish with a pineapple slice, cherry, something else that's tropical. You know what I've got? You know what I do have? Hold up a second. Hydration. You know what I should have? Hold up a second. I don't know if this is gonna look good. I just remembered I had these. I just remembered it. Oh, hello there. Something fell. I don't have pineapple wedges, but I do have pineapple fronds. So bring that cocktail angle back over. Run it up a little bit. Complete the rest of the drink. If only I had all the things. Let's do a... boop. 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 And then that cherry. which will hopefully be making an appearance sometime soon. We'll do 2 cherries, because I feel bad. There we go. I'll pop this right in the middle. Boop. There we go. Man. Bradley out there being like, that the man cookie literally has the best ingredient for tonight. The Robin's Egg Blue is incredible with the fronds. There we go. Your validation is appreciated. And for this, oh, dude, don't get me wrong. Dude. Don't forget a straw. All things considered, with all the ingredients, it came out blue, and I'm happy with that. It came out blue, and I'm happy with that. Let's give it a try. Give it a little mix, because it's been sitting there for a hot second. Yeah! Yeah. As opposed to other blue Hawaiians that I've had, the rum choice here, I feel, really, really makes a difference. Something about the sort of charred caramel, sugarcane, something about the caramelized sugar note from this Puerto Rican rum here is melding so well with that flavor of coconut. The pineapple and the orange Curaçao meld together in a way that is nice and bright and fruity. The texture, too, even though I didn't use, like, non-cheap brand cream of coconut, it's still a really solid drink. If anything, for something like this, there is just enough acidity coming from the pineapple juice and just enough sweetness, or rather, let me put it this way. For something like this, the drink is cold enough such that the extra sweetness from the liqueurs, the coconut, and the juice are totally called for. If this warmed up, this would probably be a little bit too sweet. But together right now, so long as you preserve the frozen nature of this drink,
How are you?
Oh.
And then go back to it.
it's a classic for a reason.
Thank
It
you
is a
very much.
classic for a reason. Goodness gracious. Let's see out there. Official saying, I think, and not to yuck this yum, but 2 leaves should be good enough. Oh yeah, dude. These leaves also have been sitting in my freezer for, like, months. They don't look very good. 2? I'll take 2. Official saying, is there a drink that uses blue Curaçao and is not blue-ish? It might be maybe a clarified drink, possibly? Typically, if you use blue Curaçao, it's going to be pretty hard to get out the color. Let's see. I see 2x Tyler popping in on the Twitch side saying, can y'all follow me if I get 50 followers by 5 a.m.? I get 80, please, bro. Well, I'm doing a live stream right now, so I'm not going to pop into anybody else's stream right now. And this is self-promote. But if you want Tyler, we've got a self-promote channel in our Discord. You're free to put your self-promotion there. Hopefully you join our community. Welcome in 2x. Best of luck on your content creation journey, my friend. What were you playing? Were you playing something right now? If you're playing a game, I'm very curious to know about it. This is a bar that makes drinks inspired by video games, so if you got something, I might have something for you. Wolfie, welcome back. Dude. Gaming tradition. I recall you were saying before that your favorite parts about the Blue Hawaiian is the pineapple and the coconut. Of the Blue Hawaiians I've had, the rum is really accenting the coconut as opposed to the pineapple. I'm so curious now. Honestly, I'll admit, there is a piece of me that is a little bit of an elitist when it comes to cocktails like the Blue Hawaiian, for example. It's got the Blue Curaçao. I've made my stance known on Blue Curaçao a number of times. It's got sweet juice. It's got sweet Curaçao. It's got sweet cream of coconut, and it's got some rum to go on top of it. And I am admittedly a bit of a critic of drinks like this, but with everything that you do, if you look deep enough into it, there is going to be some nuance to bring just the right characteristic to a drink that otherwise, if you didn't have that same level of detail, would kind of be mid. If anything, this is one of the best Blue Hawaiians I've ever had, Granted, I'm making it at my home bar in the company of others, kindred company, and I used a different rum that I usually would. But I think that really makes all the difference. I think that's pretty awesome. I like that. Dude, actually, at the very least, the fact that you brought this up, Gaming, was a nice revisit to something that otherwise I didn't look at very fondly. I didn't look at it very fondly. So I appreciate that. Cheers. Cheers to experimentation. Let's see. Wolfie's saying that you're back from the Jurassic movie. I see Brandon back here saying my grandma just gave birth to our twins. Like I said to you last time, Brandon, please don't bring up you having relations with your grandma. I'm going to time you out for another 24 hours, and we'll see you back here again next time, and hopefully you don't bring it up again. Thanks for playing. Let's see. Piabiata out there saying, hello again. That's pretty good. Honestly, this is delightful. This is delightful. Again, I have not had a Blue Hawaiian in a while. I've yet to make a Blue Hawaiian here in my home at the Bar with an X. And I kind of like it. That's kind of good. That's kind of good. Anyways, thank you so much for your request, Gaming Addiction. Not Addiction, excuse me. I said that wrong. GamingTactition. GamingTactition. We'll head on back to the game for a bit. And evidently, we've got more training to do for Clementine. So we'll try our best for it. We'll try our best. Gaming out there saying, I absolutely want to try that rum you chose and creamy coconut next time. Thank you for being an amazing content creator. Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. If anything, my great passion here is for mixology, and there are an infinite number of iterations for every single drink that exists out there, and even if I've done it multiple times, if we change it up a little bit each time, we might find an optimal combination, you know? Bradley out there asking Wolfie, how is the movie? No spoilers, like a quick 5 out of 10. Tiovo out there popping in chat being like, nothing like consecutive 14-hour shifts, Tiovo. Oh my gosh. It sounds like you could use a drink. If you're a fan of coconut and or pineapple, this is probably one of the best Blue Hawaiians I've ever made. Farming ain't easy? No, that's fair. That's very fair. So this is where I'm at so far. I have been focusing on speed and attack for Clementine. And evidently, speed and attack is not necessarily what we're going for here. If anything, not even Clementine's power was up to snuff. So I think what we need is more, specifically, some more, I guess, swim. And so what I'm going to do real quick is I'm going to look up and see whether or not which stages have the most swim types. Let me think. SA2B animal locations. Evidently, ugh. I was so disgruntled by that, dude. So disgruntled by that. Okay, it looks like of the swim types that we have available, I'm gonna look at the Knuckles levels, because you can usually move around them relatively quickly. Eggman, Rouge, Shadow, Tails, Knuckles. Who's got, not a lot of people have Swim. Oh, Swim is yellow. Cannon's Core, nah. Meteor Herd is cool. Aquatic Mine. Oh, Aquatic Mine? Aquatic Mine's got Fly and Swim and the Dragon. I would just need to find where the Chao boxes are in Aquatic Mine. Or we just go back to Pumpkin Hill. God, I'm conflicted. I think we're just gonna go with Sonic levels. I can move through these relatively quickly and just get a bunch of things, because Sonic is fast. Wolfie out there saying, quick rating for Jurassic Park Rebirth, 10 out of 10, would binge the rest of the movie series. Great conclusion for the series. Whoa, I didn't even realize that was supposed to be like the end of all things. That's awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it, dude. Tiovo out there saying, sipping on a new Mix Paloma in a can. I had these bad boys since Mexico. Oh, what was it called? New Mix Paloma from Mexico. I'd never heard of that brand before. Color me intrigued. Hyena out there saying, I passed by the skin of my teeth. How's it going over here? Let's see, this Blue Hawaiian is pretty good. All things considered, pretty tasty as far as a Blue Hawaiian typically goes. I'm happy with it. Let's see. Folks in chat talking about this Jurassic World movie. Wolfie, have you watched the other Jurassic Park movies, like, in comparison to this one? Because I have never seen a Jurassic Park movie before. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Do I have all the things? 3, 9. There's one more. All right, and then we'll pop out of this storage and go back. It's gonna give all these things to Clementine, hopefully as quick as possible. But yeah, I have literally never seen a single Jurassic Park movie, and I know at least a couple of people who are really, really into them, and I just don't know much about them. And I think there's what, like, Alexa, how many Jurassic Park movies are there?
There have been 7 movies in the Jurassic Park series since the first one, Jurassic Park, came out in 1993.
7 different movies. There we go. Wolfie saying, binged all of them before this movie, but watched them at least 5 times before. Ah, yeah. That's like the energy that people have about the Star Wars movies, where they binge all the ones before, right before watching any of the new ones. I see that. Hyena saying, my soju bomb shark attack really did impress the judges, though. And Hyena saying, too, that I grew up on Jurassic World. Wait, but Hyena, these rounds are going pretty fast. Are you actively at a competition right now? Like a cocktail competition? Because the speed at which you're getting your results makes me think that you are, like, actively participating in something, like, right now. And that is awesome. You are! Holy shit, dude! That's amazing! That's so cool. So wait, what do you got up next? Multitasking. I see that. For sure. Well, what do you got up next? So the first one that you had was that elderberry lemonade. The next one was the kind of soju shark attack. What about the next one? Also, I am incredibly intrigued about the recipes that you used for this. Please send them our way. If anything, these drinks can only get better. In my opinion, in my humble opinion, drinks can only get better if we get the input of the people, other people as well. Unless you feel very closely guarded of those stuff, in which case, I respect it. Some people really want to closely guard their homemade recipes and stuff, and I understand that. Tiovo out there saying, I really, really need a Warhammer 40k movie. Oh, dude, I'd love to see it too. As I've said before, my bro Lycos Lore knows a lot about Warhammer, and honestly, I've never asked him about a movie before. If he would watch, specifically a Warhammer movie. I'd be curious to see it, though. Let's see. Bradley up above saying, too, that the first movie had, like, great sound design and atmosphere. For the first 3 movies, indeed. Gosh, I just need more time to watch movies. Does Jurassic Park have any games? I feel like they do. Alexa, does Jurassic Park have any video games?
There's something I found on reference.com. Recent PC games based on the Jurassic Park films include Lego Jurassic World.
Lego Jurassic World is a game. Check that out.
Older PC games include Jurassic Park, Food and Activity Center for DOS from 1994, and
Interesting.
Jurassic Park, The Ride Online from 1996.
Interesting. Let's see. Hyena, aka Jordan, saying, the theme is something described by yourself. By the way, you were wrong. This is the last round. I'm starting in 5th and still have prep time. Starting in 5. Starting in 5 minutes and you still got prep time. Oh, dude. I am here for it. I am not much of a sports guy, but the most sporty I've ever been is I've gone to a couple of Philadelphia Flyers games for hockey. I watched a hell of a lot of competitive Super Mario 64 speedrunning. And right now, it's being invested in Hyena's cocktail competition that they're participating in. I'm hyped, dude. Man. Let's see. Bradley saying Jurassic Park Game Boy, please. Oh, is that a game? Is there a Jurassic... If there is a Jurassic Park game for the Game Boy, I have the means to play Game Boy games. Let's see. Let's see. Folks saying good night and out there. I don't remember. I can't tell based on what's happening who's having a good night, but whoever it is out there, whether it's Wolfie, Bradley, or Hyena, have a good night. And bro, Jordan, best of luck, dude. Best of luck. Tiova saying, dude, y'all gotta watch Pro Kabaddi? Kabaddi? What is kabaddi? I can't say that I've heard of that before. Bradley out there saying hockey is a blast. Love going to games, especially local college games. How are the Flyers? I've watched the Flames and the Canucks play. I have watched them play, I think, about 4 times. And aside from one time, they've won when I've gone to the games. I don't watch hockey, but I go to the hockey games because I have a friend of mine who is really, really into hockey. He's so into hockey that he got me into hockey. He gave me a jersey for my birthday last year. He takes me out to the games every once in a while. Obviously, I pay my own way, but it's a really fun time. I like the vibe of the hockey game. I like to watch. I don't keep up with the scores, though, y'all. Like, if you ever hear me talking about sports, it's because I am just trying to get my way into the conversation. Darn. Man. Hawaiian out there saying, BRB, I'll tell you how to go. Yes, dude. Yes. Tiovo is saying that kabaddi is an Indian sport. It's basically pro tag with extra rules. Oh, professional tag. You said pro tag? And my first thought was, it's a protagonist game? Like, I don't know about you, but I'm the protagonist in my universe. All right, get back into this. That's intriguing. You said it's like pro tag with extra rules. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's like what is it? Flag football, I guess. Not that I know anything about flag football, aside from the perspective on flag football that I had when I was quite literally a child. Wolfie saying, rowing is just watching the last 500 meters of people racing. I mean, that's if you sit in one spot. Oh, no, don't go in here. Don't go in here. Gotta go up here. That's only if you sit in one spot. Like, if you were sitting there, one of the things that I've never understood about track, like watching track, right? Watching track, cross country, not track races specifically, cross country and rowing, because there was a huge, like, rowing thing when I went to school at Drexel, is actually sitting there and watching it. Because you only catch, like, a brief second. And I assume you're there to watch, like, your own, like, child or your own friend or whatever, and you only see them briefly. I've never understood that. I was in marching band for a while, and when I was in high school, and when I graduated, I watched my younger brother in the performance when he was in the parade, and I can understand only if I know somebody in there, because when they come by, I can cheer them on, and then enjoy the beginning part of the parade, and then the last part of the parade, or in this case, the sport. But, like, aside from that, I don't understand. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Let's see. Bradley out there saying, I live for hockey game energy, especially when they play, like, Baby Shark or, like, the corny music and stuff. Oh, for at least Philadelphia, they'll wind up playing, like, rock music. Like, Welcome to the Jungle and stuff like that. It's to try to get people, like, really, really hype, you know? Anyways. I see Neon Hyperdrive popping in saying, whoa, a wild Sonic stream. True. I've been playing Sonic. God, how long have I been playing Sonic for? Gosh, I have been playing Sonic the Hedgehog games for months, dude. For months. But unlike the other streams, they probably don't have a fully stocked bar in their home. Not to brag, but that's what I got. Neon saying, what version of SA2 is this? This is Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, the Steam port on PC. On PC. Jay saying, 4 months. 4 months we've been doing Sonic. And how many drinks have I made, chat? 6. I am very behind. Very, very behind. And I know it. Tiovo out there saying, I can say from first-hand experience that competitive swim is hell. Yeah. I don't know if I watched competitive swim. If anything, if there's anything that I would have watched when I was younger, was my partner did a lot of dance when she was younger. Not as much anymore. But Anna was a dancer, first of all. And when I met her in high school, she did a lot of, like, competitive, like, dance competitions and stuff like that. I can see that. The other stuff, I don't know. I just don't do a lot of sports stuff. If anything, if I'm being honest, I watched, like, the Super Mario 64 speedrunning because I love the music from the game. And I just wanted every excuse to listen to the music of the game with the sound effects and stuff in the background. Like, it helped me focus for a little while. But yeah. Let's see. Bradley being like, Sonic games sound like they are worth the grind. So many people mention Adventure as their favorite game. This is one of my favorite games of all time. It is my favorite game of all time. Neon saying any mods that fix some of the graphical errors, like lighting differences between the GameCube and the Dreamcast version and whatnot, since it's the mod that can fix it. No mods. No mods. As close to original as I can possibly muster. All I'm trying to do is get all 180 emblems in the most legitimate way possible. And when I tried to play it on my GameCube, there was just way too much stream lag, and I didn't feel like dealing with it, if I'm being honest. Don't go in there. Don't go in there. Go up here. Bradley being like, Mario 64 speedrunning is so crazy. Dude, the impossibilities of the way that people move in those games, and that's not just in Super Mario 64 either. That's in, like, speedrunning in general is something I've said it before and I'll say it again. I have huge respect for speedrunners. Crazy in their strategies, as Wolfie's saying. I agree with that. I never want to be a speedrunner. But I'd watch. I totally would. Neon saying, trying to unlock Green Hill. Wait, don't you need to get an S rank in every zone? Every single mission right now has an A rank, except for Cannon's Core. And I am trying to get, not specifically Green Hill Zone. I'd like to play in Green Hill Zone, which you get for getting all the 180 emblems. I've just been playing this game since I was a child. I think I probably started playing this game when I was like 7 or 8. So it's been almost 20 years. Alexa, when did Sonic the Adventure 2 Battle come out?
Answers.com. Sonic Adventure 2 came out November 20th, 2001. Sonic
2001.
Adventure 2 came out 8 months later, June 19th, 2002.
2002. Yeah, I've been playing this game for over 20 years, dude. I've never gotten all the emblems. And as an adult, I was like, I gotta make it happen. Admittedly, I wasn't expecting it to take this long. But we're here for it. Or maybe I'm not. I'm here for it, but like, you're here for it, so. Bradley saying, my favorite game is definitely Super Mario World, any version. I feel like I knew the physics perfectly, and I'm happy to see was so happy to see was so popular a modded game. But to your point too, Bradley, speedrunners are hypnotic to watch. These people are just like monks. They've honed their skills in a way that is calculated, exact, and downright mesmerizing. And a lot of times on original hardware too, and I've got a lot of respect for it. Like, I was talking with Little Abe a little bit after the stream happened on Monday about speedrunners and stuff like that, mostly reflecting on the stuff that we've been playing Sonic for a little while, a long while, and sometimes that can get a little bit monotonous, and I will admit, chat, the fact that we've been doing Chao stuff for like almost a month now is monotonous to me. I want to move on, and I will figure out a way to move on, and that is the point of what we're trying to accomplish tonight. But for speedrunners, even though you're doing the same thing like over and over and over again, it's those subtle differences that make a difference. And it's those subtle differences that the people who watch speedrunning and the people who conduct speedrunning can really, really appreciate. Or if you're like me, the music's pretty good, and then you pick up a couple of terms along the way, like backwards BLJs and carpetless in Super Mario 64 speedrunning. But it's fun, you know? Alright, time to get out of here. Get some more of these things. Neon out there saying, honestly, favorite game has got to be Sonic CD. Oh, dude, I can see why. Honestly, mainly because of how odd and out of place it is when placed with the other 2D Sonic games. It is, dude. I have Sonic Origins that I've been playing in my free time, and I got through... I just finished Sonic the Hedgehog 2. So I'm just starting Sonic the Hedgehog 3 and Knuckles, I suppose. Playing through Sonic CD, I had never played it previously. I never got all the way through it, and I got all the time stones to make sure that I could really appreciate all the levels, and I made sure to get the good endings in every single one of the zones, and I've been listening to the music for that game for years, and I never had a chance to appreciate it. But to your point, Neon, CD is so out of place because I feel like in terms of classic Sonic games, it is the most non-linear that those, like, original cabinet games or the original, like, Dreamcast game, or not Dreamcast, is it Genesis? I don't remember I don't remember what console it came out of, but it's so non-linear. Granted, don't get me wrong, like, a lot of the original Sonic games are non-linear in a way that they have a bunch of branching paths, but you will always move forward regardless of what path you take. And admittedly, you also move forward regardless of what path you take in Sonic CD, but unless you explore the levels, if you don't have any prior exposure to the way that the teleporters and stuff work, you're like, wait, what? I got a bad future? How did I get a bad future? And for that, it winds up making you want to, like, replay the game all over again, if you didn't know about it ahead of time. I totally see what you're saying there, Neon. By the way, if it's not obvious, I am a huge Sonic fan. I am such a huge Sonic fan that I have a whole podcast on it with one of my best friends from high school. We haven't done a Sonic CD episode yet. Admittedly, that would be kind of a smart idea. If anything, if there's the most funny thing about Sonic CD is the way that it's not, I think it's the teleporters. It's either the teleporters or whatever the thing that Metal Sonic is in. So for those of you who don't know, in Sonic CD, if you go to the past, you can find what appears to be like a transparent image of Metal Sonic, like stomping on an animal, terrorizing them to make a bad future. And although you don't need to kill the holograms, you need to find the time machines that transport Robotnik's badniks into the past that cause a bad future. You need to go those things. But the other ones in particular, like the thing that you see Metal Sonic on, has always been kind of hilarious to me. I don't know. Bradley out there saying, sorry everyone, gonna split. Thanks so much for coming about. Have an amazing night, and see you all in the next stream. Night Cam and fam, night Neon. Dude, Bradley! You've been here, like, consistently the past couple of streams, dude, and sticking around with me, and I greatly appreciate it. Always love talking the craft with you. Good to see you, and I hope you have a great rest of your night, dude. Thanks for popping in. Let's see. Neon saying, huge respect for Sega of Japan for letting the game be delayed twice, while also pouring money to commission Studio Junio for the intro and outro for the game, not to mention the music too. Dude, you know your stuff. You know your stuff. I didn't know about that. I didn't know that they pushed back production, and I didn't realize that they specifically contracted out Studio Junio, or rather a studio in general, specifically for that, like, intro and outro animation of the game. That's really cool, dude. That's really cool. You've taught me something today, and I now have even more of an appreciation for the game based off of what you told me. That's incredible, dude. That's incredible. If I had to pick a favorite game in terms of music that I listen to on the regular, I consistently listen to Sonic CD music. Consistently. And the reason why I wanted to play the game originally was because I was catching on to the fact that there are good, bad, present, and prehistoric versions of every single song. And I was like, I've got to play this game for myself. And I was shocked. Because if you don't know this either, chat, like, in Sonic CD, there are two separate soundtracks. One for the American release and one for the Japanese release. And the music that I had been listening to was the Japanese release music. And I was like, when I first booted up the game in Sonic Origins, I was like, wait, I recognize this is the American track. I want to listen to the Japanese track. And I think there's a way that you can change it. There was definitely a way that you can change it because I played the rest of the game through with the Japanese soundtrack, which I was more familiar with. But, like, there's so much. There's so much. It's really cool. And if anything, like, I played a little bit of Sonic CD, like, when I was on the GameCube playing Sonic. It was either Gems Collection or the Mega Collection. I had both of them. I played both of them. But it always had a special place in my heart. I loved it. Wolfie out there saying, crashing into my mattress for a good night. Night Cam and peoples. Wolfie, always a pleasure to have you. I hope you were comfy. And I hope your bed is comfy as well. For whatever Z's that you might be getting. I appreciate that. One second, just checking on something real quick. All good, all good, all good. Okie doke. I'm seeing Neon saying, for Sonic CD, it was finished the first time, but due to optimization bugs, they pushed back for a second time. Some of the tracks are getting updated due to Naoto Oshima saying, wait, this song doesn't fit. Oh, okay, okay. I mean, like, if you look at games like Sonic 06, which I never had a chance to play, or just in general, it doesn't even have to just be Sonic stuff either. There are games that get, like, rushed out. And when games get rushed out, especially when you're in a scene, like a series like Sonic, which people just there's a huge fan base, not just for the games, but for the character, too. It is a huge, huge hit for the brand, dude. And for something like Sonic CD, especially because it was it's a classic game. It came about during the very early times of Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, if anything, if it's gonna be good, it might as well be good from the start, because then it locks itself into people's nostalgia and their memories, and then allows people to experience the same fun, or a piece of that fun, when you have all the revamps and stuff that happen after the fact. Like when I played Sonic Generations for the first time a few years ago, when I heard the fight battle music for Metal Sonic, I was intrigued because I had never heard it before, and it seemed so unique. And when I did a little bit of my own research at the time, it was evident to me that via the Spotify titles, that this was the Japanese mix for the Metal Sonic game, for the Metal Sonic fight and Sonic CD. And I was like, I was learning even new things about the game then. And I'm happy that I've had the chance to be able to go back and go through, specifically Sonic Origins is the game that I've been playing in my free time, to go back and re-experience Sonic the Hedgehog 1, Sonic the Hedgehog 2, Sonic CD, and Sonic 3, and Knuckles. I also played Sonic Mania in my free time too, and that was a blast. And then with the nuance of the storylines of Sonic Mania blending into Sonic Forces and then back into Sonic Mania Plus with the Phantom Ruby and stuff like that, I'm like, whoa, dude. It's a lot, man. And my buddy and I have been talking through some of the details of the comic series recently. Not just the Archie comics, not just the Fleetway comics, but also the IDW comics as well, the more recent stuff. And it's really cool. But there's a lot, dude. But that's the fun part about it, you know? Neon Author saying, what I find really interesting is the idea that Sonic CD started development as an updated Sonic CD version of Sonic 1, but Oshima and other members of the original Sonic team members said, hey, what if we added some stuff that we didn't add to the original game? So basically, half of Sonic CD is made with stuff that didn't make the cut for Sonic 1. That's cool, man. That is so cool, dude. One of the things that popped up in one of my most recent, deep dives was that I think there were some characters that were specifically scrapped for Sonic 1 that didn't make it to any games, really. One was a female character wearing a red dress, very reminiscent of Pauline from, the Super Mario series. One was this white, Chernobog creature, if you're familiar with Disney, that had sharp teeth and wild eyes and a very large white body that was supposed to be the antagonist for the game. And along the way, I found out that Robotnik, Dr. Eggman, in the original game was supposed to be a droopy, dopey, character who walks around in his PJs until he inevitably became the villain as the games progressed over time. A lot of rejected concepts. I had never been to that angle of the Sonic Wiki before, which is where I get most of my information from, admittedly. Neon saying, for Sonic CD, heck, even the framework used in OG Sonic CD is an earlier version of the one used in Sonic 1, since Yuji Naka left Sega of Japan to move to Sega of America. Was that Yuji Naka, by the way? I might be wrong on the name. I see Static State of Mind popping back in, saying, Chao Garden, my beloved. That's what we're trying to do. I think, were you around here last on Monday, Static, where we had Clementine admittedly reincarnate? Well, we took Clementine back to the karate after grinding for most of the stream for power drives. And he was absolutely dunked on. Absolutely dunked on. Neon saying that Yuji Naka, the man that got arrested. Oh my god, did he get arrested? Oh my god. Official wait, you mean Eggman doesn't run around in his PJs? I mean, you could say that it's a little PJ-like, right? Static saying, I wasn't there, sadly. Oh, no problem. Monday's stream was a little wild anyways, a little spicy. If anything, what you missed was this. Clementine reincarnated right before we got the chance to get the emblem for the Super Tournament. So now we're doing it all over again. And I'm trying to be as fast as I can. Alexa, why was Yuji Naka arrested?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
Nah, that's fair. I figured as much. I figured you wouldn't have an answer for me. Anyways, let me get a little hydration in my system. Ooh. Who's crying out there? You don't know. You're not my champion. My champion is the one who gets the most preferential treatment. And I realize in terms of the levels up, since I made this blue Hawaiian and started going to the Sonic levels, the levels are not going up as fast, so I think we gotta change up our strategy. That's what I'm thinking. I say we go back to Pumpkin Hill. Like, what else am I supposed to do? So we did try to get Clementine to fight in the battle, but Clementine was, with a single hit, almost completely knocked out, meaning Clementine's defense is really, really bad. Like, really, really bad. So we gotta get some more of that stuff. I want to say in Knuckles' stages, specifically in Pumpkin Hill, that sea monster gives some swim ability, which might be helpful. So I think we'll go back here for a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. I'll bring my blue Hawaiian a little bit closer. Oh, man. Back at Pumpkin Hill again, just like we were doing last week, just like we were doing the week before. But this time, I would think that we're kind of locked in. Or at least I'll try to. If anything, chat, I'm gonna be honest with you. If I get a little bit quiet and focused, it's because I am tired of the Chao Garden. I wanna formally apologize for how long that we've been playing this game so far. I was not intending it to last this long. I was not intending it to be doing the Chao Garden this long. I wanted to have moved on, made some more drinks along the way, and admittedly, I have been incredibly behind. And if I'm speaking honestly, I've been wanting to get all 180 emblems since I was a kid, and it's absolutely nobody's business but my own. But I kind of decided to drag you all down with me. And I'm sorry. And I'm not stopping until we're done. Eventually we'll move on to another game series. That, you have my promise. Or maybe not a game series, but something else entirely. Tiovo in chat saying, bang, 2 months worth of meal preps made. Oh, dude. Anna and I have not done meal preps in a little too long. So we've got to get on there. We've got to get on our meal prep train. Haven't done so recently. All right, get out of here. Go back to the Chao Garden. We might make it, what was it? What was the number? 1337. Leets. Leets was the one. GamingTactition being like, I'm here to hang out. This is amazing. I appreciate that. We appreciate your words. Tiovo saying, I have eaten the same exact thing the last 2 years. I can sympathize with you on that. I haven't been eating, excuse me. I haven't been eating the same thing for the last 2 years, or 3 years, or otherwise. But for the last 2 years, my breakfast has more or less been the same every single morning. It is always, if I have the resources, it will always be a toasted bagel with cream cheese and capers. Just the way I like it. Sometimes the bagel is different. The cream cheese is usually not different. Sometimes it's whipped, sometimes it's not so whipped. Really depends on the occasion and what kind of budget we got. Jay Novice being like, couldn't be me. And then Gaming saying, I don't think my ADHD could allow me to do that, honestly. Yeah, man. No, I understand that. For me, I had trouble eating breakfast in the morning just growing up. So when I found something that I could really get behind every morning, and don't get me wrong, I don't eat the full bagel every morning. Sometimes I eat the whole damn thing, like both halves. Sometimes I'm just eating one half, and sometimes I just don't eat the whole thing at all. It really depends. But we have been trying to lock in on how to make the cheapest breakfast for me. So we've been getting discount bagels, getting coupons for the cream cheese, and the capers are like dirt cheap anyways. right, Clementine, let's continue, shall we? Tiovo's saying the meal that you've been on with for about 2 years is ground beef, rice, broccoli for dinner. And then for breakfast, 5 eggs, 2 hash browns, and a protein waffle with 0 sugar syrup. Dude, you got that locked in. Clearly. Neon Author saying, another thing that I find interesting about Sonic is the fact that Chaotix, or rather Knuckles Chaotix, was planned to be the next Sonic game for the Saturn, but got pushed around and landed a spot on the 32X in a half-baked state. We know it now. Yeah. I know the game. I'm not sure how much context you've got, Neon, on the game. What is it? Sonic Triple Trouble, I think? But that's popped up a lot in the research that my buddy and I have been doing in terms of enemies, badniks, game characters, concepts, abilities, and stuff like that. And I don't know very much about Triple Trouble. And I want to say the 32X, was that the system that they were planning on releasing Sonic Extreme for? Because I think that was a game that just never got released for the hardware. I don't think it was ever released at all, actually. And that's popped up a couple of times in our wiki deep dives. Teal was saying, I am 5'7", 170 pounds, and I'm smashing my gym goals last week. I deadlifted 5 plates. Oh, dude. Not only that you are creative to boot, but you also have a much better workout routine than, I think, me and a lot of other people. Dude, cheers to that. I could throw almost 10 pounds of beef a week. It's bulking season, isn't it? Gotta be bulking season. That or it's always bulking season. Give me the sea monster. Neon saying, since more info about both CD and Chaotix has been showing up more, especially translated Japanese exclusive developer interviews. I think I remember reading one of those. There was one that I read a while back when we did an episode on the Chao, like the Chao in the Chao Garden. In particular, it was about an interview with the A-Life system that Sega had developed for the Knights series of games. And evidently, as the interview was explaining, the A-Life system was evolved into the Chao Garden system that we have here in Sonic Adventure 2, and correspondingly previously in Sonic Adventure 1. And I found that very, very intriguing. Evidently, and I don't know exactly which Knights game it was, but in one of the original Knights games, there were these little, like, baby cherub creatures that kind of floated around and stuff like that, and depending on how you interacted with them, depending on how they would kind of transform over time. And I think there was a specific system to be able to get one of them to turn into, like, a king or something like that. But it was a while since we've done the episode, so I'm a little bit not as familiar on that right now. Tiovo being like, it's always bulking season. I naturally burn almost 2,000 calories if I'm doing nothing, so I have to have an insane input to grow. Yeah, you do. And grow, I assume that you do with all the inputs that you're putting into your body. Neon saying, an earlier version of Extreme for 32X was called Sonic Mars before getting moved to the Saturn. Oh, intriguing. I had not heard of Sonic Mars before. I'm intrigued of that. I want to write that down for my reference. Sonic Mars. For the 32X. For the 32. You got your Mars, you got your Saturns, you got your Genesis, or the Genesis, I guess. If I remember, a while back I was doing some research, and I think if chat remembers, during, I think it was Sonic Generations, I did a pregame drink that was a mocktail called, I think it was the Dreamcast. And I want to say that there were 3 mocktails that were made. Mocktails? I think they were all mocktails, non-alcoholic cocktails that were made specifically for the Sega machines at the time, which included the Mega Drive, the Saturn, as well as the Genesis. I don't remember which drink it was. It was the one that had like the mandarin juice and the milk, because admittedly that was all it was. I think it was just mandarin orange juice or clementine juice and milk. That was the only thing that was in it. But it was like an exclusive drinks menu for the release of, I think it was the Sega Mega Drive Classics game on the Switch, I believe. Another collection type game. Teal was saying that they love lifting heavy circles. I used to be insanely weak and I couldn't put up with it anymore, so you started bulking, dude. I'll say this. One of the things that I personally vibe with is I sometimes get very tired with my shaking. And if I did more arm exercises, and admittedly, if I exercised a little bit more, I would probably be at a level of fitness that I'm comfortable with. Right now, I'm not as fit as I want to be. And the reason I think about that, especially now more than previously, is because with the routine that I've got of drinking a drink every couple of minutes, every couple of days or so. Oh, Jay with the boys dance. Oh, let's do it. I gotta have my hands up like this, apparently. That's what boys dance is. But I can keep my controller. Oh, what was I saying? Yeah. But, like, with the amount that I wind up drinking, which is admittedly not a heck of a lot of alcohol, but more so than your average person, I really think that I need to focus on my physical health in order to make sure that my body, like, you know, survives. So I can keep doing what I do. And luckily for me, like, my partner is a physical therapist, so she's made me a workout plan routine. I just haven't followed it in, like, months. Alright. I did my boys dance. Love the workout. That's why we got that command there. Tio was saying, I used to not be able to do more than a singular assisted push-up, and look at you now! Neon Hyperdrive out there saying, I mean, a buttload of Sonic games were in development all at the same time, and all of them boiled down to, let's be the first 3D Sonic game. Especially games being made by STI Sega Technical Institute, where most became canned or merged with one another. I'm so intrigued by that, Neon. This is the first time hearing of the Sega Technical Institute. But then again, there's always more to learn. And gosh, with all the different characters in the Sonic universe, and all the different canons, and all the different IP that they have, it's kind of easy to get lost. Especially with the hardware aspect of things. I went to school for engineering, and I'm a big technophiliac, I don't know if I'm using the right term there, but I love the nuance of old hardware, and specifically being able to look into the details of how original hardware was able to run the games down to the assembly level of the games that we know and love today. It's very fascinating to me. Tio was saying, alcohol does affect muscle growth up to nearly 7% deficit. That's probably why I have no muscle mass on me. It's true. Come here, you. Go over here, and we'll give you a run, and then we'll head back out for some more. Official saying, gotta go now. See you on Monday or otherwise. Thanks for an amazing stream. Official, thanks for being a part of it. Hope to see you again next time. Jade Novice being like STI, very unfortunate acronym. Yeah, like a sexually transmitted illness. That's true. Neon saying, what I find funny that most STI games became canceled, but the only game released by STI was Sonic 2 and Spinball. No way! I didn't know that! Sonic 2 and Spinball were both made by STI. Check that out. I never realized that. Recently, I had the opportunity to go through all of Sonic Spinball and got to the end of Sonic Spinball only because I think the Sega Mega Drive Classics game, excuse me, on Steam allows you to rewind. And that was imperative for getting, allowing Lycos and I to actually get up to that level and get up all the way to the top. It was intriguing. I was terrible at the game when I was a kid. I played it on, like, again, I don't remember if it was the Sega Mega Collection or the Sonic Gems Collection that I played it on, but I played a lot of classic games and admittedly didn't get far in any of them. If anything, if there was any classic game that I got far enough in when I was a kid playing these GameCube collection games, it was probably Sonic 3D Blast. Could I tell you exactly how far I got in it? No. But when I replayed it recently, relatively recently, within the last like couple years or so, the levels that I got to much farther down the line were familiar to me, which my brain decides to rationalize as, well, if it's familiar to you now, you probably got to it when you were younger. Maybe. I don't know. Tiovo saying, I have to have a very, very strict regimen, otherwise I get super, super lazy. That's fair. Hey, you know, as the old saying goes, we fall to the requirement, we fall to the levels of the systems that we build around us. Let's see. Also, I just realized, chat, hold up a quick second. I see Hyena out there on the vertical side, and I just realized that I haven't seen your maps. Abayada, I haven't seen your chats in a hot second. Let me check my chat aggregator. It went through an update recently, and it looks like it's not actually catching your chats. Which side are you guys on? You're on the vertical side. I don't actually see... Hyena, I do see you out there, but for some reason it's not showing up in my chat aggregator. Guess who won? I'm hoping it's you, my guy. I'm hoping it's you. Yeah, that's so intriguing. Let me test this real quick. Test. Test. Okay, okay. YouTube vertical is which one? This one. Okay, hold up, hold up, hold up. There we go. Let me restart this. Refresh. Okay. Can you hear me? I'm hoping I can now. Hold up a second. There we go. Now it should show up. Now I should show up. Yeah, I updated my aggregator app recently, just this morning, and the whole interface changed. So it looks like they might have some bugs that they need to work out. Welcome back, Hyena, by the way. And P. Abayada, if you're still out there, I apologize. Evidently, I haven't been seeing your messages. Want to hear the results? I absolutely do, my guy. Absolutely. Okie dokie. Tiovo out there saying, the only thing I can say that I really hate about myself is the fact that I cannot escape mosquitoes. They love you for whatever reason. I was expecting it to go along the lines of like, oh man, like my muscles are just too big and I'm just way too swole for my own good. Like, I don't know, but the mosquitoes, yeah. I would, please don't share personal information, but I know that my dearest gets attacked by mosquitoes and other bugs and stuff because of her blood type. And I imagine there's not much control that you can have over your blood type. Unless you, I guess, spend like a lot of money. Tiovo's saying too, and I'm allergic to them on top of that, so when I get bit, it hurts quite a bit. I get obliterated by mosquitoes. Oh my gosh, dude. You have my sincerest sympathies. I've been told that, what is it? These lemon candles keep away mosquitoes. It's not limoncello. It's not limoncello candles. Oh my gosh, what is it called? I don't remember off the top of my head. Can't remember. Neon saying the main reason why Sonic CD had a different OST in the States is because the American side basically said, yeah, this music is good, but I don't think most Americans are going to vibe with it. Yeah, they had their target audience in mind. That's reasonable. That's reasonable. Little does Sega of America know, I prefer the Japanese music. I know most of it by heart at this point. It's good stuff. Citronella. Citronella is the one. Thank you both, Gaming and Tiovo. That was the ones. Those are the ones. Luckily for Tiovo, your cologne repels mosquitoes quite a bit. I wonder if it's got a little bit of citrus in it. Maybe. I wonder. Let's see. Hyena popping back in chat from this cocktail competition saying, I got second place and I'm not even mad. I lost to a high-class mixologist who somehow made a cocktail that looked like he put a nebula nexus in 3 tall glasses. Did he use luster dust or something? Because from what I can from what I know about like galaxy-looking drinks, of the galaxy drinks that I've seen, it's mostly just luster dust or like edible glitter or mica powder. If I had to think about how he did it, it was edible glitter. That stuff looks really, really cool, by the way. And I am sure that it collects people's attentions. Tova saying, luckily for you, cologne repels the mosquitoes a little bit. Jean-Paul Gaultier Lamal. Jean-Paul Gaultier Lamal. For the male slaps.
Stage select.
That's fair. We bought my father really likes trains, and the other day we bought him a little train container thing at a thrift store when we were out over with the Abe family. And lo and behold, oh no, this was previous to that. Lo and behold, we bought him aftershave by accident. He's probably never gonna use it, but the container is the shape of a train, and my dad really likes trains. Cue the ASDF movie reference. Neon saying Sega of America literally had a great job doing a translation of the Japanese manual until they literally ruined it when they forced the whole Princess Sally thing, saying Amy is actually Sally. Did they do that in the American manual? Really? I didn't realize that. No hate towards Sally, says Neon, but she was literally trying to be inserted into the games way too hard by Sega of America back then. Kind of annoying. I wonder. Oh, we got an ad break running. Go back to the bar for a little bit. I wonder. I've gotta wonder how much Sega of America trying to push Sally Acorn because of the sexualization of the character. Like you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to get too far into it, but if you think about it, like, Amy the Hedgehog is not a very over-sexualized character, but Sally Acorn, at least from what I understand, is kind of that way. Either because it was by design or otherwise, like, she's got more prominent, like, characteristics than Amy does. Especially because I think, I don't know, I can't talk too much on it only because I haven't read the comics, so I lack the perspective on it. But I wonder if that was Sega of America trying to be like, you know what sells? I gotta wonder. To quote, what was it? Not a quote from Daniel Avedon from the Game Grumps, but he was like, I don't care who you are, that shit's hot. But anyways, Tiovo out there saying I quite enjoy collecting fragrances. Dude, an olfactory sensation I think is on par with a mixological and taste sensation, you know? Hyena saying that the Galaxy drink tasted incredibly balanced and smooth, and the flavor was very, very unique. Dude, I can only imagine so. How would you describe that drink that you had, Hyena? Was it like fruity? Was it spice forward? I imagine if it's a Galaxy type drink, a lot of those types of drinks that I see tend to be a little bit more on the fruitier sides of things, and depending on what fruits you add together, you can admittedly make something that tastes unlike anything else, but it's kind of like a nondescript fruity sweetness. Which is what I've seen in other, like, fruity Galaxy, usually frappe-style drinks. Neon saying, actually, why not check online? It literally said that Amy is Sally, and she met Sonic at Neverlake, even though you first found Amy in Palm Tree Panic. Now, that's very fair. That's very fair. Actually, Lycos and I, for the podcast that we've got, we're considering doing an episode on Little Planets. Specifically from Sonic CD, so this is incredibly topical, actually. So I want to make a note of that too. Sonic CD, Amy equals Sally. Check the manual. Yeah, that's kind of cool, actually. I'm learning. Cole says, Morp? How do you respond to that? Morp's backwards is prom. So prom, back in your direction. Good luck at prom, little guy. Little scamper. You're gonna look great. Welcome back for the ads, everybody. By the way, getting a little bit low on my drink over here. If anybody wants to make a cocktail request, now that we're back at the bar for a little bit, by all means. I see Cole is still out there. Cole, to my knowledge, I think... Oh, yeah. I see. You get the idea. By the way, actually, let me go back to the bar for a hot second. Anybody out here who is not familiar with the Bar of the Next? This is a more or less fully stocked bar with a lot of different things. Admittedly, the entire list is on my website at CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock. If you're interested in making a cocktail request, mocktail request, or otherwise, I do take those requests. I have 6 right now. And I think the only other person who's made a cocktail request who is here in chat right now is Cole's, which I believe is called Greg. Greg with an X. For the record, this is Greg. Yes, that is Greg right there. If you want to make a cocktail request, this is the command to use. If it's your own recipe, please let me know that it is. If it's somebody else's recipe, I would like you to let me know that it is too. We stand upon the shoulders of giants, and those giants don't get paid unless we tip them and at least acknowledge them. So I would appreciate that. Let's see. Neon saying that even the Japanese manual said Sonic first meet Amy. Oh, I got that one already. Hyena saying that the Galaxy drink does have hints of raspberry, but I think maybe rum, but also somehow creamy. Could be like heavy cream, a dark rum, and a raspberry liqueur. Some raspberry liqueurs can really, really carry their weight. Like, for example, the, what is it? The Chambord, which is a black raspberry liqueur, is unique. but it kind of melds a lot with other flavors. The Mr. Stack's red raspberry liqueur that I got, like a creme de framboise. That is unique, and it has stood out significantly in every single cocktail that I've used it in. Renzo saying, I'm here too. Oh yeah, dude. There we go. There we go. Appreciate you all sticking around. Hyena saying, I didn't see any dairy product, which is the crazy thing. Okay, well, if it's... Ooh. Did you have a list of ingredients? Sometimes drinks can taste creamy with the presence of lactic acid. And depending on how... I don't know exactly what level this cocktail competition you were at was working with. But lactic acid in a drink will give a sort of creamy, smoothing characteristic to a drink. But admittedly, it's a sour. It's a sour element. But it adds that texture difference. And you can get that from lacto-fermenting ingredients. Like I got this drink that I'm working on for Knuckles that might possibly use lacto-fermented grape juice. Nothing concrete yet. Nothing concrete. Renzo saying, better chance of getting a response now. Do you still have blood oranges? I don't think I have any blood oranges on hand, unfortunately. I can try to look out for them. They were in season a little while ago, and I realized that I think they became out of season, but I might still be able to get them. I can try to look for that. I will say this, Renzo. I believe I have ginger frozen. It's not fresh ginger. It's not fresh ginger. But I got ginger. Renzo saying, gotcha, can I suggest a different drink, Jen? Yeah, there's a hidden command, and it is ! Order clear, or request clear, and it can clear what you have so far if you want to reset it with something else. Tiovo out there saying, can't wait for you to find Torani Pican. Dude, I'm looking forward to it. If I see a bottle of Pican, I will grab it. I will, dude. I will. Neon out there saying, my dad has a thing called driving juice, and it's Jack Daniels mixed with Sprite. Are you making a reference to the Shadow the Hedgehog animatic? Oh my gosh. If you use ! Order and type out a recipe, I give priority to anybody who hasn't made a request before, and admittedly, Cole has made a recipe request. Renzo, aka Foxworth Studio, has made a request. All I can think of is the one Shadow animation where he's like, oh, driving's so boring. I wish I had... Try this, Shadow! Oh, my driving juice! Oh my gosh, dude. Wow. GamingTactition saying, I don't know if it's still a thing, but I really like Jim Beam Red Stag. I've tried that before. I don't know if it's still a thing. That's like the cherry one, I believe. Off the top of my head. Neon saying, I asked my dad why he called it that, and he said, it helps a driver in improving changing roads without looking. Interesting. Let me make it clear that the Bar of the Next does not endorse drinking and driving at all. At all. But I consider this to be a Sonic reference. I'll take it. Tiova saying, once you got it, I'll order a recipe that old timers used to make. Dude, if I can find... Yeah, dude, if I can make the pecan. Actually, what is that recipe, Tiova? It wouldn't happen to be a Brooklyn, is it? Because one of the recipes that I've wanted to make that uses an old-style pecan was a Brooklyn, which you can't necessarily make anymore. I think that might be... I'm sure there's plenty of them. Like, it was a very, very prominent ingredient. But yeah. Gaming confirming that Red Stag was the cherry one. I know Jim Beam has a new cherry one out, but I haven't tried it yet. Yet honestly, they wind up changing out their flavors every once in a while. What I do have is a bottle of... I think it's Jim Beam Maple. I don't think they make that anymore. Also, one second. I need to check the thermostat because I'm really, really hot. It is getting hot in here, chat. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see. Hyena out there saying, by the way, oh, hold up. Let me find my animals. Did I do all the animals? I did. Oh, except for this one. Hyena saying, another idea for the request to keep it balanced. You can have one cocktail request from a newcomer and one from an older fan who hasn't had one in a while. That's a fair point. I think of it this way. If somebody pops into the stream, I want to try to give a really good first impression when they come around. And admittedly, I haven't officially announced anything yet, but I am workshopping an idea where we have cocktail requests like days. But I haven't quite fleshed it out yet. But I do like that idea. I do like that idea so far. The drink request thing is absolutely incentivized for people to pop in and be able to participate on their first time. But we get to points like right now, for example, later in the stream, where the regulars tend to stick around for a little while. And if there's nobody else there, then, well, it works. But I like the idea. Appreciate the feedback. Hyena saying, like, for the older fans who have stocked up a lot of fans' points, can use those for redeem. Yeah, I don't want the request to be a points-related thing, because if you spend points on something, you have to guarantee it happens, and there are terms of services on both platforms that say you can't force somebody to drink. And if I allow you to spend points and expect me to drink alcohol, that's against the terms of service. But in addition, it's not very mindfully drinking. So all of the drink requests are always on my own preferences. If I don't feel like drinking, I don't have to. So it's not going to be something that you redeem things for. Because otherwise it kind of incentivizes the wrong thing, you know? Let's see. Bloodtap popping back in with a little subscription too, saying, coming by just to lurk before bed. Hope you're having a good night. Gotta go to bed early as you gotta get to your bar for friends ready on the 4th. I'm making a picture of non-alcoholic painkiller with rum on the side. Ooh, Bloodtype, one of our other mixologists in chat. Thank you for your support, and it is always a pleasure to have you, even if it's just your presence. Okie dokie. Let's see. I'm seeing, I think Cash was up above saying something. What was Cash saying? Cash asking, what's all your child names? What's your favorite child? Do you know Cream the Bunny? Who's your favorite child in the whole world? I don't have any children. I will encourage anybody, don't provide any information that would dox you. Your children's names are sometimes on public record. Just keep your security in mind. I don't got any children right now. Not yet. Let's see. Tiova was saying that the drink that you had in mind was some grenadine, Torani, Amer, pecan, soda water, and brandy, but has an additional 1/4 ounce of brandy as a floater. I don't think I'm familiar with that one. Oh, Cash saying, no, the pet cow's Cream's pet? Oh, like Cream's pet Chao cheese. Oh, well, my favorite Chao is Clementine, obviously. Clementine's my champion. Okie dokie. Renzo saying, there, I think I cleared the League of Legends one and put an Assassin's Creed one. There we go. Appreciate that. Yeah, my favorite's got to be Clementine. That's my Chao. That's my Chao. I love how you were like, what's your children's name? And I'm like, I have an idea of what I'll name my children one day, but that's a private conversation. All right, I think we got all the things here. Come on back to it. Come on back to it. I feel so much slower in Pumpkin Hill, dude. Cash saying, you ever think about playing the Shadow game? Which one? Shadow Generations or Shadow the Hedgehog? The answer is yes. Yeah. Cole saying, Xander is 100% a name. And it's got an X. And I went to the wrong garden. Damn it. I went to the wrong garden. I didn't mean to do that. I gotta bring Clementine downstairs. Oh, Clem! Yeah, good buddy. Hyena being like, all right, folks, I'm gonna put Raspberry Jolly Ranchers in a jar of tequila for a week. Or, if something weird happens... That's fair, dude. That's fair. What kind of tequila? Reposado, Añejo, 100% Blue Weber, a Mixto. These choices matter. I imagine that would be pretty interesting. I have a tequila-based orange liqueur, and I imagine that the, what is it? The Blue Raspberry won't be too out of the ballpark of that particular flavor combo. Blue Weber, we love that. Cash saying Shadow Generations. Yeah, I've considered it. My computer just can't handle it yet. Admittedly, I have tried to play it before, and my stream was an absolute shit show, so I haven't played it since then. So not yet. Not yet. Neon saying, did you know that there are leftovers from Sonic 1's ending in the code, more specifically the jumping animal scene there, more specifically in Sonic 3 alone, so no lock on tech? I didn't know about that one. Not that one specifically. I imagine that there are a lot of different, like, things that you have in old games that either didn't make the cut or did make the cut in a way that wasn't publicly known because, hey, what are you gonna do? Sometimes you want a little Easter egg. One of the things that popped up recently in chat was somebody who popped in and called themselves Majin Sonic. And when I did my research on Majin Sonic after the fact, and I don't remember the details around it, but it was a version of Sonic that was shown as like a secret ending or something secret in one of the older games that you could access, but it was really, really freaking creepy. And apparently it was like one of the developers' like faces overlaid over top of Sonic the Hedgehog with this sort of putrid purple glow to it. I don't know much about it. I just know it's a bit of a creepypasta now. I don't know if you've got any context on that, Neon. Tio was saying the tequila I have has no name and came in a 1-gallon jug that you bought from Mexico and the old, from an old timer for like 20 bucks. Well, for all intents and purposes, it is made from agave, I assume, and it is made in Mexico. Therefore, tequila. One of the other specific municipalities, because I want to say there's only a certain number of municipalities that you can make tequila in. I just don't remember what those are off the top of my head. Hyena saying, also, I'll send you one of my simple soju bomb shark attack cocktails. Oh, dude, please. If you put it in the suggestions channel too, Hyena, I will add it to my recipe. Or actually, if you send it to me too, like if you DM it to me, I'll recipe tag it. Like, if you've been around and you've seen my recipe keeper that's got like 2,000 recipes, I've got specific tags for specifically the stuff that you guys recommend to me. Because I like drinks and changing lives. Neon saying, Meijing, that's actually from Sonic CD. Oh, it's one of CD! Okay, it's one of those few secret screens that you can find in the sound test. That's what it was. Oh, yeah. Aziel being like, oh man, Majin Sonic is a nightmare. I thought it was referring to Dragon Ball Z Majin. Yeah, like Majin Buu. That's what I thought it was related to at first. But I did my research. So I figured it out. And I was like, wow, this is kind of creepy in a way. Admittedly, if I'm being honest, chat, we were gonna do an episode of the Lorax podcast with Sonic.exe too, but the details of who created the game got a little not appropriate for the type of content that we like to cover on that stream, so we didn't wind up doing it. That was a rejected episode for Lorax. Never came to fruition. Gaming out there saying, speaking of tequila, I've only found the tequilas you can only get in Mexico being any good. Do you have recommendations for Canada/US variants? Here's my recommendation, gaming. Go check out Luis Fernandez, LuiFernandez. He is an excellent bartending content creator, and he does videos all the time about this is the tequila you want, this is the tequila that you don't, here's some tequila cocktails. He runs a bar, and he does he has an in-depth knowledge on this stuff. He's gone down to like Oaxaca and Jalisco to be a part of the tours that some of the bartending influencers have been a part of, and he knows a shit ton about tequila, mezcal, and other agave spirits. Check out his videos. I cannot give you a good tequila recommendation, because honestly, I haven't drank as much of it as he has, but he can give you recommendations. For the ones that I remember off the top of my head, Lalo Tequila is really good. Lalo. I think Ocho. Ocho. And I think there's something other than the Ocho in the name. I think that those are also really, really good. From what and this is just me regurgitating what people have said to me on the content side of things. Avoid Terramana. Avoid Cazadores. Avoid, like, if you're at Total Wine, if you have a Total Wine around you and they have these spirits direct tequilas, those can be a little iffy. But those are the ones that I've got here at the bar. The next, I've got a Juanitos, I've got an El Padrino, and I've got Hervas? But would I recommend them? No. I wouldn't recommend them because I don't have the context. Anyways, I hope that made sense to you. Neon saying, would you believe me if I said that there's a hidden screen that's a parody of a Batman poster? Oh yeah, absolutely so. Absolutely. Neon saying, if you want to talk about Sonic the EXE stuff, I suggest you hit up the current new owners of Sonic the EXE. Yep, Joe Dobo and Raven Shay. Ever since 2023, they've been hard at work in making EXE a decent story. I appreciate the suggestion there. I see Dreamkiller who popping in saying, what drink you got this evening? Type !sips in chat, and it'll print it right to chat. I'm sipping on a cocktail request. A Blue Hawaiian. A Blue Hawaiian this evening. And I use specific, and I've got the specific brands that I use too, because it's unlike any Blue Hawaiian that I've had before, because honestly, I've never used this tequila before. Welcome in, by the way, Dream. I'll say this, I am getting to the end of my drink right here, and I'm probably going to finish off my garnish in a hot second, so if anybody's got a cocktail request out there, !order. I'll say it again for the folks in the back. Gaming. I'll say it once and I'll say it again. I have had a very weird spot in my brain about Blue Hawaiians. Sometimes, and I will state it explicitly here. When it comes to certain drinks that I know are sweet, or I know that use ingredients like blue Curaçao, I'm a bit of an elitist. But I gotta be honest with you. It's a classic for a reason, dude. And that really hit the spot. Thank you for your request, dude. That really hit the spot. I don't think I've needed a vacation drink. I didn't know that I needed a vacation drink, but that was a vacation drink, dude. Man. Let's see. Dream saying, I tried a Johnny Silverhand. Oh, yeah. Tequila old-fashioned in a way. With a little bit of chili on top of it. I have yet to have a Johnny Silverhand. Not yet. Hyena saying the soju recipe is still experimental, so if you ever do try it, you're probably my first tester. Dude, I'd be happy to. I see Billy popping in saying, I wish the 3 crystal detector worked at the same time. Oh, at the same time. Oh, I see that. Like in these levels here in Pumpkin Hill, for example.
Character select.
Yeah, you know what? If only it did. If only it did. Because then you could go after all 3 emeralds at once, and you wouldn't have to find the one to be contingent on the ones that come after the fact. Man. Dream saying, yes, Johnny Silverhand with Mexican beer. That's the one. That's the one. If I recall, and I don't have the recipe memorized yet, but the way that they describe the Johnny Silverhand drink, which a number of people have informed me of recently, so I appreciate if you're one of those people, the Johnny Silverhand is essentially a tequila old-fashioned topped with a Mexican lager and a chili pepper. And I don't remember whether or not the chili pepper is specifically a part of that or whatnot. But it gives me similar vibes to like a Oaxaca old-fashioned, which has got the tequila and the mezcal in it, and I've never actually tried it before. Never actually tried it. If I've got the ingredients for it, I would love to try it. If you've got ratios for it too, and you got a specific recipe, let me know in chat. Let me know. Let's see. Gaming out there saying, I love to hear that there is someone else who loves Bols. Used it forever. At least I tried. I've had the Bols around here for a while because admittedly, it is a cheap and easily accessible blue Curaçao, and it gets I'm not gonna lie to you, it gets the job done. It makes it blue, and it gives a sort of citrusy flair to it. That's exactly what it's supposed to do. I see, looks like Baby LeGround saying hi out there. Welcome in, baby. Welcome in, welcome in. Good to have you on our live stream. All right, where are you, Clementine? Yeah, let me see. Let me check the cocktail requests right now. I've got 7 requests, it looks like. And so far, of the ones that we had, let me make sure that I type that we did gaming... Excuse me. We did gaming tacticians. So... And let me know if you're still out there. I know Cole is in chat, and I think Renzo's in chat. But the other folks that I've got requests from right now are Broadtail Tavern. I've got Cole, Renzo, Bento, and Little Abe. Did mine go through properly, asks Renzo. Bloody Frenzy? Spice rum, cherry hearing, Campari, lemon juice, blood orange juice, and otherwise. That's what I got. That's what I got right now. However, I'm seeing basil leaf, orange peel, all ingredients, straight into a rocks grass, express and orange peel, with basil leaf of using. If it got the basil and the kraken and the cherry hearing, yes, I've got it. I will say this, Renzo, I don't have a basil leaf, and if my understanding of the aromatics of a basil leaf are correct, and I'm pretty sure that they are, this drink is going to be a completely different experience without the basil. I have nothing basil-y. Like, nothing at all. And I don't want to half-ass your recipe. GamingTactition saying, I've actually done a fun shot of blue bowls and raspberry sourpuss. I've been trying to find sourpuss, dude. I've been trying to find it. Like, somebody a while back was just like sourpuss in the infinity bottle, and it would be redeemable if I can find it. And every single liquor store I've gone to, I've been looking for 2 ingredients. Tingala, the buzz button liqueur, and any sourpuss. Haven't found any of them yet. Haven't found any of them. I'm just gonna repeat myself. If we got Broadtail Tavern, Cole, Bento, or Lil Abe, I've got recipes from you guys. And I see Dream Killaroo saying in chat here, rim and glass with lime, chili powder, tequila, orange bitters, 2 dashes, 1 bar spoon of agave nectar, and a big splash of Mexican beer. Unfortunately, can't make that one right now because I don't have the Mexican lager. I see Cole in chat, though. I see Cole in chat. Let me give that a little bit to set. Cole's recipe has got... Cole's got the Greg with an X, gin, Amaro Montenegro, coffee liqueur, lemon juice. Oh, dude, the Amaro. You know what I like. You know what I like. And this is a, what is this? This is a shaken cocktail. Straight into a 2 glass garnish with a dried orange slice. It look like a tiny little bag. I don't have the orange slice. Oh my god, you told me about this with the garnish. If I do this, I will make the garnish work because I can just thaw an orange. And I will absolutely thaw an orange just for the garnish for this one. I could totally do that. Renzo saying, I tried to clear the Bloody Frenzy. Oh, Bloody Frenzy is still low. The Auditor's Whisper is what it's supposed to be. Now, since you don't have the blood oranges and the basil leaf was a random addition, I haven't tried it yet. All right, well, let me do this. Let me do this for you, Renzo. Let me just manually clear it. There we go. There we go. Oh, where's my thing? There we go. All right, try it again, Renzo. If you put it in there now, I cleared it for you. I can just manually override this. Okie dokie. Gaming saying, I recommend Wine and Beyond. If they have those in the States, they have everything it seems. I haven't seen one yet in my local areas. I'm in Philadelphia and more or less the greater New Jersey tri-state area. Oh, come here, Clementine. Come here, Clementine. If anything, I'm trying to think about it, and let me look at my reference of who may requests last. Looks like we had... I had a request from Renzo. We did the Gort, which wasn't technically cold. And then I didn't actually schedule the stuff from a couple of weeks ago because I've been behind on things. So I'm trying to remember who would get it. Who would get it. I can't remember off the top of my head. Either way. I think if I had to pick between the 2 of y'all... Actually, I'm curious about Renzo's drink. If anything, it'll wind up coming down to... Because Renzo and Cole, you've both been around the block with cocktail requests. This is going to come down to what I think is a more intriguing combination. It's a war, damn it! It's a war. We're in wartime. Nah, the stakes aren't too high. We'll get to them next time. Get him, Nucleus. Trying to get all these skeleton dogs, dude. It's no wonder that I never got all of the emblems in Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Like, this is agonizing. I never want to do this again. Like, I genuinely think that I, like, never want to try to 100% complete a game again. Like, even Sonic Generations, when I did it for Sonic Generations, was also A drag, dude. A drag. Maybe this just ain't what I'm all about. And that's fine. That is fine. Man. I hope you don't mind, Renzo, but I'm peeking at your recipe. Auditor's Whisper. This is an Assassin's Creed cocktail. Italian Amaro, like Averna or Amaro Montenegro. We got bourbon or aged rum. Espresso coffee liqueur, bar spit of honey. Chocolate bitters, orange peel. And then the basil leaf. Add all ingredients for it. Done. There we go. I got follow-up for you, questions for you, Renzo. When you say dark rum or bourbon, those are two completely different ingredients. So I'm gonna leave it up to you to determine which one best represents Ezio as a character. I don't have a lot of context on Assassin's Creed because I've never played the game, so I don't have the context to speak on it.
It's closer.
If anything, a dark rum could be intriguing, but there's so much that you can do when you say a dark rum. Like, a dark rum encompasses a spiced rum. It encompasses aged rums like a Gosling's Black, a Bacardi Black. It encompasses things like Pussers, which are a little bit more... It could be a Demerara type rum. Even a dark rum could be something that's like aged with light color, like Appleton Estate, for example. Renzo saying Ezio is a little bit more bourbon. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. If you say it's more bourbon, we'll go more bourbon. I can see that. I see Dream Killeroo saying, have you thought trying to make a cocktail with Captain Morgan Blackhand with spiced rum? I can't say that I'm familiar with Morgan Blackhand. Is that also another Cyberpunk character? Because I know we were talking about that before. I have yet to make a drink that uses Captain Morgan because Captain Morgan is an off-the-shelf spiced rum. And if I were going to use a spiced rum in one of my recipes, unless the term, like the name Captain Morgan, is really, really on point for a character, I would make my own spiced rum. I'd put my own spices... I would put my own spices into it, and I would make my own dark rum, or my own spiced rum. Let's see. Gaming saying, agreed that Ezio is more bourbon, if I got that correct. Renzo saying, it sounds like you really want rum. Captain Morgan is for Assassin's Creed 4. Oh, because, boy, oh my god, Black Sail or something like that? That's the pirate one. Am I right about that? Black Sail, I think it was. Yeah, something like that. Pirates? Like a pirate drink? Yeah, totally. Or there's other rums out there that are like around, themed around the idea of the pirates, or the pirate's grog, or the pirate's rum, or something like that. Yo-ho-ho and whatnot. Renzo saying, it sounds like you really want rum. I love rum, dude. I love rum. It's just, there's a lot that you can do with rum. And if anything, it's not that I really want rum in it. It's that if you're gonna say dark rum, please be specific. Because light rum, dark rum, even going back to the blue Hawaiian that we made a little bit ago, if I chose a different, like if I chose Bacardi white rum for that blue Hawaiian, it would be a completely different drink. I am 100% convinced that the reason that blue Hawaiian tasted the way that it did was because I used a flavorful light rum. Oh, and it was so good. It was so good, dude. It was so good. Anyways, you got any more animals? Come here, you buddy. Clementine's sleeping again. Great. Let's see. Dream saying he's the one that attacked on Arasaka Tower with Johnny Silverhand in Cyberpunk 2077. Oh, okay. Gotcha. I'll admit, I am not as familiar with Cyberpunk 2077. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Renzo saying Captain Morgan and Assassin's Creed 4 is nostalgic because I would watch my dad play it, and if he was sitting, he was drinking Captain Morgan and Dr. Pepper. There we go. Dr. Morgan. Gaming Tradition saying, tactician, it's not tradition. Gaming saying, I'm gonna pick up that rum tomorrow 100%. That Pitorro? That Pitorro, I bought it in Puerto Rico. If you can get it, I don't know if they sell outside of Puerto Rico, but if you can get it, it is delightful. If anything, it reminds me of the flavor of a Demerara rum, but a little bit more. Actually, you know what? I will say this: if you can get, I've only ever tried Ray and Nephew, W-R-A-Y, Ray and Nephew, 151 overproof rum. But if you can't find Pitorro, if you can find Ray and Nephew, not 151, not overproof, I would say that they have very similar flavor profiles. I've never actually tried an underproof, a typical proof Ray and Nephew, but if you can get that, specifically a Ray and Nephew white rum, I think that they would have really, really similar flavor profiles. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Okay, I am gonna do. Nah, I'm thirsty. Let's do a cocktail request. Let's do it. Let me double check things. Oh, I've got number. Wait, I got 8 now. Okay, hold up. I got 8. Somebody else put their hat in the ring. Hold up a second. Hold up a second. Oh, yo, it's Hyena. It's Jordan. Oh, okay, okay. Jordan's got the Soju Shark Attack. 2-ounce shot glass, an ounce of shochu. Wait. Soju shochu? Half an ounce of grenadine, half an ounce of cherry liqueur, an ounce of tequila, dash of blue Curaçao, 3 ounces of lemon soda. I did story. Oh, okay, okay. So I have 2. I'm not gonna be able to do it only because I don't have any lemon lime soda. I don't have. Do I have any lemon lime soda? Nah, I don't even. I don't even have it. I don't even have it, unfortunately. So I can't do that one. My question for you, Hyena, though, is your distinction of soju, shochu. Are you saying that it's soju or shochu? Because I'll throw in your direction, watch out, soju and shochu have the potential to be completely different ingredients, and they are, in the broadest sense, absolutely not interchangeable. So that would completely change the characteristic of the drink. There is a ton of different types of shochu. There's a lot of types of sojus, but I think I've found, at least in my experiences, that most like unflavored sojus more or less taste the same, or at least very similar to each other, kind of like vodkas. I would say if you're specifying a shochu or a soju, be as specific as possible, because shochu is an incredibly diverse category of spirits, kind of like rum. But if anything goes, you could potentially work with that. But I don't have the lemon lime soda, and I don't want to do you dirty by putting something like year-old ginger ale on top of it. So let's see. I'm seeing Renzo saying, should we be seeing the Devil May Cry drink short this upcoming week? Which one? What was it? Ivory? Yeah, actually, Renzo, that comes out tomorrow. Number 3, it comes out tomorrow. Hyena saying, my bad, it was soju. No problem. Yeah, I don't have the lemon lime soda, so I can't do that. Again, if anybody wants to make a cocktail request, I can only make stuff with the ingredients that I've got. This is my stock website. I'll put it in chat right now. It's CameroxnWithAnX.com/stock. That's what I have right now. If you ever want me to get something, use the suggest command, and you can let me know, and I can come back and make it another time. Let me make it clear. I want to try your recipe. I just want to make sure that I do it faithfully. Dream saying, I never tried the Blue Lagoon before. What's in a Blue Lagoon? That sounds like it's another blue cure. It's got blue in its name. It's absolutely another blue thing. Okay, it is between Renzo and Cole. Cole, are you still out there? Right now, it's between Renzo and Cole. Renzo's got this Ezio cocktail. It's got the Amaro Montenegro or a Verna. I don't have a Verna, so I'm going to have to use the Montenegro. Bourbon. Espresso or coffee liqueur. I don't have espresso. I wish I did. Bar spoon of honey, chocolate bitters, and the basil leaf. Cole's recipe. Greg with an X. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Has coffee with Amaro Montenegro and absinthe. I've never tried that combo before. In a shaker, ingredients with ice, dilute gently, then shake without ice, then strain into a coupe glass. Cole, I gotta ask, what's with the reverse dry shakes? For garnish on a dried orange slice and whatnot. The reverse dry shaking is really, really nice when you're trying to develop like texture in a cocktail, like specifically with things that have a lot of protein in it, like egg whites, for example. Cole saying, repeat, please. Your recipe says basically shake with ice and then shake without ice in a reverse dry shake, as opposed to shaking without ice first and then with ice after the fact. It can potentially help in certain scenarios. I'm just curious. I'm curious of your reasoning behind it in this particular case here, because I don't think it really does much. I'll follow the instructions as I'm given, but I'm just curious of the methodology behind it. If anything, this is where I'm at. Renzo, from mixologist to a mixologist, I want to make your cocktail as faithfully as I can. And for Ezio Auditore, if I made your drink, I want to make sure that I've got that Italian Amaro. I would want to make sure that I've got specifically espresso. And I don't have espresso ready. And the basil too, because that strikes me as very, very Italian. If anything, and this is again, me trying to be as close to inspired drinks are very near and dear to my heart. I want to be faithful with it. And with the ingredients I have right now, I don't think that I can be faithful with it. So I'm thinking about doing Cole's drink. Only because, yeah, there's a little bit more wiggle room there, you know? Cole saying, also, there's gin in the Greg. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. It's to dilute a bit and then make it chilled. Just saying. Just saying. With a reverse dry shake, you're not chilling anything because there's no ice left. You must have ice to chill, but the consequence of chilling with ice is you also dilute at the same time, and you typically want that. Renzo saying, gotcha, so maybe another time, suggest the ingredients that you need. Yes, please. Yes, please. If anything, again, like, for, Renzo makes a lot of inspired drinks as well, and I am super, super stingy about making a drink that is faithful to a character, but also balanced as well. I can really help with the balancing for a game like Assassin's Creed that I've never played before. That's where I fall short a little bit. I want to get basil, by the way, dude. Like, I want a basil plant, but I keep killing my plants. But alas. Which ones do you want? Espresso, basil, and let's do espresso. If you can do me the favor of espresso, basil, pumpkin puree, and there was one other thing in the, and everything that everybody has suggested so far, and I'm just looking through it right now. If I don't have apple cider vinegar on the website, apple cider vinegar, because somebody requested something with that, and then, oh my god, what was the thing with Jordan's? Oh, dude, lemon lime soda. So this is what I got. Basil, espresso, pumpkin puree, and lemon lime soda. Because I can absolutely try to get that stuff. Anyways, I think what we're gonna go with Cole's, the Greg with an X, because I've got all those ingredients and I'm intrigued by it. So I think that's what we're gonna do. Let's see. I'm seeing Dream saying, I subscribe because I want your thoughts when you drink the Johnny Silverhand. Oh, yeah. If I get, I mean, what I'll throw in your direction, Dream, is if you type ! suggest Mexican beer, I can find that. I'm thinking off the top of my head, if I got something like a Tecate would probably work in there. Something like a Tecate. I think that's a Mexican lager. That would be perfectly in there. And I have chili peppers. If anybody... So going through the whole details of things, if you make a drink request and I reject it because I don't have the ingredients, you are always free to use the suggest command to send a message to my Discord, and I read all of those messages to pick up those ingredients. Because I can't make a damn good drink, and I can't evaluate your damn good drink unless I am as faithfully close to your recipe as I can possibly get. And that's what I pride myself on. Let's see. Jordan saying, updated my recipe, so it should be updated so you can try this bomb for the next time because the balancing seems a little bit off. So is Dream going to join me in having a cyberpunk drink also? Possibly. Renzo, I appreciate the blood oranges in there as well. Okay, great. We're gonna do Cole's thing. I think we're all kind of, I apologize for saying no to a number of different things, but we're gonna go with Cole's recipe. We're gonna go with that one. And that is recipe number 2. All right, let me bring us back to the bar for a hot minute. I'm gonna make myself another drink. Evidently, we are absolutely not going to get Clementine as the champion tonight, but we are absolutely trying our best. So that's what we'll go with. Recipe number 2 should pop up on my screen. Oh, wait a minute. Hold up a second. Let me go back here for a hot second. Let me make sure I publish this recipe, because that blue Hawaiian from earlier, I didn't actually publish. So let me put that out there. Make sure it goes to our Discord server. There we go. Now we'll go to Coles. There we go. Now I just got to do a little bit of changing around and whatnot. Oh my gosh. Oh man. I'm a little tired. But that's all good. That's all good. Dream saying I don't have the ingredients, but I would, Jordan. Oh no. So I think Jordan's referring to the fact. So if you Dream, I think from what I get, you're kind of new around here. Jordan Lee has made a drink request inspired by Cyberpunk 2077 already, and you would be the second person to do that. I love the aspect of community around here. I'm seeing mixed media say, thoughts on Chill House? Alexa, what is Chill House?
Chills lives in Calgary.
Evidently, Chills lives in Calgary is the only thing I have. Can't say I'm familiar with Chill's house. If it's appropriate for the stream, please feel free to provide more details. All right, currently going through my things here. This was 3/4 of an ounce of Amaro Montenegro. We got a 1/2 ounce of coffee liqueur on there. I'm gonna do one of the ones that I got that is relatively new. Exactly which one, not sure yet. I'm just gonna grab a random one. We got the 1/2 ounce of lemon juice. There we go. We got getting used to my stream deck here with the new button combos. Got the lemon juice, got the simple syrup. Cole, I assume that this is 1-to-1 simple syrup. I assume, that is my assumption. 1/2 ounce simple syrup. If otherwise noted, I'm just gonna use if not otherwise noted, I will use that one. Saying, yep, 1-to-1, excellent. Hyena saying, I did the Melody Martinez, but my version, I like that. Ozzy will say it, man, Alexa can never be on the same page. Nope, typically not. Broadsale asking, mind if I DM you about your event coming up, an idea I want to share? Yeah, by all means. So long as you are, to state it explicitly, so long as you are not DMing me pictures of people, so long as you are not DMing me harassment or solicitation, my DMs are open. My DMs are open. If you're being a dick about it, or fucking creepy, I'll block you. And probably ban you from my Discord community too. Because you're a danger to everybody. Let's see. In a shaker, singing greens with ice, dilute gently without the ice. This is a reverse dry shake, so we'll pop that in there. Method, reverse dry shake, because that makes sense to me. I'll straight into a coupe glass. I got one of those chilled. Let me put another coupe glass in the freezer right now, because that'll be chilled by the time we get to it. Right next to my pineapple fronds. For a garnish, dried orange slice folded to look like a tiny bag on the sip of the glass and a sprinkle of nutmeg on top. There we go. 2 garnishes. Garnish, folded orange slice, and nutmeg. Okay. Trust the process, Cam. I trust it. Let's make it happen. Okie dokie. I'm going to fill in this with some brands specifically as I collect them from my closet, and I'll come back, and if you can confirm that the recipe looks good, we can continue from there. Let's see. Dream saying, on YouTube, there's this channel called How to Drink. There's Lucy, Rebecca, and Adam Smasher. I fucking love Greg from How to Drink. You are absolutely welcome to recommend one of Greg's recipes. If you do recommend them to me on this channel, please make sure you tell me that it came from Greg. I've watched that episode before. It's really, really good. Actually, wait, what am I doing? I walked away without knowing what I was getting. Gin, coffee liqueur, simple syrup, and the, let me grab the, I need to grab an orange for the garnish. I got my nutmeg. Let me grab a coffee liqueur. Let me grab a gin. Let me send you all back into the game for the music for a little bit. Let me grab a gin, coffee liqueur. I've got simple syrup. I've got my absinthe. My absinthe is actually, we're going to use the stuff that I got over here already. And apparently we have an ad starting in 10 minutes. God. Ugh. All right, let me go grab my things. Okay. I have returned with some ingredients. I see Remy Rose popping in chat with a little hello. Welcome to the bar with an X. Good to have you. We're doing a drink request right now from one of our users. Let's see. Dream saying you got to do his cyberpunk drinks. I'm down to watch the stream for the day that it comes. I put it this way. I'm not gonna do a stream on cyberpunk. Oh, actually, well, no. Let me take that back. If I play cyberpunk one day, you will likely see drinks that other creators have done for drinks on cyberpunk. But nobody suggested cyberpunk yet. Well, technically they have. I take game requests with that exclamation point suggest command. I only ask you to do that because the conversations that we have here during the live stream are occurring with an admittedly tipsy and or drunk man. Therefore, the drunk man can't guarantee that he's going to remember what you said to him during the course of the stream. So, that's why we have the commands to make sure that when he wakes up in the morning, inevitably sober, that he can remember those things and act upon them accordingly as the upstanding individual that he tries to keep himself to be. Cole, out there, I grabbed this bottle of gin for the Greg cocktail. It is one out of Pittsburgh. It is called the Ginzer, and something about X being pronounced potentially with a Z sound spoke to me. So this is the gin that I'm going to use for it. It has, just to give you an idea, this is not only juniper forward, as gins tend to be, but it's also got flavors of coriander, orange, clove, and winter wheat as well. It is intriguing. Actually, going way back, I was thinking about combining this bottle of gin with another bottle of gin to conserve on resources. When I tasted them side by side, I was like, I can't do it in good faith. So I kept them in separate bottles and decided to have more stuff. I grabbed this bottle of Kapali coffee liqueur because that's just one of the ones that I've got right now. So let me fill those out. And I've got an orange downstairs currently in the microwave. So we're doing Ginzer. My coffee liqueur is Kapali. Lemon juice I got. Simple syrup I got. Absinthe is Vu Carre. And I think that is all the ingredients we got. I see Pope out there saying alcohol kills your brain cells. I'll keep all my brain cells. Thank you. Dude, absolutely. Absolutely. You do what's best for you, my guy, Pope. We're doing alcohol stuff here right now, but we also do mocktails on this channel as well, because in my opinion, mixology applies to anybody who drinks alcoholic content, non-alcoholic content, and admittedly, to the folks out there who don't want to drink alcohol, there are not a lot of really good tasting options for you, so it's my job to fix that. Welcome in, by the way, Pope. I'll only ask this. Just because somebody around you decides to drink alcohol doesn't mean that you have any right to point at them and say, hey, that's bad. Don't do that. Don't be yucking somebody's yum. If you're yucking somebody's yum, I'm gonna kick you out of here, okay? Let's see. I got my gin, there's my Amaro. I hope I have 2 ounces left of this, which I probably do. Let's see. Lemon juice, simple syrup, absinthe, a little bit of dash of that. I just need the orange, and that's only for the garnish. So I'm gonna go out there. Let's see. Pope saying there are a lot of good non-alcoholic options. Fair. What if somebody next to you is eating turds, but they don't know it? Pope, do I have to vibe check you, dude? Calm down, or I'm gonna time you out, okay? Vibe check. This is just different than what you're used to. Don't be ruining it for everybody else. I'm grabbing an orange. I got it. Okie doke. I've got my orange and I'm ready for the garnish. Let's see. Pope being like, drinks are better without the brain-killing poison. Yeah, dude, that's just your opinion. That's just your opinion. And that's fine. I got no problem with it. If you don't want to drink alcohol, I'm not forcing you to drink alcohol, okay? There's good There's good non-alcoholic rum out there. All right, dude. Listen, if you're going to pop in here and be a naysayer, that's off topic. I'm going to time you out. Please chill out. And that is your final warning, okay? Renzo saying my Shadow Flare video is taking a lot longer than I thought. Yeah, I had to do some scheduling stuff and whatnot. I apologize for that. I'm sorry that the truth bothers you. No, what's bothering me, Pope, is you're harassing me about it. You're right. Alcohol is a carcinogen. Alcohol is a poison. Alcohol is taken advantage of by a lot of people, and a lot of people fall victim to alcohol, which is why it is very, very necessary to mindfully drink and be aware of the consequences of the stuff that you're putting in your body. But that's my choice to do, and the choice of the people around me. And if you're out here trying to say, hey, you're not allowed to do with your body what you want to do with your body, that's not cool. And that's the last I'll say on that. Anyways, We got a cocktail request from Cole for the Greg. I'm looking forward to this because Cole's been in my DMs about this. So let's grab a shaker for this one. Enthusiastically. And it's enthusiastically with alcohol because that's what I feel like doing with my body. Anyways. Pope being like killing your brain cells with alcohol probably has pretty serious consequences. Yeah, there's a fuck ton of studies on it. Thanks for reminding me. Is it gonna stop me? No. Because it's an art form, my guy. 2 ounces of gin. I'm choosing this Ginzer gin because something about the X in the name of the cocktail strikes me as being ginzery. I don't know. If it vibes with Cole, it vibes with me. And I'll take that. Also, apparently, I forgot my infinity drink was sitting off to the side. This is the Infinity Corpse Reviver, by the way. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Gaming out here being like, I'm here for the Greg moment. Gaming also saying, I'm gonna go make another drink because I'm an adult and this stream is amazing. Yeah. And you know what, Gaming? If you decide all of a sudden to right mid-pour, you know what? I want to stave off alcohol for the rest of my life. I'm not gonna judge you for it. It's your body. You do what you want with it. I'm putting the Infinity Cocktail away. I'm grabbing this one over here. Was it 2 ounces of that gin? 2 ounces of that gin. We have an ad starting in a hot second, by the way. Actually, no. I'm gonna snooze that, because I can do that. Also, I forgot, there's no music! Oh my gosh. 2 ounces of that gin. Yeah, another thing that I'll throw out in the direction of the people, and I'm not gonna go through deep on this, there are some cultures where drinking alcohol is considered, like, socially unacceptable or a sin. I got absolutely no problem with people who abide by those beliefs. If anything, the brunt on the mixologist is even more prevalent because making a damn good non-alcoholic drink that can like stand up to alcoholic beverages is admittedly harder. The technology isn't quite there yet, and preservation techniques really, like, alcohol is just alcohol is a really good solvent. Alcohol is a really good preservative, and if you don't have those stuff in there, it's harder to make really good drinks the same way every time, consistently and sustainably. I'm not saying it's bad drinks or anything like that, right? Like, you want to do with your body what you want. Honestly, the world needs more damn good non-alcoholic beverages, and that's my job to figure out. And I assure you, I'm trying, and we're working on it, but it's gonna take some time. Let's see. Renzo saying your scheduling is just fine. That's for Dante, and that's pretty far down the line. Shadow Flare is Sephiroth, and it's getting my lines right. Editing it takes so long. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Gaming saying out there, I could never judge you, sir. We try not to. This is a non-judgmental space, by the way. If you say that bourbon is the most disgusting spirit you've ever had, that's fine. I just won't serve your drink with bourbon then. That's okay. But if you're gonna pop in here and be like, fundamentally what you're doing is wrong, that's just your opinion, and just like your asshole, it stinks, and everyone got one. Ugh. Next is Amaro Montenegro. 3/4 of an ounce of Amaro Montenegro. Cole knows that I like this spirit. Got a strange feeling he designed this drink with that in mind. And I say that for the edit, but you've already confirmed it for me. 3/4 of an ounce of Amaro Montenegro. Pop that in there. Right? Yeah. Let's see. Dream Killer saying all drinks, non or alcohol, there's always art in it because we put hard work into it. Damn right. What an incredibly validating statement for you, Dream. I appreciate that. Cole saying, Cam, I've been working on more non-alcoholic drinks. The world should be doing that. Everybody should be doing that. If a bar exists and you don't have non-alcoholic options, from a business perspective, you're leaving money on the table. I don't know. That's just my opinion. I've never worked in a bar before, so I don't have the right to make that statement, but that's my opinion on it, and I'm allowed to have that. Let's see. 1/2 ounce of coffee liqueur is next. Next we'll do 1/2 ounce of coffee liqueur. I actually haven't tried this yet, so fresh bottle crack? Fresh bottle crack? Not bad. How does this taste on its own? I've never actually tried this before. This is a Kapali Liqueur de Café, imported, and I got this from the Abe family. Oh, it is syrupy. Man, I see Sohali saying drink some water. Damn good reminder. I appreciate that. Welcome in, Sohel. Ooh, this is nice. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up a second. That tastes like maple syrup. Hold on a second. Hold on. I have another coffee liqueur. This tastes like maple syrup with a touch of coffee. I have another one. I'm gonna make sure I know what I'm doing here. That's incredible. That is delicious, by the way. Where's my... Oh, it's right below the bar. Okay. I swapped it out with the Mr. Black. I swapped it out. Here we go. Right down here. That tastes like freaking maple syrup, dude. Should we grab the other bottle? Maybe. That is... I mean, dude, it's delicious, but it tastes like maple syrup. Oh my gosh. I see Sohail saying, have you tried any spicy drinks? Yeah, plenty of times. But have I tried Old Monk? I have not, actually. I have not tried Old Monk. I think it was somebody in my Instagram comments was mentioning Old Monk the other day, and I tried to do some research, but nothing really popped up. Tell me more about it, Sohail. I'm curious. I'm very, very curious. Let's see. I'm seeing Gaming saying, don't ask me why, but I made a non-alcoholic cement mixer once. I won't ask you why. I would never judge you for it either. Levy saying, hi again. Been in and out because of life. Dude, life happens. I respect it. I just tried Kapali coffee liqueur for the first time. It tastes like maple syrup. I'm gonna try Kamora coffee liqueur and see if it's any better for this recipe. Also, that Kapali was super, super viscous, dude. Super viscous. Like, the viscosity on these is completely different. I'm gonna see which one. I'm gonna use my best judgment to figure out what's best for this recipe. And if anything, I don't think it's gonna be the maple syrup one. Oh yeah, that is much more coffee than the other one is. Much more coffee. If anything, Cole, I would ask you this. Does maple syrup vibe with your recipe? Because if it does, we can use that one. But I'm getting the impression that it doesn't. Yeah, no? All right, cool. We're not going to use that one. We're going to have to use that one. I literally just got that. I literally just got this, so this is new to me. And now I know. Small little teachable moments. Not all coffee liqueurs are made the same. They both say liqueur de café on them, but one is better than the other. And so we test. We test and we compare. Alright, let me put this thing away over here. What I see out there. Sohail saying Old Monk is made in the Himalayan states of India and has a very complex taste. We also have toddy from Goa, which is made from cashews. Like, oh, dude, it's made from cashews? Oh, dude, Sohail, just letting you know. I want to remember all of these bottle recommendations that you were giving to me. I have a command that you can put in chat. If you type ! Suggest, and then type whatever you have, bottle recommendations after the fact, I bookmark all of those. I go back through all of those so I can specifically be on the lookout for bottle recommendations. So I would greatly appreciate that. Cole saying, but that'll give you an idea for another forest-themed cocktail, specifically with that maple thing. There we go. There we go. This is the curse of the cocktail mixologist. Okay. Backing up for a hot second, half an ounce of coffee liqueur. I'm using this Kamora because it didn't taste as maple syrupy as the other one. That's why we test. I will say this, the de facto coffee liqueur that I tend to use in most drinks is Mr. Black. We've all know about Mr. Black here. It is tasty. It is a cold brew coffee liqueur, and it is delightful, dude. It is delightful. But I don't have a lot of it left. So I went for this one instead. So appreciate your understanding. Let's see. Next we need half an ounce of lemon juice. Grab one of those. Half an ounce of lemon juice. We'll do it that next. I might have to snooze the ads one more time. I think I gotta pick up the pace over here before the ads happen. Whoop. Get on those. Then we need simple syrup. I got a little bit of that too. Okie dokie. Half an ounce of simple syrup. Trying to get a little bit better on my pouring technique too. Somehow I find that it is more comfortable for me to hold my measuring majiggers like this so that I can specifically pour over with a very high amount of control versus doing this where it feels like I'm flipping things like over top of my hand. Just a small little nuance about like technique and stuff that I've picked up on a little bit recently. I can't help but get flashback to somebody being like, I'm so happy that you don't hold like your jiggers and stuff like a cigar. And admittedly, this is holding it like a cigar, but I feel like I have so much more control over it. Like, I don't know. Also, I realize that my music isn't happening right now. Sorry. I'm too busy looking at my face in my OBS. Let's see, what do we got next? We had our gin, Amaro Montenegro, coffee liqueur, lemon juice, simple syrup. We just need a dash of absinthe. There we go. Let's see. Finally, a splash. A splash? No. Finally, a dash of absinthe. I need something that's capable of giving me a dash. I'm gonna use a little pipette for this. I have very little left of this absinthe. Where do I put it? Gotta put it in the container. Oh man, dude. Boop. Little bit of that. Just need a little dash. Just a little dash. I have been milking the last little bits of this absinthe for, oh my gosh, dude, a while. I'm gonna say a dash is about a milliliter. A dash of absinthe. What a sound that was. Oh my goodness. Wow. What a sound. There we go. Let's see. I'm seeing Sohail out there saying, try some Hamdard Roux Afsa syrup with milk is the best drink for cooling in the summer. Interesting. Roux Afsa syrup. Alexa, what is Roux Afsa syrup?
Complete recipes are India.com. Ruxa is a concentrated rose-colored syrup made with herbs.
It actually
fruits,
knows.
Vegetables, flowers, and roots.
Really? That sounds delightful. Wow. I appreciate the recommendation. Based off of that description, it sounds great, dude. It sounds great. I appreciate the suggestion, Sohail. Let me say, everyone has varying techniques of doing things, and if your way of holding the measuring tool is ideal, then that's fine. There we go. We love not yucking someone's yum. Speaking of which, the person who was yucking my yum appears to have either left or respected my boundaries, and I appreciate that. So thank you. Cole, like that was a heavy milliliter. You could hear it, right? You could totally hear it. All right. We're gonna reverse dry shake this. Throw some ice in here, give it a shake, remove the ice, and shake it again. Cause that's what Cole's making me do. And I don't mind it. Ooh, I need a little bit more ice. A little bit more ice. Oh, there's a lot of frost on this. Hello there. There we go. Just had a lot of ice in here, a lot of shards. I try to reduce the number of shards that I've got in my ice, mostly because if I have shards of ice in there, they dilute very, very quickly as opposed to more homogeneous pieces of ice. Cole saying it might get a foamy top. We'll see. Whoops. There we go. I didn't mean to drop them in so daintily. One more. Yeah. All right. This is the wet shake. Now we'll strain out the ice, shake it again. Ooh, you do not want to come apart. Get in there. Man, it really doesn't want to come off this time. There we go. Pop this out. A little strainer over top. Strain out the ice. Discard your ice. Shake it again. Let's see. Leo being like, are we being good today, chat? Chat's been behaving themselves. Appreciate you popping back in, Leo. Dream being like, this reminds me of a Dungeons and Dragons Tavern theme. I appreciate that. With the music in the background? Oh, dry shakes are annoying, dude. Okie doke. I have 3 minutes before the ads happen, so I'm gonna try to do this. Try to do this real good. I'm gonna keep this strainer. We might need that. Okay, excuse me. Strain this into a chilled coupe glass and garnish with a little bit of nutmeg and a folded orange slice. So, let me grab my chilled coupe glass. Let's pour it inside. Boop. What color, chat? What do you think? You might have caught a little bit of a preview of it already. Let's see. Sohail asking, have I tried using chia seeds in my cocktails before? It will look great for presentation, like soaked chia seeds. I have not. I think I have chia seeds, actually. I think I do, but I haven't used them for cocktails. Oh, I see that foam he was talking about. Levy like, it's cyan. You damn right it is. Maybe. Sohail saying, now, can you suggest which drink can go best with coconut water? Oh, dude. The way the Puerto Ricans drink it, when I learned when I was there, whiskey. Whiskey and coconut water with a touch of lime. That's the way that they do it. And I've tried it before, and I love it. Oh. I need a bigger glass. Do I need a bigger glass for this? A lot in there. We'll work with what we got. We'll work with what we got. I got a little bit extra. I gotta work with what I got. Okie doke. Bring it back over here. It's a mighty orange color. I know we might need a bigger glass. I don't think I have a bigger glass, unfortunately. So we're gonna go with the one that we've got. Let me do a little kinife off here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna cut off basically like a rectangular, as much as I can of like a rectangular coin of this orange. Right down the side. Because I know what Greg looks like. There we go. Little garnish here. Gonna look like this at first. Take a very small cutting board, and that's gonna do a little bit of fining. I believe this is supposed to look like a rectangle. And then I'll bring the cocktail angle back over. You know what? That looks Greg colored. Oh yeah, it's the right color? Perfect. I'm just gonna cut this into a square. And then proceed. With a little fold. Now the back of this thing is a little bit too thick, so I'm gonna cut off a little bit of it. Only because I want to be able to actually fold this thing. And in its current state, it's not gonna fold very well. Just a little bit too thick. I had a lot of experience with this when I was doing the workshopping for Shadow. And y'all saw how that garnish stuff worked out. Oh my gosh. Oh man, I see Silent Symphony popping in. 1 second, Silent Symphony. I got a couple of minutes, but I got like less than a minute. Oh, I have the ad break happening. No! I have the ad break happening. Oh my gosh, it's about to happen in a hot second. Oh my gosh, cocktail angle. No, it's gonna fall. It's okay. Boop. And the grated nutmeg. Can I do it before it happens? Can I do it before it happens? I am struggling right now. Bring it back. Get the grater. And then... There we go. There it is. Oh my gosh, dude. That was just in time. That was just in time. During the next 3 minutes, I'm gonna keep this in the fridge. Because I don't want it to chill too fast. I don't want it to chill too bad. I don't want it to warm up a little bit too fast. I'm gonna very daintily bring this over to the freezer. After the ad break. Oh my gosh, that was like perfectly timed. Oh my goodness gracious. Let's see, who popped in chat? I know Silent Symphony. Oh, Silent Symphony, there we go. I think you looks like you're a subscriber right now, so hopefully you can still hear me. Woo! I'm seeing Silent saying, I finally get to catch a little bit of the stream. Started following recently. I just miss your streams like every time. Been loving the TikTok clips, and that you actually got me making an infinity bottle myself. It's just a few different whiskeys for now, but once I have a drink, I think the next thing going in is gonna be some Japanese rum a friend of mine bought me. Oh, dude. Cheers to that, dude! Oh my goodness, thanks so much for someone popping in there, sir. Oh my god, I've been drinking, I'm so sorry. Silent saying, yeah, I'm Turbo as well. Oh, excellent. Well, thank you so much for popping in, Silent. It is such a pleasure to have a fellow mixologist here. Whether you're in the professional capacity or otherwise, it is always a pleasure to meet a person who also enjoys the craft in whatever capacity that they are capable of doing. Welcome in, dude. Welcome in. Let's see. I see P. Abayata being like Fountain Orange just a little bit. Ozzy being like, it's overflowing. Correct, correct. Cole saying, I can't wait for the panic parts of the short. I wonder if I'll be able to capture the panic, you know? Let's see. I see it Crinkled saying, Wednesday night, another week. Gonna fry my synapses with psychedelics and research chemicals in 2 days. Entertaining stream, my brother. Keep it up, friend. Thank you. And I hope you're doing well out there, Crinkled. I don't know much I can do for you right now, but at the very least, I can make a drink, try to share a couple of smiles, and if we make at least even a marginal difference in the time of somebody else, I would say that it is relatively a good thing. Also, where is the sheath to my knife? I cannot find it. Where is it? Oh, I found it. I keep losing this damn thing. This is my sheath. That's what I want. That's what I want to have. I clean it off, we come back. I have 30 seconds left, so hold on, let me go get the cocktail. I put it in the freezer. There is a mild foam on top of this. A very, very mild foam. Super mild. This is what I mean mild foam. They're gonna come back from the ad break and they're being like, what am I looking at? It's foam. It's foam. This is what I got so far. This is kind of what that looks like. Silent saying, very much an amateur. Oh, don't discredit yourself, my guy. I've been learning some stuff from a few local cocktail bars, had some seriously incredible stuff. I actually run a cocktail bar in a roleplay setting on Final Fantasy XIV, so I have to beat up on the knowledge. Oh, dude, I love the commitment to it. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. This is what the top of Greg looks like. And we were able to hang a little orange wedge on the side of the glass. And, dude, by the way, Cole, like, let me say, this is an excellent garnish idea. Excellent garnish idea. Let me be perfectly clear about that. Let's see. Libby saying, what's your favorite viewer cocktail you've made so far? If I had to pick a favorite, it's the Gort. The Gort was a joy to edit. It felt like a culmination of a bunch of things that we've done on the stream so far, and it was beautiful to see every single person, so many people being like, we want to see this happen, and it seemed like everybody came together for something, and it wasn't that bad. That's my favorite. That's why it's an emote, because it's my favorite. Alrighty then. This is Greg! This is Greg with an X! Oh, I dropped my thingy. Hold up a second. I'm gonna fold this a little bit more. There we go. Damn. Greg with an X! I like the fact that the cocktail name has an X in it. Very on brand. But how does it taste? But how does it, excuse me. But how does it taste? Wow, that is so intriguing. Wow. I don't think I've ever had any drink like that before. Wow. There is such a potent botanical note from the underlying gin that combines so fluently with the sort of cola-y notes that I get from the Amaro, a little bit of the coffee note as well. It's balanced between its sourness and its sweetness. I don't know how to describe. Like, I'm really struggling to describe this flavor. There is a note. It reminds me of like. It's actually, like overall, it's actually quite lemon forward, but the lemon flavors exist so seamlessly interspiced between every other note in the cocktail. There is a flavor in this that does remind me a little bit of like must, like in a dusty attic somewhere, but I cannot deny that it works so incredibly well with everything else. I've said on the stream before that I feel like there's two logical extremes to when you make a cocktail. On the one hand, you taste everything individually and you can pick it all out. On the other hand, you can't pick any of the individual flavors. And somehow, this is more towards, I can't pick out anything in particular. It's just like an orchestra that just sounds. There's a lot going on, and I taste all of it at once, and it's unlike anything I've had before. If anything, the best connection I can make is it reminds me of almost like those chocolate orange slices, but it's not chocolate, it's coffee, but not too much. And it's not orange, it's lemon, but also not too much. And it's got just the right amount of spice. Like it's got just the right amount of those pantry spice notes, like most prominently the nutmeg, to really round things out a little bit further. Dude, Cole, how did you come up with this? This is wild. I'm baffled. I love this. I'm baffled. I love this. And I can't even feel like I can adequately describe it. Wow, dude. I have no idea how you got this together, but I like it. Wow. Cole saying, I had this in a dream where Greg spoke to me. Greg, like the character, right? This one? He says to the edit, don't worry about it. Well. Maybe sometimes, maybe to the characters I see in my dreams, I should trust them a little bit more. Specifically for cocktail requests. Cool, man. Cheers to that. Wow. I just went on a fucking journey. That was weird. No, it is like this combination of citrus and coffee, but the citrus is so mild. The coffee is so mild. The gin is not in your face. That's really cool. If anything, what I am most surprised about is this, like I was saying before, if I had to give credit for something in this recipe, it's this incredibly unique gin that does not fit under any other gin I've had previously. And most of the drink is this gin. I feel like I have the gin to thank for this. Don't get me wrong, Cole came up with the recipe, right? But I picked I gravitated towards, you know what? Just as I gravitated towards this bottle, somehow, Greg, gravitated towards Cole in the form of a cocktail request. And I think that's freaking wild, dude. Anyways, I know I missed a couple of chats out there. P saying, how's it taste? I hope that answered your question. Silent saying, those have to be some of my favorite drinks. Ones that are just completely new experience that you've never had. I've never had anything like this before. Never. Never had anything like this before. It's freaking wild, dude. Well done, Cole. I will echo Silent's words. Is this the best one I've made? Is this the best one you've made? Yes. 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 I would absolutely say that. I have no notes. I have no notes here. It is intriguing in a way that I've never had something like this before. It's got a balance between the herby spiciness of the nutmeg that's floated on top of it with a little bit of the citrus note. There's some coffee going on. There's some very, very extremely intriguing botanical notes. And overall, if there's one thing that I wind up complaining about with a lot of my drinks, it's the balance between sweet and sour. And this is a little bit more on the tart side, don't get me wrong, but I like it. I like it. My mouth is salivating because I got my own gunk going on, but I love the way that this tastes. This is a very, very approachable sour type cocktail for me, and I like it. Wow. Tiger Lotus popping in saying that looks like a great drink, Cameron. Good consistency, nice fruit. The vest sold me and the hair. Dude, Tiger, I wish I could take credit for this, but I can't. This is cold. This is a request from one of our community members here. I can't even take credit for this. That was wild. I appreciate the compliments too. My fingy's a little... Oh my god, you know what I just remembered? Yeah! I still got more of it. Target, like, you didn't make this drink? No. Oh, I realized. Excuse me a second. Hold up a second.
You go back to it.
Yo, Kate Moon, welcome in, and welcome to the Bar with an X. Sorry, I did that by accident. Welcome in. I'm drinking a cocktail request right now from Cole Menez, one of our community members, and this is his drink. I know I need to change up the screen a little bit. Now it should be visible. If anybody wants the recipe in chat, feel free to type !sips. This is wild. Man, Tiger saying you made this drink. Take credit where credit is due. Okay, I mixed this drink. I did not create the recipe. Kate saying, hello, I saw a video of yours on YouTube earlier. No way! Well, welcome in, Kate. We're still going live right now with a drink request from one of our community members. Cole's been around the block with recipes. If anything, it appears that Cole has been growing significantly as a mixologist in the last year or so, which I personally take great pride in. Gaming saying, I don't know if you do community game nights, but Move or Die is an amazingly fun game. ! Suggests. I don't do a lot of community game nights. Sometimes I can be convinced to. Admittedly, I'm a very anxious person, so I don't do a lot of game stuff, and I try to be honest about that. But as the community's been going recently, and there's been a desire for folks to kind of get together and do something every once in a while, I can be convinced of it. Dude, Cole, thank you again for this recipe. I said I'd make up for the hot shot, and this did it. Thank you, Greg. Absolutely. Tiger saying, you mixed the drink, therefore you made this. I dig it. And Gaming saying, I threw in suggestions earlier. Excellent. I tend to check all the Discord stuff after the stream. Another thing that I want to say, Cole, is the way that you articulated garnishing this drink with the orange... Like, just to give you guys an idea, Greg has been a character that Cole has shared with us in the past. It is essentially a living, breathing paper bag from the game Enter the Gungeon that can follow you around on your adventures. When Cole said that he had a drink called Greg, I was like, oh, cool. This is a drink inspired by a video game. Also, when he said that it's garnished with an orange slice, I knew exactly in my mind's eye, exactly how that garnish of the orange slice was going to work. And I just knew I'd never done this little fold thing before. I could do a little bit better. I think if I make some smaller incisions on the side, it might stay on the side of the glass a little bit better. But I knew exactly what he was going for because I knew the context of the game. I knew the context of the way that he has experienced the game through the lens of his streams. And I absolutely see where this is coming from. And it balances super duper well. It's cool, dude. I just can't keep the garnish to stay on. Oh, I will say this. I will say, Cole, if there is one thing that you could somehow incorporate in this, it might ruin the garnish, but this little orange slice with a little express over top. Oh, it's good stuff. Good stuff. Tiger saying the consistency in the drink looks so genuine, but sure, bite the orange. It's been sitting in my freezer. Speaking of which, I gotta put the rest of the orange in the freezer, otherwise I'm gonna forget about it. There we go. Pop it in there. Pop it in there. Leo saying, what's your favorite game of all time? Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Speaking of which, we're going to get back to that in a hot second. Let me just put this published recipe. Let's get back into it. This is one of my favorite games of all time. Nostalgically speaking, this game has a special part in my childhood, and we'll get back to it. P. Abayada being like, what's the next drink? I'll admit, y'all, it's about 2:30 in the morning for me right now, so I will not be taking any more drink requests this evening. Instead, if you want to make a drink request, come back again on Monday of next week, and we'll likely be opening up for a little bit more. I also want to bother you all about this charity event that we got coming up. Not this coming weekend, but the weekend after the fact. We're raising money for charity. If you're familiar with the infinity bottle, we've got a very special infinity bottle. And when I say very special, it means it's probably going to get really, 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 really weird. In the best of ways. Anyways, we're trying to raise a champion. I am evidently not doing a very good job of raising the champion, but I'm trying. Umido popping back in on the Twitch side is Maynap. Welcome back. Fellow Frenchman. I say fellow Frenchman. I'm not French. I'm not even remotely French. Welcome in, dude. Renzo-san, I keep getting lost in the chat. It happens. It happens. I'm sorry. If I missed your messages, I apologize. Man. Silent Symphony saying, well, that couldn't be more perfect because you're off on Monday. Oh, dude! Not that I wouldn't say that, yo, if you're off on Monday, you should absolutely be hanging at the bar with an X with us on Monday night at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. But if you grace us with your presence, I can be nothing but thankful. Tiger saying, you have a French tie. Is this considered a French bow tie? Wait, Alexa. Alexa, are bow ties French?
Didn't quite get that. Say that again.
Alexa, are bow ties French? It won't answer my question. Wait, Tiger, are bow ties French? Because if they are, I've learned something new today. Actually, if I'm being honest, I learned something new like every single stream. If I'm being totally honest. Like, for example, last stream, I apparently learned my capacity for annoyance. Cole saying, Greg may not look it, but he is just as happy as y'all. Oh, I see it there. I see his emote in chat. Keep on smiling, Greg. Okay, doke. Silent Symphony out there saying, I knew I was going to dig this place from the clips, but yeah, I'm absolutely going to be here for sure. Oh, I appreciate the kind words. I will say this. I will say this. There is a certain random aspect of every live stream that you will go in that is basically bending to the will of the internet around us. Things got a little bit hectic last stream. But we're getting better. We're getting better. I'm happy to have you all in here. Tiger saying she wants you to French kiss her, Cam. What? She won't answer until you kiss her. Wait, what? French kiss what? My bow tie? Oh, the Alexa, you say? I'm sorry, I am a proudly married man in a monogamous relationship, and if my wife found out that I was snogging with the machine just because somebody on the internet told me to, no offense to you, Tiger, I think she'd get very mad. I might not be able to get to snog with anything after the fact, you know? I gotta pick my battles. I gotta pick my battles.
Stage select.
Kinky.
Character select.
Anyways. Let's see. I'm seeing Renzo saying, one of the Twitch people was talking about 14, and I remember you've had a version of one of a Final Fantasy 14 drink. Also, who is the 14th player? I have questions, and I'm super intrigued by the roleplay bar in game. Oh my gosh, who was that? Oh my gosh, you're right. You're right, Renzo. Somebody was talking about... I'm searching my memory. Thanks for this. Somebody in chat earlier was saying that they don't know too much about drinks, but they're running like an online like roleplay bar in Final Fantasy 14. If you are out there, I am summoning you right now. I think you were new. Oh, it's Silent Symphony. Oh shit, it's Silent Symphony. Renzo, it's Silent Symphony on Twitch. That would be you. That was the one. Oh my gosh. I hope that answers your question. You're absolutely right. Renzo's over on the YouTube side. So Renzo, pop over to Twitch. Evidently. Because that's where Silent's at. Man. Anyways. Cole saying, Cam and that was just Greg. We still have a Frank 75. I remember that. I remember that. Silent saying, I've been around Twitch for upwards of 12 years. I don't think anything surprises me anymore. Oh, dude, I'm glad to hear that you've got the perspective. You know what's up. Let's see. Tiger said, yes, so you're married? Alexa Simmerman out, absolutely. And I see Forrest White Cheddar saying, Cam, first-time caller, long-time listener. As they say, what are we drinking tonight? First-time caller, long-time listener. What are we drinking tonight? Dude, this is what we're drinking tonight. Let me put the recipe in chat for you. I just had a recipe request from one of our community members, the Greg with an X. It is... I don't think... Dude, I don't think I've had anything like this before. I'm baffled by how intriguing and unique this is. Also, where did you come from? Get out of here. Oh my gosh. Wow, yeah, that is... It was really, really cool. I got the recipe in chat right now. Cole came up with it. The only credit that I take is I was the one who mixed it, and I was the one who picked the bottles that went into it. And it worked out pretty well. Welcome in, by the way, Forrest. Good to have you. Tiger saying, Alexa, if we were married, would you cheat with... Wait. Alexa, if we were married, would you cheat while married?
I'm not quite sure how to help you with that.
That's totally fair. I completely understand you respecting your own boundaries. Oh, Clementine wants to breed. That's fine, just like our champion tends to do. Man. Yeet that Chao. I have not seen I'm up here at all. At all. Renzo being like, switching sides. Welcome to the dark side. Forrest saying, longtime fan, mod of Twitch tender Colino. Oh, Forrest, what should... Oh, yeah! We love Mav & Co. That we do. That we do. Gosh, I wish I had... If I'm being honest, I wish I had the wherewithal to not be so anxious to pop into more of Colino's streams. If I'm being totally... I'm a very anxious individual. And I wanna lurk, I wanna hang around, I want to interact, but I am... And I say this with the diagnosis that says it behind me of generalized anxiety disorder. I get really stressed out. I'm getting really flushed right now. I was like, oh my god, you mentioned Colino? I fucking love that guy. Do I ever say anything? No, I don't. Oh my gosh, I love all this stuff. Let me give shout-outs where shout-outs are due. And I'm gonna do that on the Twitch side over here. Like, Mav & Co bar in the Colino 12 streams is just awesome, dude. Awesome. I'm hoping... Wait, is it just Colino 12? I think it is. Yes. Yes, I got the right command. Thank goodness, dude. If y'all are interested, really, in other cocktail content, in my purview, he was the guy who, like, invented the whole Twitch tender scheme. At least from my perspective. I love Colino and the work they do at Mav & Co. Anyways, let's see. Tiger saying, you seem like a connoisseur, Cam. What is your passion? Cocktail mixology. Next question.
Hello.
Oh, Tiger. Tiger saying, I love Colino. I shall follow. Please do.
Quite well.
Please do.
Thank you very much.
I love that guy. What the hell was I doing? Jeez. All right, well, Clementine is in heat, so we're just going to let them do their thing and walk along and continue trying our best to not worry about it. Let's see. Forrest Charter saying, do it, man. Colino is the best. Absolutely no judgment. Will all of you in there. Yeah, dude. I love it. I have my partner, Anna, sits around for the Colino games and stuff. And I have one bottle. I have one of Colino's bitters. The mole bitters. I love that stuff, dude. I love that stuff. I got it up in my stock. We've used it, I think, a couple of times in drinks before, and it is one of my favorite bitters that I've got in the collection because I don't have anything else that has that spicy chocolate characteristic. And if I'm being honest, way back, I haven't made any bitters myself yet, but Colino is one of the folks that inspired me to want to make my own bitters. That and Larix. Huge props to Larix. They're all community members in our Discord, by the way, y'all. Like you're crawling in the same crowd. Anyways. Renzo out there talking to, it looks like Silent Symphony, so we'll let that conversation go. Let that conversation happen. We love that. Kate out there saying, late night streams are the best. I was doom scrolling until I saw that you were live. My insomnia, thanks you. Oh, I thank you for popping in, dude. I thank you for popping in. Oh, it's like 2:30 in the morning for me right now? Sometimes we can go a little bit late. Honestly, for the most part, I stream late because of the vibes. Not much for anything else. Like, for example, on Monday, the vibes were fucking deplorable, so I stopped. Tonight, vibes are fucking immaculate. So we'll keep vibing for a little while. If anything, I'm not the one to thank for this. It's you guys for, and I say this in the least condescending and patronizing way possible, thank you for being so well behaved. Oh my gosh. YouTube vertical chat can get pretty wild, dude. Anyways, I'm seeing Tiger asking, what got you into Twitch, Cam? I had a friend of mine who was streaming Minecraft a while back, and I would be a disinvited voice in her streams, and eventually I decided to do it myself. 5 years later, here we are. I had been mixing drinks and stuff in college as well, and eventually I found a way to combine the performance aspects of things together with the drink aspects of things. Is it perfect? No. No. But if we having fun? Yeah. Let's see. Forrest saying, dude, Colino has been doing my own DIY grenadine, orgeat, etc. Oh, yeah, dude. The idea of the... Dude, the other thing about, like, homemade anything, whether it's your homemade grenadine, or your homemade bitters, or your homemade liqueurs, homemade ferments, fermented otherwise, I have so little experience in that. And what I want to do next is I want to learn how to ferment things, dude. I want to make my own beers, wines. I've been working on a couple of lacto ferments. Sorry, a little refluxy. I love it, dude. The world of mixology is just so cool. So cool, dude. So cool. Let's see. Leo out there. Let's see. I see Silence saying, look forward to seeing you. We're open this Sunday if you've got to... Oh, Pope. Talking about the bar on Final Fantasy 14. I see that there. Leo Nerd saying, I only wish I could get off work earlier so I could watch for your live streams while live. Oh, yeah, dude. I appreciate the sentiment. Tiger saying Monday was poop. No, thank you, being a man of the people. Keep it up. I've been burping too. Yeah, I have acid reflux, so in case I went up burping or, like, stuttering every once in a while, it's because I'm probably trying not to make it anybody else's business.
Character select.
I want to go see a doctor about it, but they won't take my appointment until next month. Ugh. Ugh. But yeah. Let's see. Silence saying 2 different performances into 1. Works perfectly. I appreciate that. Cole saying YouTube is full of edgy kids. It's safe to assume if you have someone come in and start harassing, it's probably a kid just trying to be edgy. And let me make it clear. If you're a child, or you are under the age of majority in your local jurisdiction, this is a bar. We serve alcohol. It's not that you aren't welcome here. It's that in the performance of it all, I cannot legally serve you, so why are you here anyways? But I digress. Clementine, where are you? I'm looking for the red. You were bothering me, because you're a red. I really shouldn't be doing that to them, but I am. Let's see. Gaming saying, your streams are so polished in my opinion. I'm so glad I found such a cool community. I'm glad you're a part of it, dude. We're growing every day. Let's see. Leo saying, children will be yeeted. Correct. Correct. Cole saying, it's just that we don't want to be liable for your stupid decisions. I think of it this way, yo. This is my honest opinion about kids in the live stream. If I can figure out, like, this is my honest and unbiased, like, my unadulterated opinion on kids in live stream, kids in a live stream like this one. This is adult content. We are talking about alcohol. I assume that a lot of the folks here who are participating in the conversation who are drinking alcohol are adults. If I have any way, easy or otherwise, to figure out that you are a kid, that means that any other adult in this stream can figure out that you are too, and potentially embark in harm, and I don't want that. I really don't want that. If anything, please come back with your older. We can talk about the craft then. Just keep out of it for now. We'll wait for you. Promise you. Promise we'll wait for you. What are you doing? No kids. Anyway, I'll take back out of that for a little while. Let's see. Tiger saying, you remind me of my best friend. Really, dude? Man, I hope your best friend's doing all right. I hope they're alive and well. And regardless, a cheers to them. Kate being like, YouTube is crazy. I agree with you. People are so verbally hateful on the platform. And you know what's weird? YouTube's auto-moderation doesn't help very much either. Wild. Levy asking, do you know the Chronicles of Narnia? I've been brainstorming Narnia drinks. I don't know it very well, but am I aware of it? Yeah. Oh my god, are you gonna breed? Are you gonna breed? Are you gonna make it happen? Nope, you're just walking past? Okie dokie then. Sus. Absolutely sus. Let's see. Renzo being like, yeah, Monday was not that good. I'm glad tonight's been better. Everything's been really great. Actually, after the events of Monday, after Monday, I called the first mod quorum that I've had in a little while, and we brainstormed ideas to get past this, and I've got some ideas, and I was fully prepared to just cut off vertical chat completely if I needed to. Y'all have been great, so appreciate that. Come here, buddy. All right, well, let's see. Silent Symphony out there saying, by the way, Cam, I suspect you're a fan of a good scotch. Had a new bottle with some friends over the weekend where we were camping Glenfiddich Experimental Fire and Cane, peated whiskey and malts, matured in bourbon barrels, finished in Latin rum casks, beautifully smoky and sweet at the same time. Dude, I don't know enough about... I haven't tried enough scotch to be a connoisseur. But when I tell you this, Silent, I read that and I was beginning to get chills of all the details of it. That sounds so good. That sounds really cool. Oh, I'm is evolving. I didn't really... So you are a child! Silent, there's a command called !suggest. If you write that in after the fact, I will make sure to read about it, and I will make sure to do my research and see if I can get it. It's probably, I imagine it's probably expensive, but every suggestion that I get, I read through. And that's just to make sure that, like, if I can be unadulterated with chat for just another moment, I've been drinking. So, if we have a discussion here, I cannot guarantee that I'm going to remember all the details of it in the morning. And typically, sober Cameron is the guy who does the editing. Let's see. Tiger out there saying that best friend has passed along, but I miss the guy, so thanks for being here. Like, quote, the usual subjects. See, I have a sense of humor in it. Dude. I don't know who this person was, or who they were going to become, but if there's any sort of benefit that you get from any sort of recollection that you have of this friend through this stream, I'm happy that I was able to give it to you. Cheers to that, my guy. And a little pour, I pour one out into my mouth for this guy. Because I don't really want to, this is Greg we're talking about. So, Tiger being like, thank you, sir, bless you. Right back in your direction, my guy. Good vibes. Good vibes. All right, let's go back out to Pumpkin Hill, shall we? Tiger like, you've been drinking? Yeah. Yeah. Vinay, welcome back, dude. Oh, yo, it's been so long, Vinay. Welcome back. Silent saying evidently that scotch you were talking about is only like 90 to 100 like ooh, Canadian dollars. Ooh, I like Canadian dollars because I get a discount. The joke here is that when my partner and I, Anna, went out to Vancouver and Canada for our honeymoon, it was wild. It was funny to us that every single bill that we got, the amount that we read would be a little bit less because we were converting to the American dollar, and I guess the American dollar is worth a little bit more. It was worth a little bit more than a Canadian dollar at the time. So every single time we went to a restaurant, we were just like, ooh, 15% discount. Oh man, it was such a good honeymoon, dude. We went on a Disney cruise. We went around Vancouver. I drove back from Montreal because customs was closed. Wild, dude. Wild, dude. Unforgettable experience, dude. Kate saying, you ever look back after the stream and be confused? Yeah, a number of times. I have to edit back through this stuff, or sober me has to edit back through the stuff. So yeah, he gets confused sometimes to the point where he gets distracted and doesn't finish his editing work. Man. Renzo out there saying, I've grown up with the channel and I'm so glad I was 18 once you started bringing alcohol into the streams. That's true. Like for Renzo's apparently been watching my content for like the entire time and came out of the woodwork. Let's just say essentially when you came of age. And if anything, Renzo, I am very supportive of the fact that you did that, and that's the type of like methodology that I would try to put out to the other folks who want to be a part of the conversation. Because let me like, you are welcome to be a part of the conversation regardless of what age you are. Please don't be a nuisance. Respect my boundaries and the boundaries of the people around you. And yeah, there's laws involved here. So if you're too young, get out. Or just like, I don't know. Just come back another time. Let's see. Leo being like, just like a magic card. Beat I'm enough and he evolves. Correct. Oh, hello there. Didn't mean to do that. Did I get all the Chao things? I got lost for a hot second. I lost my focus. It's okay. Tiger being like, this guy, Canada tariffs. Whoop. Cole out there saying I'm getting a little bit tired. Get some sleep. Maybe visit Greg to tell him how everything went. I enjoy your stream. Enjoy your stream, your night, and your cocktail. Good night, Cole. Thank you for your contributions, as always. And I look forward to seeing you back here again next time. All right, I got lost, so we're just gonna get out of here.
Stage select.
Gaming saying, I think sober you will have a good laugh tomorrow. Oh, I'm sure. Sober me tomorrow is gonna be a heck of a lot less uncomfortable than he was on Tuesday when he was editing this stuff from Monday. Tiger saying, how long you been streaming? About 5 years. I think we're coming around either year 5 or 6. I can't quite remember because I don't remember what year it was. The thing that I'm most proud of, though, is I've been mixing cocktails seriously for probably the last 2 years or so. Really started getting serious a little while. Tiger, like 5 years? Yeah, it takes time. Evidently, it takes time. I figured something out, apparently. Let's see. Renzo, like, that's a little more than 4 years. That's facts. Silent saying, ordering from the US-based site is rough right now. Yeah. We try to keep the politics out of things, but I understand what's happening in America right now, and one of the things that I was... Dude, just to state it even from my perspective, for a recipe that I'm working on for the charity stream that we've got coming up in about a week and a half, I wanted specifically a Canadian whiskey. I wanted some Crown Royal for a drink that I'm working on because it really fits with the theme. And I was terrified that I would have to pay exorbitant prices for Canadian whiskey. Evidently, I lucked out because it was on sale at Fine Wine. So I took that and I ran with it. And I'm thankful for that. Will it get worse? I have no idea, dude. I got no idea. Makes me even more desirable to want to distill my own spirits. But I can't legally do that here in Philadelphia. Can't do it. Kate Moonfall saying, I miss just going up to Canada for a day. I used to live near the border, and it was really, really easy to get through. Admittedly, just going back to my honeymoon story, so when we flew into... The flights were ridiculous. I would not fly on Fly Canada again. But we got into Montreal, and we were supposed to fly back to Philadelphia here, and they closed customs, so we couldn't get back in. So in a split decision, we got all of our bags... I rented a car, a one-way rental car, and I drove across I drove for 8.5 hours just to get home from my honeymoon. Like, the border was actually super freaking chill. The dude was like, where were you? The question that got us was, how long were you in Canada? And we were like, well, we were only in Canada for like 2 days, but then we went on an Alaskan cruise, so we were technically back in America for a little bit. Then we came back to came back to Vancouver, and I guess we've spent probably the latter half of about 24 hours or about a day here as well. It was a Disney cruise, and the guy at the border was like, "How's Alaska?" And I was like, "You ever been to Vermont?" And he was like, "No." And I was like, "Well." It reminds me of the coolness of Vermont with the mountains. And he was like, great, you have a nice day, sir and madam. I was like, cool. We came back. Oh, man. Oh, my God, it was terrible. We had to swap drive. I was driving for like 6.5 hours until we got to New York, and then I had to swap out. I had to swap out. That New York driving was insane. Gosh. Let's see. Tiger being like, between 4 and 5 years, I love you, sir. And folks, thank you. Tiger saying, we'll be fine for now, but it'll get incrementally worse. The good news is 2025 will be mild, or at least we can hope for. I'll just cordially remind everybody, I know things are borderline politics, but politics gets the dog itchy. And I don't want the dog gnawing at its groin. And by the dog, because I'm trying to be an honest bartender, is a fictitious animal whose name is Polytix, P-O-L-Y-T-I-X. It's got an X in it. That kind of makes sense. And I'll warn you, if you start getting political, chat will start barking at you. So you have been warned. And proverbially, that is the dog. Anyways. Let's see. Kate saying, in my experience, Canadian Border Patrol are kind of chill. In my experience, I would agree with that. 4 saying, tentatively planning a road trip to the Maritimes in Canada later this year. We'll see how that goes. I am a huge fan of road trips, dude. Road trips are great because the way that my dearest Anna winds up planning road trips is that she will plan out individual stops along the way. Because, like, don't get me wrong, I can drive for 8.5 hours straight if I need to. But Anna really likes to stop at things along the way, whether it's a giant quarter or a distillery, which we would then swap drivers because naturally I'd be drinking my fill. Or if it's a restaurant or anything of the sort. She loves to find spaces along the road. So, like, we'll be making our annual trip out to Indianapolis this year for Gen Con in about a month or so. And we're picking up the couple of our mods along with us as we go to the convention together. We'll have a couple of fun times along the way. And she's picked out yet another set of stops along the way that I just cannot wait for, dude. Can't wait for it. Okay, I think we got enough for these guys right now. Let's go back to the Chao Garden. Silent saying, Maritime Canada is one of the most stunning places ever. Newfoundland is basically Ireland, like. I've never been to Ireland, so I wouldn't know. I've never been to Newfoundland either, so I wouldn't know. But when we walked around Vancouver, it was awesome, dude. We walked for 12 miles that day. Anna and I are big hikers, and when we were in Vancouver, one of the things we did was just walk around the parks for like 12 miles. It was awesome. Such a good time. Let's see. Tiger saying, wait, what got you into streaming? Oh, a friend of mine was streaming. I streamed a little bit. I was a disembodied voice in her streams as we played Minecraft together. And eventually, she and another buddy of mine who had done some streaming previously encouraged me to do a little streaming of my own. And I had been doing theater all through middle school, all through high school, a little bit of college. And it filled the void in my heart, so to speak, that I'd left behind when I decided to put theater behind me. Clementine, come here, buddy. Thank you. Anyways. Forrest saying, wait a minute, you live in Indy? Oh, do you really, dude? Oh, wow. Yeah, we'll be there for Gen Con this year. Hit me up, dude. We'll be there for the entirety of the convention. Ozzy out there saying, thanks for influencing you to give JoJo another go. Currently on episode 21. And I know why I couldn't keep up the last time. It's because I was fried out of my mind and the pace is quick. Yeah, dude, JoJo's moves really fast, dude. I think JoJo moves really fast. Also, the first season of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is completely different than the other seasons. I love if I had to pick a favorite, my favorite JoJo's Bizarre Adventure season is Diamond is Unbreakable. That was my faves. One of my faves. Mostly because of the music. Good stuff. Anyways, Force being like so awesome. I agree, dude. Levy being like, how many emblems out of 180? I think I have 168 right now. I have been grinding for the last three streams. I think grinding for the last 2 streams to get the last fighting emblem. And you know what? You know what? I think it's time to give it another try. We've increased Clementine's swim just a little bit. We'll try. We'll try. We'll try. Who else do I see out there? Techno saying it's pronounced Newfoundland. Newfoundland. I appreciate the correction there, Techno. Welcome in, by the way. I saw one of your comments earlier. I missed it. My sincerest apologies. Let's see. Tiger saying, you seem like a star in JP Rebirth. I'd watch you. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Silent saying, if you ever get a chance, Alberta is where you want to be for hiking. Banff? Banff! And the Rockies will blow your socks off. Something about the word Banff is like giving me a chuckle. Oh, no. Bam-mama-fa. Bam-mama-fa is badass motherfucker. Not Banfa-fa. Banfa-fa. Different story entirely. I haven't heard the word Banff in years, dude. You made me think of that? Thank you, Silent. What a throwback. All right, let's try to see whether or not Clementine is doing any better here. Admittedly, it's almost 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I think I can only go another half hour or so, and then we'll come back on Monday. I guess we'll have to continue. I don't want to have to continue with the Chao Garden, but we will. But we will. Oh, man. Let's see. Ozzy saying, can't wait till I get to the stands you talked about. No spoiler. Oh, no, no spoilers for me. No spoilers. You'll know. You'll know. You will know, Ozzy. One of my favorite aspects of the series. Forrest saying, I've spent a lot of time in Ontario, both urban and rural, and loved all of it. Open to Alberta, open to the Atlantic provinces. I'd go to Newfoundland. Oh my gosh, your defense is so sad. Oh. Why did you have to reincarnate Clementine? Ugh. I'm gonna get 180 emblems. I'm gonna get 180 emblems. Shall we continue? Evidently, we need to train more. More. Damn. All right, well. Kate's saying, the Rockies are beautiful right now. I just got back from a 10-day road trip down to Colorado. So much fun. I dream of doing more road trips, dude. I was talking about this earlier in the stream. When I was over at Lil Abe's place for the weekend, their family bought me the Curious Bartender's Whiskey Road Trip Guide, and it is not... I have not wanted to take a road trip more than when I looked at this book for the first time. It lists out apparently some of the... Just the back of this book says... I haven't read the back of the book yet. I haven't even gotten into the book, but the back of this book says... Buckle up and join best-selling author and whiskey connoisseur Tristan Stevenson on an epic tour of more than 40 unique distilleries from Vermont to California. My brother lived in Vermont for a little while. I didn't even realize they had whiskey distilleries there. Probably should have checked a little bit more. This engaging volume visits legendary makers in the states that are the spiritual home of the industry, Kentucky and Tennessee, and introduces readers to newer craft distillers in Indiana, Pennsylvania, and even Texas. In his signature style, which is both fiercely entertaining and meticulously researched, Tristan weaves together the full and fascinating story of American whiskey with all its regional nuances, from its history and production methods to the origins of iconic bottle designs, with evocative images that take you behind the scenes and recipes for cocktails to make and enjoy. This is a celebration of a true American classic. This is The Curious Bartender's Whiskey Road Trip by Tristan Stevenson. I'd never heard of this book before, but I started flipping through it, and I was like, I get throwbacks to when Anna and I took a trip to California recently and went to a sake museum, and they had a giant map on their wall that showed all the major like sake fermentories in North America. When we were in Vancouver, we went to one of them, the Artisan Sake fermentory. It was a mild experience. It wasn't too outstanding to me. But it what this book seems to be advertising gave me a similar vibe of, well, if you want to go to all the sake museums, you got this one picture, and if you want to go to all the whiskey distilleries, not all of them, but prominent ones, you look at this map. One day. Let's see. Leo asking, how does the reincarnation work in this game? I did my research, so here's the dump. Chao, the little creatures here, will reincarnate at the end of their life. Well, the end of their life has to do with a certain number of days that they have been alive for. But I find that it also kind of corresponds to how high a level that they tend to get. I don't know exactly what the correspondence is, but they eventually get to the end of their life. If they are happy enough, they will reincarnate. If they are not happy enough, they will die. Happiness corresponds to giving the Chao fruit, petting them, holding them, rocking them, playing games and stuff with them and whatnot. If they are happy enough at the end of their life, they will reincarnate. There is a special type of Chao that you can get in the game where you have to reincarnate twice. You have to feed them at least one of every single animal, and then you have to get them to evolve properly like you would otherwise. Basically, if your Chao is happy enough, they will reincarnate. And when they do, their levels drop back down to 1, but the values, like the total value of the Chao's skill, will carry over to the next life. So when Clementine reincarnated, all of their levels went back down to 1. That's the space that you have for leveling up. But they started with about 100 points in every single skill, which is 100 points more than the maximum that you would be able to reach on the first life. Clementine was doing really, really well, and I couldn't stop the reincarnation. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be doing this whole rigmarole all over again. But I don't play with mods, and I try to be as... I am working... I want to do all the emblems the way that I would have had to do them if I were still a kid. So, admittedly, I'm taking you along for the ride because I'm bringing you down with me. So, thanks for joining me along for this. Tiger, like, I will not pet you to make you feel better, Cam. No, I don't want your pets. You have to pet the Chao. And I'm not going to make you pet the Chao either. You know, some people just kind of get skeeved out by, like, touching animals. I get it. That's fine. That's fine. I hope that answered your question, Leo. I don't even know if I answered your question. I can't even be sure of whatever I just said. Man. I see Kate out there sharing with Tiger that you started around the Beartooth Path in Montana and Wyoming. Then made your way to the Tetons and stayed there for like 3 days, hiking a bunch, then followed the Rockies all the way down to the Black Canyon of Gunnison and the Marin Bells and just hanging out in the Rocky Mountain. Oh, I'm jealous, dude. I'm jealous. I love hiking. I love hiking so much. When we wind up like when we were in California, we decided to take some time specifically to hike up one of the mountains in Sonoma County. We were there for a wedding. We were there to try to experience wine country. We really didn't experience wine country the same way that you would typically do if you were out there on like wine tours and stuff, but we went to a distillery and it was wonderful. I had a wonderful conversation with one of the bartenders from Napa Valley Distillery. Took a couple of bottles home with me. We hiked up to the top of one of the peaks of one of the mountains in Sonoma County. We went to, there was a plateau that we hiked along a little while as we made our way to the airport the next day. We also had some time in Disneyland, which is quite nice. My dearest Anna is a huge Disney fanatic. She loves it. I wouldn't say that I love it, but I get to enjoy it with her. And that's a beautiful splendor. And we got a chance to hang around there for a little bit. Tried to stream a little bit from there too, but the internet connection was not very nice. Let's see. Leo saying, or yeet the Chao. Yeah. Yeet the Chao. Good answer. Good. I'm glad. Let's see. Kate saying, I keep camped the entire time. Doesn't help the back, but helps the wallet. There we go. In a Jeep, you know. The biggest expense of the trip was gas, which was less than about $500, which isn't terrible for 10 days. Oh yeah, dude. That's fine. That's fine. You can make a single round trip flight for that same price for certain areas of at least even the continental U.S. And that's wild to me. No. My dearest has I have no idea what she does, but she has a knack for planning out travel and has a knack for figuring out flights and stuff as well. I planned on doing I got a trip coming up in a few weeks to go visit my family on our family vacation in South Carolina. And I didn't know what the heck I was supposed to do with flights, and she figured it out for me, thank goodness, and found me a pretty nice price for it. She's not coming with me. I'm just going down by myself. If anybody's been to Hilton Head Island before, that's where my family does their vacation. I don't typically go every single year, because admittedly with all of the stream stuff that has happened in the last, like, couple years or so, and with the job that I most recently finally closed the door on, I just didn't have a lot of time for travel. But now I've got some more time. I'm gonna try to make the most of it. The last time I was down there, I had this rum that was like a toasted pineapple rum from, what was it, Hilton Head Distillery, and it was really good. Hopefully, when I go down there the next time, I can bring it back to the bar with an X, so I have another unique pineapple rum. Let's see. Tiger saying, you were there for Napa? I love sexy buffoons. Keep it on up. I'll try my best to. Yeah, we were there in Napa. Admittedly, I didn't take advantage of the Napa Valley the way that you would expect somebody to take advantage of the Napa Valley if they were knowledgeable about wine, spirits, and otherwise. I had like one of every wine at this one winery we went to where the distillery was excuse me, what does that sound? Oh, you're ringing a bell. Oh my god. I got completely gaslit for a second. Anyways, the winery that we went to, I tried their Merlot, their Cabernet Sauvignon, tried their, I think they had a Riesling and a Chardonnay. Some of the best wine I've ever had, dude. Some of the best wine that I've ever had. I think it was called a V Satui Winery or something like that. I don't remember it off the top of my head. I did a whole stream where I was talking about my trip to California a few weeks ago. If you want the details, it's probably in that stream. I don't remember. Keep being like the microwave is done. It did give me microwave vibes. Tiger like, time is fun. Wait, are you living off of our shit and such cam? Am I living off of it? Am I gaining energy and absorbing the energy of all the stuff that you're putting into my chat right now? Yeah, admittedly, I feel a lot more awake now than I would normally do at 3 o'clock in the morning, specifically because of the good vibes from chat. That and, did you see this Greg cocktail I had? Did you see what Clementine was doing to those animals? I could see an argument being weighed about you being the animal and me being the creature. But let's not look too far into it because I feel like there are legal implications. And, you know, as so-and-so reminded me 30 different times, evidently liquor licenses. Which, by the way, in reference to the person who was harassing me about my liquor license, I did my research. I did a solid hour of research today. I would like to let you all know that if you are mixing drinks in your own home and serving yourself or the friends who are in your home, nowhere in at least the US requires you to have a liquor license. I'm still kind of baffled like this. Yeah, just to give you the context, chat, somebody popped in 2 of my streams and was just like, you know, if you're running a bar in your home and mixing cocktails, gotta showcase your liquor license. And I was like, I don't think you know what you're talking about. Yeah, I don't need a liquor license. You're not drinking the cocktail. I am. This is not a public place. I am in my house. I rent. I'm in my own bar. I built this myself. I don't sell alcohol. I don't need a liquor license. And I was so annoyed by this, I decided to do the best thing that I know how to do and double, triple check. Even in the most extreme cases, if you live in an area that is a dry municipality, it restricts the sale of alcohol. But if you're not exchanging alcohol between 2 people's hands with any sort of monetary value involved, nowhere do you need a liquor license to make cocktails in your house. It was kind of irking me, so I had to vent about that for a hot second. So thanks for letting me vent for a hot second. Yeah, anyways. Let's see. Games like, sorry, what? Yeah, that. Man. Kate's saying, like, I've seen so many home bars. I doubt any of those would exist if you needed a liquor license. Correct. Correct. There is some nuance. Like there are apparently some, like, law loopholes that you can get to if you run, let's say, like, a private club. Club is a specific word in Pennsylvania, or, like, a private, like, speakeasy or something like that. There's some nuances there, right? And even when it comes to people who want to, let's say, dry hire, like, if you wanted, for example, if you wanted to hire me as a bartender for your event, if you provide all the liquor and I don't give you the liquor, technically I'm not selling you liquor. You're just paying me to serve it. That's considered a dry hire. And a lot of states don't require a license to serve as a dry hire, so long as you're the person providing the alcohol. It also tends to be a little bit cheaper because I'm not providing the alcohol, right? Do I do those services? No. But I can be convinced. I can be convinced. I've been meaning to do a little bit more travel. And if you like what you see here now, please expect me to be even better, because I don't think I'm allowed to drink while serving other people's alcohol. But I digress. Gaming being like, dude, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. Yeah, it was a little bit wild to me. Like, when they first popped in chat, I was just like, no, that's not it. But the fact that somebody asked me about it, it's the first time that somebody brought up the idea that you would need a liquor license in your own home. And I was like, oh, excuse me, we have ads running. Anyways, it's not the case. It's not the case. And Philip, if you're still out there, I'm still bothered by it. So remember that. Let's see. I see Big Shark popping in saying, what is this amazing Sonic game? We got Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I'm taking a small break because I got my friends over on Twitch experiencing an ad right now, giving all of their precious eye time to Daddy Bezos. I'm drinking a cocktail right now, so... I probably won't be going for too much longer, only because I am reaching my wit's end here. Am I awake? Yes, but I've been standing for like almost 8 hours. It's fun, dude. It's fun. Target like, I didn't live my life for this. For the ads? Well, at the very least, I hope you tell me what ads you were experiencing along the way. Big Shark saying, Knuckles the strong echidna. The porcupine, you know? Big Shark saying, you don't seem rich. It's because I'm not. If I see... Dude, if I seem rich to anybody, I don't know how you're getting that vibe, dude. Do you see these do you see this wallpaper back here? It's temporary, dude. Check this out. It peels off the wall! This is temporary wallpaper! I'm not rich. I also probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, dude, this blackboard behind me, totally fake. Everything around me, totally fake. Just is. The alcohol is real, though, and I am real, and so is my apartment, and my liquor license is fake. That I'll fess up to. That'll fess up to. Tiger being like, I'm gonna be kind of irate as fuck if this man is sober. If you want to see me sober, stream starts at 8 o'clock p.m. Eastern time. That's about whatever time it is for you right now, minus about 7 hours or so. I've been trying to also make an effort of going live on TikTok on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and if you want my honest reason why, it's because these are the dishes that I generate for every single stream that I do, and I have to edit. I do my dishes on TikTok Live, because then somebody pops into TikTok Live and they're like, haha, funny man, here's 20 cents, and I'm like, cool, I'm doing dishes. This is the best decision I've ever made. Works out. Works out. Big Shark being like, I think Knuckles is rich. Possibly. Renzo saying, have you seen the Sonic MTG cards? Renzo, you listen to the Lorex podcast, right? Get ready. Friday, Garfy, baby. Lorex podcast, my Sonic podcast. Yeah. Have I seen the Sonic the Hedgehog cards? Yes, I have. No spoilers. Ozzy said, it reminds me of the dude that rips the 100 and he goes, we're not rich, we're broke. I'm not rich. I am only using the money that you guys give me for the bottles and stuff at the bar. We are completely self-sustainable, which is an honor, by the way. It's an honor. Kate, like, I got ad jump scared. I am so sorry. Big Short saying, can you play some more Sonic? I only stopped here for that. Watch this! Welcome back. Welcome back. Yeah, I've been going for a little bit longer. Trying to get all the emblems in the game, and admittedly, I've not been doing very well. Welcome back from the ads, everybody. I hope they didn't treat you too terribly, although sometimes things get a little bit crazy around here. This is the plan. I am not going to be able to get Clementine to win the tournament tonight. I thought, I was so convinced this was going to be the last one for the Chao races. It won't be. So, this is what I'll commit to. I'm gonna give as many levels to Clementine as possible, and then on Monday, I'm gonna focus all of my effort on swim and fly, because evidently that's what I need for Clementine to be the big bad baddie that I know Clementine to be. These are higher scores in run and power than we've ever had before. Or, excuse me, kid with the biddies. Thank you for that. Renzo saying I was auto-modded. Oh, my condolences. Tiger saying, is Superman your cup of tea? I'm not that into superheroes. Not really. Is it your cup of tea, though, Tiger? Because if so, please, feel free to lore dump on me about it. I know Superman has video games. Leo saying, what's with the black and green Chao? Oh, good question. Where are you? Oh, God, where are you? What's with it? He disappeared. He didn't want to be seen. Where'd you go, dude? Where did you go? Where the... Oh, there you are. Right there in the water. Right there in the water. Right? There we go. This is a Jakal. This is a Chao from my personal playthrough of the game, so I'm not allowed to use them. This is a... So Chao come in multiple different colors. Chao come in a base color, which has a two-tone gradient, usually a yellow to a blue. And when they evolve, depending on what stats you train them in, they actually change appearance depending on what stat is the most prominent at that particular time, evolution and otherwise. So this guy is, I want to say, a swim type, right? Oh, he's power. It looks like he's a power type with swim. Looks like. I'm thinking. That's Jakal. I got some other folks as well. I'm not allowed to use them. I am supposed to use only the Chao that I have raised during this particular stream playthrough, which is mostly Clementine. Clementine is my champion. Big Shard asking, who's my favorite Sonic character? Chaos. Chaos by far. Infinite is a close second, just because I freaking love his theme, dude. Levy out there saying, get a pet Chow Chow and name it after a Chow in your save. Is a Chow Chow a type of dog? Now, the only pets I have over here at the bar with the next are my bugs, and my plants. And that's about it. Man. Renzo saying, anyway, I'll express my love for the podcast a little bit more calmly this time. I love the podcast, and now there will be a brief magic talk. Yep. And you know what? You know who you can thank for that, Renzo? Lycos. Because Lycos loves Magic the Gathering. And as soon as those spoilers were released, he was like, Cam, you gotta look at this. And I was like, do you want to do an episode? And he said, yes. So we recorded it this week. I see Nevermind popping back in saying, hey Cam, sorry for the rather late drop-in. Just came back from a consultation. How are you holding up? Things are great this evening, dude. Things are wonderful. Appreciate you checking in. I hope all the consultation went well for you, dude. Absolutely. It's good to have you. And by the way, you never need to apologize for popping in late. You've got your own life to live. And if your life living causes you to do things that are the best for you, and it just so happens that you're not here at the bar with the next, that's fine by me, dude. So long as you're keeping well, which it appears like you are, which I'm happy for. Big Short saying, which bugs? Ginger bug? An orange peel bug. That probably doesn't make sense to you, but that is okay. A bug is another informal term for an actively fermenting bacteria or yeast colony. And I have a ginger bug, which is actively fermenting because of some yeast I put in some water and sugar. And I have an orange peel bug, which is actively fermenting from a lacto-ferment that I did some orange peels a while back. By the way, for anybody curious, the raspberry orange peels, or rather the blood orange peels that have been sitting in the bag, has not started fermenting. And I don't think it will, but I'm not going to trash it because I have hope. I have hope. But yeah, if I ever refer to any of my bugs here on stream, that is an active ferment. As in, things are bubbling. And eating sugar and converting it into alcohol, maybe a little bit of lactic acid, maybe some other stuff as well. It really depends on the genus of the particular bacteria that's thriving, and I don't have the measuring tools to determine exactly which one it is. But let's see. Renzo saying, in terms of the MTG Sonic spoilers, I want to get them all, but my parents took almost all your income for the month, so I only have like $96 for the whole month, so I'll probably only get one of them? Hey, Scalper prices. Bro. That fucking sucks. Let me... Speaking from... I don't want to... I'm trying to figure out the way... I want to make sure I articulate this well. From the perspective of somebody that either personally or vicariously experienced an instance where somebody's parents was extorting their children for money. In my opinion, not a very good vibe. You absolutely have the authority and the right to have your own financial individuality and individual authority. And unless you are actively, unless you're doing something like paying rent and stuff like that, I don't think anybody, and this is my opinion, might be just my opinion, so I'll preface it with that. nobody's parents has the right to take money away from their kids. That's all I got to say on that. Like, you can open up your own bank account. You can make your own financial decisions. You can put it all out into an account that they don't have access to. And if anything, I think you got a right to do that. That fucking sucks to hear that your parents are taking your money away from you. If it's a rent thing, I get that. But if it's not in exchange for goods and or services, in my opinion, humbly, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. Anyways. Kid saying, if you ran a speakeasy, what would you name it? The Bar with an X, obviously. XBAR. XBAR. Tiger saying, my country fair is happening this week. You go, girl. James Gunn saying, you better make this movie count, you little twat. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? What movie are you talking about, Tiger? I'll admit, I know, like, basically nothing about movies, so feel free to educate me. I'm seeing Nevermind saying, for sure, man. These streams have been something I kind of look forward to throughout the week, so how's Clem's stats? Well, let me show you. This is Clementine's stats. Clementine reincarnated, by the way, so Clementine died and came back to life. Everything reset to level 1, but we were slowly but surely climbing back up. If anything, what I'm thinking is that we are going to take Clementine back to the dojo, try to see how they fare in two or three matches, and then we will come back for yet another Chao stream of specifically leveling up Clementine's swim and fly statuses, which give them a little bit of an advantage in the fights. Yeah, take this one next. Kid being like, X-Bar would be so obvious as a speakeasy. I mean, not if they don't pronounce it correctly. People will be like, what is it, the Zabar or something like that? And I'll be like, no. They'll try to Google it and they'll be confused. It's the ambiguity factor that I try to take advantage of. You know? Let's see. Tiger out there being like, super twat. Little like, duh, am I alone? Did I do wrong? I have no idea. If I'm being honest, Tiger, I have no idea what you're talking about, but you're good in my book. Is twat a bad word? Wait a minute. Should I not be saying that? Oh! I've learned something new today. Chat, you're gonna learn with me. According to Wikipedia, twat is an English language vulgarism, which means the vulva or vagina, and is used figuratively as a derogatory epithet. Huh. That is a pretty bad word. Intriguing. I learned something new today. My sincerest apologies, chat. For the sake of education. Anyways, kid saying, should someone call Chao Protective Services on camp? Yeah, probably. You want to see me throw this kid across the room? I can. And I'll shake him too. Please don't shake your babies. Alright, Clementine. Let's take you down. Renzo out there saying, rent situation. Our agreement is that while you're in college, I don't pay rent, and then they switched it up as soon as you came home and told me that they were going to charge outrageous rent or you're kicked. Ridiculous. Kid saying, how did Clementine die? Oh, Clementine died because when you get old, you die. Eventually, you die. However, Clementine was happy enough to have another chance at life completely. And that's the long and short of it, really. Chows can age? Oh, yeah. Well, you got to take your chow to the doctor to figure out exactly how old they are. If you don't take them to the doctor, you'll never know. You'll never know. Never mind out there saying, maybe have the X in the middle of the bar or inside the letter A. But, never mind, where are you? You're on the horizontal side, aren't you? But, my X bar. How could I put the X elsewhere when it's right there? It's perfect right there. Look, the two X's are aligned. Isn't that beautiful? Yeah. How could I do it any other way? Anyways, Silent said it's similar to the way Aussies call somebody a see you next Tuesday. Oh, really? Oh, that's intriguing. All right, chat, this is what I'm telling you. We are going to try 2 to 3 attempts just to get an idea of where Clementine stands. And then we'll be back again on Monday. It's getting late. Getting real late. Tiger asked me, am I an Ann Landers? I'm not sure I know what you mean. However, I'm gonna Google it. It was a pen name. Interesting. A pen name created by Chicago Sun-Times Advice columnist Ruth Crowley. Epi Landers. Am I an Ann Landers? I have no idea what that means. Clementine, no! It's okay. We'll try a couple more times. Levy saying, how many lives does a Chao have? 9 like a cat? I believe that a Chao can have as many lives as it wants to, so long as you keep it happy. I think. Tiger saying, wait, is Monday next week? Yeah, I only stream Monday and Wednesdays on Twitch and YouTube. Sorry. I got editing to do. Man. Never mind being like, I didn't see that. My apologies for my transition. Oh, no. You were never mind. You were totally fine. You were totally fine. I was just being facetious. Yeah, sorry, y'all. I'm only live Mondays and Wednesdays. That takes me if I'm being honest, it takes me the entirety of Tuesday to edit the stuff that happens on Monday, and it takes me all of Thursday to edit the stuff that happens on Wednesday. Also, I've got a charity event coming up, and I have at least 15 items that are not yet checked off. So I've got things that I need to plan for. And by the way, if you haven't... to put it in perspective, we've been playing Sonic for how long? 3 or 4 months? I have created 6 Sonic drinks in that time. 6 of them. 3 cocktails, 3 mocktails. I have 3 cocktails and 3 mocktails that I need to design for this charity event. But yeah, it is Thursday right now for anybody watching. Dude, yes, Clementine, please! God. Kids saying, for the charity stream, how does Chaos Infinity Bottle redemption work? Is it more than 10k party hats? Oh, no problem, dude. On July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. Saturday, we're gonna have a charity event, and every single donation, any donation, you can specify something to put into this infinity bottle. Anything, so long as I've got it. That's the stipulation there, right? If you make a donation through Tiltify, the platform where we're accepting donations, which you can access via !donate, the charity details, !charity, and I have to have it, kid, and I don't have holy water, and I'm not intending on getting holy water. But you can add it as a part of your redemption. When you actually donate, it will ask you what you want to add to the infinity bottle if you choose it. If not, and you're in chat for it, you can also let us know as well, and we will try to add it there in due time. Tiger being like, facetious is the best word. I love that. Never mind sending their love to Renzo, hoping for better days ahead of you. I agree with that, dude. I agree with that. Gaming saying, I hope you have enough malort. You hope I have enough malorts? Oh, man. And did you know that recently Philadelphia, aka the state of Pennsylvania, decided that they could finally sell malort in stores, which means if 2 bottles isn't enough to make a difference in this goddamn world, I can just buy more. Fun stuff, right? Yeah, I got malort. I got 2 whole bottles worth. One more time, and then we're done, because I gotta go to bed. Challenge accepted. Oh yeah, I look forward to it. I'll look forward to it. Kate's saying, if you drink holy water, do your kidneys filter out the holy? I believe, technically speaking, when you consume... Actually, I have no fucking clue. I'm gonna say yeah. And then I'll remind you all not to take medical or religious advice from some stranger on the internet. But ding! Clementine, please. Clementine, please. You are fast, you are powerful. You are fast, and you are powerful. Alright, chat. I didn't want to do this. I didn't want to do this. But that's it. I can't. I want to make it... I want to make it very, very clear that I was 100% certain that I was going to get this emblem tonight. And right before our first cocktail request, which came from GamingTactition, I was convinced until Clementine went into the battle and was absolutely obliterated and continues to be obliterated. I have committed to myself to get all 180 emblems in this game, and I'm gonna do it. And I'm taking you with me. So, hashtag sorry not sorry. We're gonna do more Chao BS on Monday. But don't worry, we've got a break from the rigmarole. I'll remind you all, we've got a charity event happening on July 12th, Saturday, July 12th at 11 o'clock a.m. That is whatever time it is for you right now, plus about 6.5 hours. We've got a Tiltify link popped up, which you can access via !charity. !donate. You can donate on the day of the event. We have a special infinity bottle, a stream exclusive infinity bottle. This one right here. I'm going to do it up all nicely. Right now, it just looks like somebody wrote on a glass bottle with Sharpie because I did. I'll make it better, I promise. For every donation, you have the option of letting us know to put something in this bottle. This bottle will be filled when we reach our goal of 1,000 pounds, not dollars, pounds. We are raising money for Made by Dyslexia, a foundation in England, and they don't take their money in dollars. They take it in pounds. That's about $1,300 US dollars. If you donate something like 100 pounds, we'll put 10% of that, whatever you specify, into this bottle. And unlike the infinity bottle, where it was filled up with vodka first, and every time we take from it, we add something back into it, this time we're doing it in reverse. Instead of taking from it multiple times, we're going to build it from the ground up. Anything is eligible. Anything. Everything on the stock website, as opposed to just the stuff that is infinity eligible, anything that is up there is eligible to be put into this infinity bottle with a corresponding donation to Made by Dyslexia. If you want to see something available for the infinity bottle, the charity infinity bottle, please let me know ahead of time by using !suggest space charity and whatever you think you might have. Could be a particular liqueur, could be a particular cream liqueur, could be something that's not usually eligible, like solids, like, for example, spices or candies or otherwise. If you let us know, I'm not making a guarantee that we'll have it, but I will do my best to make sure that I try to get it. So far, what I've grabbed so far is I grabbed some caramel candies, I grabbed some gummy bears, we got some folks who are trying to find some Doritos and other, like, energy drinks and stuff like that. I look forward to seeing you all then on that day for a sort of chaotic day filled with drinks, games, camaraderie, and chaos, raising money for a good cause in this independent charity event that we're calling Mixing Drinks and Changing Lives. But until then, y'all, to everybody who joined me till the end of the stream, so sorry that you had to suffer along with me, but we'll be back at it again on Monday with more Chao activities, and I promise, not another fucking derby cocktail. Instead, we'll do something completely different. Exactly what that is, I don't really know. Tune in to find out. To everybody who popped in, I see Drian, who was popping in toward the very end. Welcome in, but good night. Night to Tiger. To Kate, sleep well. Silent saying, having a great night. Renzo saying, no pee is not holy after drinking with water, which is very good. You know, Renzo out there is, I think, a cult leader, just to state it very, just to state it inaccurately, but oddly enough, still kind of on point in a way. Good night to Nevermind. Good night to Maynap. Good night to everybody out there, unless it is the day where you are. Have a wonderful rest of your day or night, no matter what time zone it is for you out there. If you've got a drink in your hand, I hope it's a good one. And if it's something intriguing, I hope you share it with me again next time. But until then, y'all, it has been a pleasure being your bartender this evening. I'm tired. Bye.